Portland is about basketball, but also about belonging. It's about a player reclaiming agency over his narrative. It's about a franchise anchoring itself in a past that can still inspire its future. It's about a city finding comfort in a familiar face during uncertain times. Will Portland win 50 games next season? Probably not. Will they make another all-star team? Maybe. But those questions are secondary. What matters is that the Trailblazers have a leader again. A face, a voice, a heartbeat. And sometimes, especially in a league chasing analytics and asset management, heart is the most undervalued asset of all. Ladies and gentlemen, UNC is in the building. And let me tell you all something. You don't just sign Von Miller and hope he brings some locker room juice. Nah. You bring in a future Hall of Famer like that, and the whole atmosphere change. The culture shift. The tempo pick up. And in Washington, under coach Dan Quinn, who ain't afraid to unleash dogs on defense, Von Miller just might be the spark that sets off a fire. Now you add in Frankie Louvu, this young bull, this emotional heartbeat of the defense. And what we got here, ladies and gentlemen, is a storm brewing in the NFC East. So sit back, buckle up, and let UNC break it all down. How Von Miller's presence, even on limited reps, is transforming this commander's defense. From pretty good to potentially elite, let me paint the picture for you. Von Miller, 8 Pro Bowls, 2 Super Bowl rings, Super Bowl MVP, over 129 sacks. That boy don't just play football. He choreographs chaos. The moment he signed that one-year deal with Washington, people asked, what does a 35-year-old pass rusher have left in the tank? But, see, that's the thing. Y'all looking at numbers. You trying to count production. But Von? He's walking, talking pass rush pedigree. He's the old lion that don't need to roar to demand respect. Just his presence, just the way he moves. Like Frankie Louvu said, he moves like water. That's poetry right there. Not just football speak. And let me tell y'all something else. When young defenders see a legend like that in the locker room, it don't just teach technique, it raised the standard. Now don't sleep on Frankie Louvu. Oh no, don't you dare. Last season, 99 tackles, 8 sacks, 14 QB hits. Dude was everywhere, sideline to sideline. And in that NFC Championship run, he wasn't just making plays. He was leading a movement. That Washington defense caught people off guard. And Louvu was the tip of the spear, and what does he do now that Von Miller's in town? He opens up his ears, shows humility, says, I studied him when I was with Kevin Green. That's respect. That's reverence. That's understanding that greatness leaves footprints, and you got to be willing to follow before you lead. Frankie got the fire, y'all, and now he's studying under Von's flame. This ain't just about pass rush drills. This ain't just about hand placement or swim moves. What Von Miller's bringing to this camp is cerebral. It's IQ. It's awareness. It's rhythm. See, UNC played with legends. I've seen what mentorship really looks like. It ain't loud. It's subtle. It's in how you watch film, how you walk into the building, how you warm up, what you say in the huddle when you're down 10 with 5 minutes left. Von ain't got to talk much. He led by example. But when he does speak, even the coaches listen. And Louvu, he's soaking it up like a sponge. Not because he ain't good, but because he want to be great. Y'all remember when Dan Quinn had that Legion of Boom in Seattle? Yeah, that defense had swagger, violence, and discipline. Fast forward to 2025, and now has got the pieces again. But this time, it ain't just about back end. It's about that front seven. Von Miller's a teacher now, and Dan Quinn is letting him be one. Washington got youth, they got speed, they got energy, but what they needed was wisdom, control, poise under pressure. Von brings all of that. He's the calm in this storm, while Louvu is the lightning ready to strike. And that combination, it's dangerous. You talk to the other guys in the locker room. Rookies, second-year players, even some of the vets. They all say the same thing. Von Miller just got a different aura. He'll pull a young D lineman aside, show him a hip swivel trick, then walk off like it ain't nothing. But what's happening? These boys learning to hunt. Now Luvu, he's adding finesse to his ferocity. You already knew he could explode off the line. But now he's learning to bend, to fake, to wait for the offensive lineman to lean just a little too much. You got Von whispering secrets in your ear before the snap. You about to go from 8 sacks to 12, real quick. Here's something fans overlook. Defense is mental. Pass rushing is chess, not checkers. And Von Miller is Bobby Fischer with a mouthpiece. He knows when to bait, when to strike, when to conserve. That's why Luvu called him lucid. Because he don't rush the passer, he manipulates the moment. Frankie Luvu see that now. He's learning how to study film like Von, how to find a tackle's tendencies, how to turn a split-second hesitation into a sack. That's the next level, folks. That's what takes a guy from All-Pro to Defensive Player of the Year conversations. Let's keep it a buck. Von Miller don't have to prove nothing. He could have retired and walked straight into Canton. But see, that ain't how legends operate. He came to Washington to leave a mark. And if Frankie Luvu is the sponge, Von is the fountain. What we're watching in real time is the passing of knowledge. Old school to new school. The veteran giving his playbook to the young alpha. And that type of torch passing? It stick. Years from now, when Luvu's leading another squad or teaching the next wave, he gon' say, I learned this from Von. Let me tell you all something. Don't be surprised if this commander's defense finishes top 5 in sacks. Don't be surprised if Frankie Luvu ends up with double-digit sacks, 100 tackles, and a captain patch stitched on his chest. Don't be surprised if Von Miller, on limited reps, still makes the play that changes a playoff game. Because now it ain't about stats. It's about timing. It's about chemistry. It's about a veteran who knows the moment. And a rising star who's ready to own it. Coach Quinn got a war chest. And he got 2 generals now. Miller with the blueprint, Luvu with the execution. Now listen here. When other legends start shouting out what you doing in camp, that's a signal. Word around the league is spreading. From Denver to Buffalo to Dallas, folks is texting, calling, saying, yo, Von really got those young boys in Washington looking scary. Hall of Famers know Hall of Fame energy. Ray Lewis once said, the greatest defenders don't just chase quarterbacks, they shape cultures. That's what Von is doing. And trust me, players like Micah Parsons, TJ Watt, and Max Crosby, they watching too. Because the elite respect the elite. Von ain't just backing pads, he backing minds. And every offensive tackle on the 2025 Commanders schedule just circled week 1 with sweaty palms. Your fans love game day, but let me take you behind the curtain. Into the film room, because that's where Von is doing his best work. He sit there with Luvu and the young cats, pausing the tape, rewinding, fast-forwarding, breaking it down frame by frame, like a professor, showing him how to read stances. Watch the hit. Notice how a guard leans on 3rd down. He's not saying go get him. He's saying here's how you know when to go. That's the difference between good and great. And let me tell you, Frankie Luvu is learning how to become special. Let's not ignore the vibes, y'all. Because when Union C talk culture, he mean everything. When Von Miller walks in that locker room, heads turn. Dudes sit up straighter. There's a professionalism now. You got 22-year-old rookie standing next to him, asking questions like they back in Pop Warner. Von, what's the first move you hit in the AFC title game against Tom Brady? Von, how do you time your get-off when they motion a tight end? This team got ears open now. They hungry. And Dan Quinn, he see it too. That's why he brought Von in, not just for pass rush, but for passion. And it's contagious. Let's call it what it is. The NFC East is a war zone. You got Philly with Hurts and that loaded O-line. Dallas with Dak and that quick strike offense. New York trying to find an identity. And now Washington riding on youth, fire, and legacy. And what does every one of those teams hate? Pressure, disruption. Hitting the QB before you even get to blink. Enter Von and Luvu, Washington's wrecking crew. You'll remember when Tampa had Shaq Barrett and JP smashing folks on both ends. That's the energy Dan Quinn is quietly building here, and nobody talking about it yet, which makes it even more dangerous. Let's talk about Louisville one more time, because this ain't just a side character in Von's comeback story. Nah, Frankie is writing his own legend. When you watch his 2024 tape, you see instinct, explosion, emotion. But in 2025, you gon' see patience, leverage, discipline. Von's mentorship is teaching how to control chaos, not just unleash it. How to bait a QB. How to sniff out a screen before the linemen even move. That boy ain't just rushing now, he's predicting. That's the type of leap that gets your name in the Defensive Player of the Year conversation. And trust on, Louisville is coming for that seat. Let's stop acting like defense don't win championships anymore. You all saw the 49ers last year. Saw what Cleveland did when their front four took over. Washington is quietly building a defense that can carry a playoff run. Even if the offense need time to gel, this pass rush gonna be like a lifeline. Disrupting rhythm. Changing fields. Turning third and short into third and never. Von Miller won a Super Bowl with a dominant D. He know what it takes. And now he teaching it. One rep, one rookie, one room at a time. If this unit clicks, ain't nobody wants smoke with M come January. So to all my folks wondering if Von Miller still got it, let me say this. He got more than just it. He got wisdom. He got leadership. He got legacy. And all y'all not watching what Frankie Louisville becoming, you better turn the tape on, because that boy was already dangerous. And now he got a master teaching him the dark arts. So buckle up, NFC. The Commanders' defense ain't playing no more. They bend like water, but they hit like bricks. And that pass rush, well, that just might be the league's best kept secret. This is Shannon Sharp, aka UNC, signing off. But remember what I told y'all. When you mix fire with wisdom, you get something the league ain't ready for. Now to tell you all something. I've been around this game a long time. Played it, covered it, lived it, and every now and then, you get a moment in the NFL where the torch don't just pass. It gets snatched. That's exactly what we just saw in Atlanta. Because Michael Penix Jr., the pride of GUDU, the left-handed laser show, just walked into year 2 like he already owned the building. Raheem Morris knew what he was doing. The Falcons brass knew too. Kirk Cousins might have signed a big contract, but make no mistake, this franchise belongs to No. 9 now. And based on what I'm seeing and hearing, he ready. Oh, he more than ready. So sit back, buckle up, and pour yourself a tall glass of insight. 'Cause I'm bound to take you through why Michael Penix Jr. ain't just the new face of the Falcons. He's their future, their franchise, and their fire. Now let's start right here. You can't fake confidence in the NFL. Either you got it, or you don't. Michael Penix Jr. Baby, that young man got a whole reservoir of it. When he stepped on that field at the end of 2024, after Kirk Cousins got benched, that wasn't a deer-in-the-headlights rookie. That was a vet in a rookie's jersey. He got 3 starts. Just 3. But in those 3 games, he didn't flinch, didn't fold, and most importantly, he learned. And that's what separates the good from the great. The ability to absorb, adapt, and ascend. Penix said it himself, that those full-speed reps gave him a foundation. That week, one in 2025, won't feel like his first rodeo. That's gold, baby. That's growth. Let me break it down. Reps are currency in the NFL, and those 3 starts, that's like getting a sneak peek at the final exam before the test even starts. Now he's coming in with answers already in the back pocket. And that confidence? Oh, it's contagious. The whole offense feeling it. Drake London put it best. You got a cannon. Now, I know we use that term a lot, but in Penix's case, that ain't hyperbole. It's fact. That left arm of his, that's an absolute weapon. He'll launch his deep balls with touch and torque. Ain't too many guys in the league that can hit a 25-yard out across the field on a rope. Penix can. He's fearless, too. I stand in the pocket, take the hit, and let that thing rip. Now, Falcons fans, y'all been waiting a long time to see explosive plays. I ain't talking about dink and dunks or bubble screens. I'm talking chunk yardage. Phoenix brings that element back to Atlanta, and you pair that with Bijan Robinson in the backfield, you got balance. You got a run game that can keep defenses honest, and a QB who can stretch EN thin. That's deadly. Now look here, this Falcons offense. If you drafted it in Madden, folks would say, you cheated. You got weapons on weapons. Bijan Robinson, electric out the backfield. Can catch, can run, can juke you out your shoes. Drake London, big-bodied wideout who can win at the catch point. Kyle Pitts, I've been waiting on this man to get fed for years. He's a mismatch nightmare. Veteran offensive line. They got dogs up front. Experienced, tough, and built to protect. Now that Phoenix is QB own, you're going to see them boys cook. You already saw in camp. First thing he mentioned was getting KP the ball. That's the mindset. That's leadership. He knows who needs touches. That chemistry don't come easy, but when a QB makes it his business in the offseason, that's when magic happens. And Penix ain't just throwing roots. He's throwing with intention. He spent time with Pitts and London on his own time. That tells you everything. Now I got to talk about the elephant in the room. Kirk Cousins. Look, I respect Cousins. He's a professional, has had a solid career. But facts is facts. He threw 8 interceptions with no touchdowns down the stretch last year. Falcons started 6-3, ended 8-9. That ain't gonna cut it. And the Netflix documentary, woo, that comment about playing hurt just to avoid losing his job. Whoa, that's desperation talk. Phoenix ain't gotta lie, cheat, or hide behind pain. He earned it the right way. Now Cousins got $100 million guaranteed. That's real money. But the Falcons made it clear. Phoenix is the guy. Raheem Morris said it loud. We won't hold him back. Translation, if somebody wants Cousins, come get him. And here's the key. Having Cousins as a backup, that's insurance, not competition. The locker room knows who QB1 is now. Let me say this. I love Raheem Morris. That man got leadership in his bones. He ain't just a coach. He's a connector. He brings people together. He holds players accountable. And most of all, he believes in his guys. Morris taking the reins for year 2 means stability. It means the players know what's expected. And when you give a young quarterback like Penix consistency, oh baby, you unlock his full potential. Penix ain't walking into chaos. He walking into a culture, a system, a team that knows where it's going. That's huge. You heard Drake London say it. He's just that guy. Now let me translate that into UNSA speak. That means Penix got the it factor. He ain't just a thrower. He's a commander. He walk in the huddle, and dudes listen. He ain't gotta yell. He don't need a hype speech. He lead by how he work. That's what makes a real franchise quarterback. The Falcons been searching since Matt Ryan left. Now they found their guy. This team got a young core. A brotherhood. And when your QB is out there, grinding with you in the summer heat, that builds trust. That's how you build teams that win in December. And now let's keep it real. The NFC South, that's anybody's division. Tampa Bay got Baker Mayfield, but they ain't unbeatable. New Orleans still figuring things out with Derek Carr. Carolina got a young QB in Bryce Young, but they're a few years away. This is Atlanta's window. The moment is right now. You got talent. You got a defense that can hold its own. You got a young coach. And now you got a QB with juice. And you'll know how this league works. When you catch the right momentum early, you can ride it all the way to January. You think Raheem Morris don't see that? You think Michael Penix Jr. don't feel that? They hungry, and they know the dinner table finally set. Now, I ain't just here to talk about stats. Sure, Penix might throw for 4,000 yards. He might hit 30 tides, but that ain't what I'm watching for. Success in 2025? That's winning games late. That's moving the chains on 3rd and 8. That's not turning the ball over. That's leading game-winning drives. And most importantly, it's about belief. Penix got this locker room believing. He got the front office believing. And if he come out the gate strong, the whole city gonna believe too. Atlanta's a football town. They've been waiting. Now they got something to root for again. Let me close it like this. Michael Penix Jr. ain't no flash in the pan. He's the real deal. He got the arm. He got the poise. He got the leadership. And most importantly, he got that dog in him. And the Falcons? They finally got something they ain't had in a long time. A quarterback that can take them where they trying to go. You mark my words. If Penix stays healthy and this team keeps buying in, the Falcons gon' shock a whole lot of people in 2025. And he's gonna be right here saying, I told y'all so. Skip, I don't know what's going on up in Pittsburgh, but let me tell you something right now. If you trade away a game changer like Minkah Fitzpatrick, you better have a dang plan. Cause them dogs don't grow on trees. Shannon Sharp, opening monologue on the Pump Fake Podcast crossover episode Darius Slay, opens his phone, and it ain't what he expected. Now let me paint the picture for y'all. It's late June. Pittsburgh's hotter than a $2 pistol in a July 4th cookout. And everybody thinking the Steelers just go and tinker with the roster. Maybe add a depth piece here or there. But what do? Boom! Pittsburgh makes a blockbuster trade. Jalen Ramsey and Jonnu Smith from the Dolphins. And in return, they send away Minkah Fitzpatrick. Yes, that Minkah. The all-pro safety. The heartbeat of the secondary. Gone. Just like that. And one of the first folks to react was none other than Darius Slay, the new Steelers cornerback, veteran dog out of Philly. He hops on the Richard Sherman podcast, and man, the surprise on his face could have told the whole story. I thought it would be me, Ramsey Minkah. All of us back there, Slay said. I'm like, this guy's gonna be crazy. Then I saw the final results like, this is a little different. See, that tells you all you need to know about how sudden and seismic this move was. Now look, you don't just trade a player like Minkah Fitzpatrick unless you're absolutely certain. We ain't talking about a guy who just fills a jersey. We're talking about a heat-seeking, play-reading, quarterback-haunting, sideline-to-sideline missile. Let's rewind for a moment. Since joining Pittsburgh in 2019, 4x Pro Bowl selection, 3x first-team All-Pro 17 interceptions, 5 total TDs, including pick sixes and fumble returns, countless game-saving tackles, Minkah wasn't just the best player in the Steelers' secondary. He was the secondary. You think about all them times. T.J. Watt bent the edge, made the QB panic, and Minkah just sitting back there like a hawk, reading the play 2 seconds before it happens. That's synergy, baby. Baby. Skip, let me tell you right now, you take Minkah off that field, and suddenly your defense got to play with their head on a swivel. Because you ain't got that roaming safety net no more. But hold up now. This ain't just subtraction. This is subtraction and addition. Because the Steelers ain't no dummies. They didn't just give away Minkah and walk off whistling. They brought in Jalen Ramsey, arguably the most dominant corner of his generation. They brought in Darius Slay, who at 34 still strapped up and held his own in a Super Bowl defense. They brought in Jonnu Smith, a reliable, versatile tight end with red zone upside. Let's talk Ramsey for a sec. Even coming off a knee injury, the man is still a top 10 corner on the planet. Physical, vocal, smart, and a dog. Pairing with a rejuvenated Slay and a young riser like Joey Porter Jr., man, that cornerback room just went from decent to downright dangerous. You know I love me some dogs. And now Pittsburgh got a whole kennel. Slay ain't just here to collect a check. Even at 34, that man's still playing high-level ball. In 2024 with the Eagles, posted a PFF coverage grade of 68.9, ranking 50th out of 222 CBS. That's top 25%, and what I really like, his leadership. I seen too many young corners with raw talent, but no mentor. Slay gon' fix that. I seen too many young corners with raw talent, but no mentor. You better believe Joey Porter Jr. about to get a masterclass in ball skills, press technique, and trash talk 101. Think about this. Darius Slay, Jalen Ramsey, Joey Porter Jr., Levi Wallace as your fourth corner. Fourth! And then a mix of young safeties fighting for a starting role? That's what you call depth and danger. Oh, okay, so we got all these cornerbacks, but who plays safety? That's the elephant in the room. With Fitzpatrick gone, the Steelers now got a glaring hole in center field. That rangy, high IQ presence doesn't grow on trees. Names being tossed around include Demontae Kazee, good instincts, but limited range Keanu Neal, big hitter, better in the box Miles Killebrew, special teams ace, not a true starting FSU ace. You don't just replace Minka with a warm body. You need a ball hawk. There was chatter about pursuing a veteran, maybe a trade, but by July camp, most of the top free safeties already signed elsewhere. Don't be surprised if Omar Khan has a plan for the 2025 draft or a mid-season pickup, because this defense ain't complete till that middle of the field is locked down. Let me say this straight. You can't just throw together a bunch of stars and expect magic. Ask the 2011 Eagles. Ask the 2022 Broncos. Talent don't guarantee chemistry. So when Darius Slay said he was surprised, Minka was gone, that wasn't just talk. That was a glimpse behind the curtain. It means the locker room's still processing. The big challenge for Mike Tomlin is making sure these dogs don't bark over each other. You got loud leaders in Slay, Ramsey, and Hayward. That's a lot of ego to manage. But if there's one coach who can balance that fire, it's Coach T. Skip. Coach Tomlin got that uncle energy. You might not agree with him, but you gon' respect him. This isn't just a trade for 2025. This is about legacy. Steelers know they're at a crossroads. Cam Hayward is aging. TJ Watt is in his prime but needs a ring. George Pickens is ascending. Kenny Pickett, jury's still out. By making this bold move, Pittsburgh's saying, we ain't rebuilding. We reloading. Ain't no moral victories in Pittsburgh. You either got 6 rings or you're chasing number 7, and if this experiment works, if Ramsey returns to form, Slay mentors the young Bucks, and they find someone, anyone, to play that Minka role effectively, then baby, this could be the most dangerous Steelers defense since the Polamalu Harrison Farrier days. So what we really got here? A high-risk, high-reward roster gamble. Minka gone. Ramsey in. Slay surprised but motivated. Secondary deeper but maybe shakier down the spine. If everything clicks, we could be looking at a top 5 defense with the swagger to shut down Joe Burrow, Lamar Jackson, and whoever the Browns roll out this year. If it don't, Steelers might regret shipping out their best playmaker for flash and depth. But one thing's for sure. This team ain't scared of noise. Skip, let me close it like this. You don't get remembered for playing it safe. You get remembered for taking swings. And Pittsburgh, they just swung for the dang fences. Now we see if they knock it out the park or strike out looking. Shannon Sharp, closing take on the Richard Sherman podcast. Let me tell you something, Skip. This ain't just a contract. This right here, This a tectonic plate shift? What that young man Nicky Manworry just did with the Seattle Seahawks? He done kicked the door down for every second-round pick after him. That's generational business acumen right there. And you best believe it ain't just about the dollars. It's about the message. Now, Skip, I want you to picture this. It's late on a Thursday night. The NFL world's buzzing about camp openings, veteran drama, and rookie jitters. Then, boom, Adam Schefter drops a bombshell. Not a quarterback. Not a quarterback. Not a top 10 pick. Not even a first-rounder. Nope. It's the no 35 overall pick. Nick Emanwari, a safety out of South Carolina, signing a fully guaranteed rookie deal with the Seattle Seahawks. First time in NFL history a player picked at that slot done got every single dollar guaranteed. Let me say that again for the folks in the back. No. 35 got a fully guaranteed deal. This ain't just paperwork. This is history. This is revolution. And what it really signals, that the second round is no longer second class. Before we dive deep into money talk, let's give this young brother his flowers. Nick Emanwari, 6'4", 218 pounds, safety out of South Carolina. And Skip, I'ma be honest with you. I watched his tape. I watched him against Georgia. I watched him against Tennessee, and I saw a dog. He ain't no finesse player. This man lays the wood, reads the quarterback like a veteran, and got range like Ed Reed at his peak. You look at his stats, sure, tackles, picks, leadership, but that don't tell the whole story. You gotta see how he moves. He ain't guessing, he's diagnosing. Ain't just reacting, he's anticipating. And for Pete Carroll, one of the best defensive minds the NFL's seen, to make that kind of investment in him, that says volumes. Let's talk brass tacks now. When we say fully guaranteed, we mean every dollar of that 4-year rookie deal is locked in, no matter if he gets hurt, waived, benched, or if aliens land and start a new football league on Mars. Now, Skip, typically only first-round picks, especially the top 15, get that kind of ironclad security. Second-rounders, nah, they get partial guarantees. Year 1, maybe some of year 2. After that, it's hope and prayer. But Emanwari flipped that narrative. And he ain't alone. No. 33 Carson Schwarzenegger and no 34 Jaden Higgins both signed fully guaranteed deals too. You know what that means? 3 in a row. That's not a coincidence. That's a trend. That's a trend. That's a statement. Now I know y'all love the players, but let's not forget who behind the curtain. Nick's agent deserves a Hall of Fame bust in contract negotiation, because it ain't easy pushing fully guaranteed deals when the CBA doesn't require them. This is art. This is pressure. This is timing. They saw an opening, and they pounced. With camps about to start, and the Seahawks needing their second-round pick on the field, they used the leverage of time. They saw what Cleveland did for Schwarzenegger. They saw what Houston did for Higgins, and they knew Seattle couldn't be the odd one out. Result? Full guarantee. First time ever at no. 35. That's precedent set. Skip, you better believe every rookie agent in the country is printing out that Emanwari contract and marching into front offices saying, if he got it, why can't my client? It's a paradigm shift, because the CBA allows fully guaranteed deals, but doesn't mandate, and it's up to the teams. And for years, second-round picks were treated like premium talent with clearance bin treatment. Not anymore. If not, 33, 34, and 35 are fully guaranteed. What's the excuse for 36 through 64? There is none. Emanwari has raised the floor for contract negotiations league-wide. This going costs some front offices sleep. We talk a lot about empowerment in sports. LeBron made it cool to control your destiny. KD made it strategic. But the NFL, still a league where the teams hold the leash. Or they did, until Iman and his class started clipping those leashes. Because now, rookies are saying, nah, you don't get to use me for 4 years and then cut bait with zero consequence. They're asking for what's fair, what's earned. And what Iman's deal says is, if you got the talent, if you do the work, then you deserve the respect. Let me put it like this. Veteran players, they watching this real close. Because if teams are giving second-rounders guaranteed contracts, what does that mean for mid-tier veterans who usually get cut for cap space? It means pressure. It means negotiation leverage. It means the market's going to get tighter, sharper, and more player-focused. Front offices now got to plan differently. You can't just stash your cap flexibility in the second round. If those picks gonna be fully guaranteed, you better be sure you're picking future stars, not projects. Let's also look at this from a Seahawks lens. Pete Carroll is gone. Mike McDonald is in. And the first major headline of his tenure, signing a second-round safety to a revolutionary deal. That tells me something. This new regime, they ain't scared. They ain't doing business like it's 2010. They're bold. They're aggressive. And they believe in their evaluation. Emmanuel ain't just a player. He's a symbol of a franchise moving forward. Now, Skip, we got to talk about the fine print here. The NFL collective bargaining agreement sets minimum standards, not maximum, which means teams can offer better deals. They just don't wanna. But if more players and agents push the envelope like this, you gon' see guaranteed money become the norm, not the exception. And that's when the NFLPA gets real bold. Maybe in the next negotiation window, they demand guaranteed deals for all top 64 picks. Maybe for the top 100. Maybe they finally say, if baseball can do it, if basketball can do it, we can do it too. Emmanuel is the test case. And if it works out, and I believe it will, then the league has a new blueprint. Let me land this plane. Skip. Nick Emmanuel ain't played it down yet in the NFL, but he's already changed the game. Already made history. Already set a bar so high. Agents gonna be referencing him in meetings for the next 10 years. This ain't about hype. This about impact. And if the Seahawks got themselves a star, which I believe they did, then this contract gon' look like a bargain in 3 years. The NFL better get ready. The second round ain't second class no more. And Nick Emmanuel, he the new face of the revolution. Skip, you remember when LeBron changed free agency? When Mahomes changed quarterback contracts? Well, this is that for rookies. And the ripple effect, it's coming. And it's coming fast. All right now, let unsee Shay sit you down and talk some real football. I ain't talking about no Madden franchise. I'm talking about two of the baddest dudes in the league who've been knocking on that Super Bowl door so long, the hinge is about to fall off. Now look here. Every NFL season starts with 32 teams dreaming, but only about a dozen really got a shot. And every year that dream getting shorter for Josh Allen and Lamar Jackson. These ain't rookies no more. They ain't the new kids on the block. They vets now, superstars, MVPs, franchise saviors. But what they ain't yet is Super Bowl champions. I'm gonna be honest with you. We gotta ask the tough question now. Will this finally be the year either one of them gets over that hump? That big, bad, mountain-sized playoff hump that's blocked both their paths? So let's dive in. No sugarcoating. Just straight facts, film, and football IQ. Let's start with the big fella in Buffalo. 6'5", 240, a bazooka for an arm, and built like a dang linebacker. If Josh Allen walks into your huddle, You feel like you can win anything. The man is a walking highlight reel. But highlights don't win championship. The good. Since 2020, Josh been ballin'. Top 5 in yards, TDs, passer rating. He can beat you with his arm and his legs. I mean, come on. He got 53 career rushing TDs now. That's wild. He ain't scared of the moment. That 2021 divisional game versus Mahomes. He played like a dog. The problem. But man, the turnovers. We gotta call it what it is. He gets reckless. He trusts that cannon too much sometimes. Red zone interceptions, late game fumbles. That's been the difference between AFC champion and going home in January. And don't even get me started on Stephon Diggs. That situation been simmering hotter than Unshy's Thanksgiving gumbo. Is the chemistry still there? Now let's take it down to B more. Listen, I've been watching football a long time, and there ain't never been nobody like Lamar Jackson. Not Vic, not Cunningham, not nobody. This dude is different. The good, former unanimous MVP? That ain't light work. Only other guy to do that. A dude named Tom Brady. He sees a crease, it's over. You better have a spy, a backup spy, and a prayer. But people still sleep on the arm. He threw for 3,678 yards last year with 24 TEDs and just 7 ints. And that was in Todd Monken's brand new system. The Evolution 2012 playoffs. He finally shook that can't win in the postseason. Talk. Beat the Texans. Handled his biz. But then ran into Mahomes again. And just like Allen, it ended with confetti falling on somebody else. See, a lot of folks want to put everything on the QB but don't play this game. I know. It takes a whole squad to win the big one. Buffalo Bills. Sean McDermott can coach. No question. But there's tension now. Fans want results. That defense lost some pieces. Jordan Poyer gone. Von Miller ate. Allen can't do it all. He's lying, his run game, and somebody to step up with Diggs gone. Baltimore Ravens. This team, they loaded. Zay Flowers is a star in the making. Mark Andrews is back. Defense, still nasty. Still nasty. But the question is health. Every year, it seemed like key guys drop. If they stay healthy, man, they might have the best roster in the AFC, not named Kansas City. Let's not act like these boys playing in the NFC South. The AFC is a battlefield. You got Patrick Mahomes, 2-time MVP, 3-time champ. Until somebody beat him, he's the final boss. Joe Burrow, when healthy, cold-blooded assassin. CJ Stroud, young, hungry, and just got Stephon Diggs. Justin Herbert, Trevor Lawrence, Anthony Richardson. Everybody stacking talent. For Josh or Lamar to get to that big dance, they got to run through all that. And every year they don't. That window gets a little tighter. Let's stop beating around the bush. Here's what each man got to do. For Josh Allen, cut down the turnovers. I don't care if you throw 40 tides. If you throw 16 picks, it cancels out. Trust the system. Don't play hero ball. Every play. Learn to live a second down. Develop chemistry with new targets. Diggs ain't walking back through that door. It's Keon Coleman's season now. Lean on James Cook. Let that run game eat so you ain't got to throw 50 times in January snow. For Lamar Jackson, stay healthy. I love how he plays. But sometimes the best move is slide, not juke. Continue evolving as a passer. Keep letting it rip. Don't let people box you into just a runner. Trust Zay Flowers. That young man different. Give him chances downfield. Handle KC. The Ravens got to beat Mahomes in January. Period. That's the hump. We ain't talking about just one Super Bowl. We talking legacy. Josh Allen, if he don't win one soon, he runs the risk of becoming this generation's Dan Marino. Talented beyond belief, but no rings. Lamar Jackson, already historic. But one ring silences all doubters. All them folks that said, he can't win from the pocket, they go quiet forever. And I know both these brothers want it. You can see it in how they play, how they talk, how they carry themselves. But this game don't care about one. It care about execution. All right, time for the million-dollar question. If UNC had to put his money down, who breaks through first? Man, this tough. I love Josh. I love Lamar. But right now, I gotta lean Lamar. The Ravens got the better roster top to bottom. Lamar's coach John Harbaugh, proven winner, cool under pressure, and Lamar looked like he entering that peak phase. Healthy, comfortable in the offense, confident. Now that don't mean Josh can't do it. But Buffalo feel like they in a little reset mode. New weapons, chemistry in flux, defense trying to find itself. Let me close it like this. Both these men got that fire, that rare kind of hunger you only see in the greats. They've been this close, fingertips from the mountaintop. And when you that close, either you go crazy trying to reach it, or you let the moment pass forever. I've been there. I know what it takes. You gotta want it more than air. You gotta live in that film room, train like a dog in the off-season, hold teammates accountable, and when that playoff spotlight hits, you shine, or you sit. So will this be the year, I say, one of, maybe even both, gone make that final push. But only one gonna get that trophy. Only one gone walk off with confetti in their hair. And if it's Lamar, you'll best believe UNC gonna be there in the front row with a chain on yelling, "What you'll say now?" All right, all right, all right. Now listen here, America. Grab your protein shake, your playbook, and maybe even a calculator. 'Cause ENC is about to break down this money dance going on between a young baller named Trevion Henderson and that old school, no-nonsense franchise we know as the New England Patriots. Let's set the scene. It's April. Draft night. The New England Patriots had already made their pick. In the first round, a cornerstone piece, someone they felt was going to help bring that old Patriot mystique back. But then came pick 38, and baby, when that pick was announced, it hit different. With the 38th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the New England Patriots select Trevion Henderson, running back, Ohio State. Boom. Foxborough got Ferrari. That boy got bounce in his step, lightning in his feet, and a highlight tape that'll have you thinking you're watching Reggie Bush mixed with Jamal Charles. But now, it's mid-July, camp about to open, and the young bull still hasn't signed on the dotted line. Why? Here's where the business side comes in, and baby, let me tell you, rookie contracts may look simple on the surface, but what's underneath? That's Wall Street, baby. Let's talk numbers. According to the NFL's collective bargaining agreement, rookie contracts are largely slotted by draft position. That means pick 38. He's slated for $11. $14 million over 4 years. But here's the kicker. The guaranteed portion is up for negotiation. And that is where the Patriots and Henderson's camp been playing tug of war. Unks, why they fighting over guarantees? Glad you are. See, in past years, teams like to keep second-round guarantees low. Give a nice signing bonus, sure, but keep the base salaries flexible, so if a player flops, no dead money. That's the Patriot way. Always trying to get a bargain, always looking 2 moves ahead. But these new age agents, they don't play that. Now enter Alfred Collins, the 43rd pick, just 5 spots behind Trevion, and a defensive tackle out of Texas. Big dude, big potential. But what he did on Wednesday, that was bigger than football. He inked a $10.30 million deal with the San Francisco 49ers. But here's the key. $9 million of that is guaranteed. That's 88%, up from the 77.98% given to the 43rd pick in 2024. Unks! So what's that mean for Trevion? Glad you're still listening, nephew. It means the bar just got raised. Collins' deal becomes the floor, not the ceiling. And Trevion's camp, they know he's not just a second-round pick. He's the first running back off the board. He's a Buckeye, and he's going to carry the rock a lot in New England. So now his team is likely asking for at least 93% guaranteed. That's $1036 million with a $474 million signing bonus. Now let's take it to Foxborough. You know how Bill Belichick used to operate. Draft value suppress costs, reward performance. But this ain't Belichick's Patriots anymore. New regime, new philosophy. Kinda. But the DNA's still there. They don't like handing out guaranteed money, especially to running backs. And especially not before they've ever played a down. Why? Why? Because the RB position is volatile. Short shelf life. Injury risk. If you guarantee 93% of that deal, and the kid gets banged up in year 2, he's stuck. That's money down the drain. Still, this ain't 2015. The game's evolved. Contracts have evolved. Agents got smarter. Social media pressure is real. And sitting out camp as a rookie running back trying to learn the playbook, that's dangerous. For both sides. Let's not forget the clock ticking. Saturday, July 19th, Rookie Report Day. Veterans coming July 22. First full practice, July 23rd at 10:15 a.m. Sharp. Now, Un's been to a few training camps, and let me tell you something. Every rep matters for a rookie. You miss a week, you might lose a step. You miss 2, you might lose a job. Ask any rookie who came into camp late and tried to catch up. That playbook ain't waiting on nobody. So both sides got pressure. Henderson needs to be in camp if he's going to be the workhorse. The Patriots need him on the field if they want to find out whether they got a bell cow or just another back. Now let's zoom out for a second. Look at the Patriots running back room. You got Ramondre Stevenson, tough runner, contract year. Kevin Harris, flashes but not consistent. Jermichael Hasty, Keyshawn Vaughn, role players, Trevion. He could be the lightning to Stevenson's thunder. The dynamic element they've been missing since Dion Lewis or a young James White. You plug him into that system with a rookie QB, like Drake May. Baby, you got something real cooking. But if this contract squabble lingers, he ain't gonna be sharp. He won't build chemistry with the QB, and the whole offense suffers. Now let's go into Trevion's camp for a minute. His agents see Collins get 88% guaranteed and says, we're 5 spots ahead. Higher pick. Skilled player. We want more. That's how leverage works. And truth be told, they ain't wrong. The league trending toward bigger guarantees for second-rounders, especially those taken in the top 40. It's a sign of respect, and a sign that teams trust the player to pan out. Also, what do you think other agents gonna do if Trevion signs for only 85%? They gonna be pissed. That sets a bad precedent. so they gotta hold the line. But every day that passes, pressure builds. You don't want to be the guy who missed training camp over $500,000 of guarantees and ended up in the coach doghouse. Here's where Unz puts the analyst cap on. What we see happening with Henderson and Collins. This ain't just about two players. This is a larger battle over how second-round contracts are structured. You're going to start seeing agents push for more fully guaranteed deals in the second round, especially for picks 33, 40. And if a team like New England, known for playing hardball, gives in and gives 93%, baby, the floodgate's going to open. That affects every front office, every rookie negotiation, and every veteran who's watching their job potentially being handed to a young buck with guaranteed millions. So here's Unz's take, and I must say this loud and clear: pay the man. Pay the young fella and get him in the building. You drafted him. You made him the first RB off the board. You believe in him. Show it. Lock him in. Let the kid get reps and develop chemistry with your rookie QB. Because if you cheap out now and he misses time, you might ruin both their rookie years. And in this league, you don't get a lot of do-overs. Let me land the plane with this. Trevion Henderson ain't just some dude you plug into the offense and hope for the best. He's explosive. He's dynamic. He's a potential offensive rookie of the year candidate if, and only if, he's in camp, locked in, and ready to roll. The Alfred Collins signing? That's the pebble that caused the ripple. Now it's up to the Patriots to show that they ain't stuck in the past and that they ready to ride with the new generation. So to New England I say, pay the man. Protect your investment, and let's see what this young Ferrari can do on the open road. That's it from Unen. You'll stay ready, stay sharp, and remember, in the NFL, every day you don't move forward, somebody else passing you by. Now let me tell you all something. We done had this debate time and time again. Tom Brady, Aaron Rodgers, two all-time greats. Both with arms like bazookas, both with Hall of Fame resumes. But when it comes to the way they handled their last dance, man, that's where the rubber meets the road. And Julian Edelman, he just lit the whole truth on fire like it was a cigar in the fourth quarter. So sit down, buckle up, Unc about to take you to school. Julian Edelman ain't just some analyst on a podcast. That man was in the foxhole with Brady. They bled together in the snow, the mud, and the spotlight of Super Bowl. So when Edelman went on the herd with Colin Cowherd and said you can't even put those guys in the same sentence, trust me, he meant that. Now what did he mean by that exactly? He was talking about how Tom Brady and Aaron Rodgers handled their final years. Edelman said when it was Ibrady's last year, he didn't want the distraction of that. He wanted to go out and play his best possible football that he could play the last year of his career without making it a distraction. Now that right there, that's what leaders do. Brady ain't need no farewell tour. He ain't need balloons and tribute videos in week 9. What did he do? He showed up every Sunday, zipped that helmet on, and gave defenders a full dose of 12-gauge greatness. No leaks. No press conferences about retirement. Just ball. Meanwhile, look, I love Aaron Rodgers' game. One of the most talented quarterbacks to ever lace him up. That flick of the wrist, it's Picasso with pigskin. But Rodgers, he got a lil problem. He loves to narrate his own legend. Brady played the long game. Rodgers plays the broadcast. He went on the Pat McAfee show and told the whole world 2025 is probably his last season. And maybe that's cool if you're trying to sell jerseys or manifest a documentary. But football ain't a retirement tour. Football is war. And war don't care if it's your last day. So now the Steelers, who were trying to build something under Mike Tomlin, gotta accommodate the Aaron Rodgers experience, complete with darkness retreats, ayahuasca anecdotes, and weekly wisdom drops. That's a whole lot of talk for a guy with one Super Bowl. Let me ask you something. If I told you a man won 7 Super Bowls in 20 seasons, and another man won 1 Super Bowl in 20 seasons, who you crowning? Rodgers got the stats. Who you crowning? Rodgers got the stats. 4 MVPs, first ballot Hall of Famer, a thrower of the football, unlike anything I ever seen. But what did Brady say? You play to win the game. You know what Tom did? He stacked habit. Every morning that man got up, studied tape, did pliability training, kept his mouth shut, and let the scoreboard do the talking. Rodgers, man, sometimes he more concerned with how he feels than how he plays. Edelman said. Brady didn't want to make it about him. Rodgers, he's already said it's his last year. We've heard this before. That's the cold part. We've heard it multiple times because Aaron treats retirement like a Tinder profile. Swipe left, swipe right. I might be done or not. That ain't leadership. That's limbo. Let's talk fit. When Tom Brady left New England, he didn't pick just any team. He didn't go where the lights were brightest. He went to Tampa Bay. Why? Why? Because they had everything. Weapons, O-line, defense, coaching. Brady didn't need to be the reason. He wanted to be the final piece. Now look at Rodgers. He signs a 1-year deal with the Steelers, $13.65 million, $10 guaranteed, incentives up to $19.50 M. Pittsburgh's a great organization. Mike Tomlin, first class. But this offense ain't ready for a Super Bowl run. They lost George Pickens. They added DK Metcalf, sure. But you still got questions about that O-line, about chemistry, about the OC Arthur Smith. Edelman kept it real. Aaron doesn't know his teammates at all yet. Once again, is going into another year behind. This ain't the NFC North anymore. You can't just show up in Pittsburgh and freestyle a Super Bowl out of thin air. Let me introduce you all to a stat I invented. It's called the Distractions Index. Brady, he kept that number low, even during deflatate. Yeah, I said it. That man kept his focus locked on the field. Divorce? Paparazzi? He still gave you all 4,000 yards like he was handing out groceries. Rodgers? Woo boy. We got the vaccine headlines, the Joe Rogan interviews, the ayahuasca journeys, the McAfee rants, the cryptic quotes, the disappearing acts in the off-season. Man, this man got more drama than a soap opera on CBS. And yet, every time the playoffs hit, Rodgers come up short. Now let's get into it. Brady is 35-13 in the playoffs. 7 rings, 10 Super Bowl appearances. Rodgers, 12-11. Let that marinate. And here's the kicker. Rodgers has lost at home in the playoffs, multiple times as the highest seed. Brady, man, he's won road playoff games in Lambeau, Arrowhead, and New Orleans. In his 40s, Rodgers couldn't get past Jimmy Garoppolo, couldn't outdo Jared Goff, couldn't finish off Eli Manning, couldn't beat Tom Brady on his own turf. That's not just unlucky, that's a pattern. Brady and Rodgers don't just play different, they speak different. When Brady lost, he said, I need to play better. When Rodgers lost, he said, guys need to step up. When Brady had rookies, he said, guys need to step up. He said, I trust them. When Rodgers had rookies, he said, they got to earn it. You see the difference? One of them builds a culture. The other one critiques it. Julian Edelman felt that firsthand. He knew Brady was all in always. He saw how Brady held everyone accountable, including himself. Rodgers, Edelman ain't seen that same fire. Time waits for no man. And football? Football don't care about your past MVPs. Rodgers is 41. He's going to a new system with a coach he's never worked with. In a locker room full of strangers. In a division that got Joe Burrow, Lamar Jackson, and Deshaun Watson. Let's be honest. If this was anybody else, we'd be calling this a rebuild. But because it's Rodgers, we try to sell it as a redemption tour. Edelman's not buying it. Do I think they're going to win a Super Bowl? No, I don't. And neither should you. Man, I feel for the Steelers. This franchise is one of the pillars of football. The Rooney family, the terrible towel, the steel curtain. And now, we watching Aaron Rodgers take a bowl in black and yellow? I get it. He gives you a chance. Better than what you had last year. But that locker room ain't just about highlight reels. That's about grit. And you can't fake that in August and expect it to last till February. If Rodgers ain't all in, not spiritually, not emotionally, not physically, then Pittsburgh is just a pit stop, not a destination. Let me leave y'all with this. Brady went out like a champion. Maybe he didn't win that last ring in Tampa, but he gave everything he had. No distractions. No retirement posts in October. Just tape, turf, and touchdowns. Rodgers, he's telling us he's done before the season even starts. That ain't confidence. That's an exit strategy. Julian Edelman saw the real difference. He lived it. One guy went out quietly with purpose. The other guy? He's broadcasting the end like it's a Netflix finale. At the end of the day, you can have the prettiest throw, the slickest words, the best interviews. But when January hits, I want the guy who wins, not the guy who explains. And when you stack all the chips, stack all the rings, stack all the truth. Tom Brady ain't just ahead of Aaron Rodgers. He lapped him. Unks out! Now listen here, yo. If you don't know who Trey Smith is by now, you either been sleeping under a rock, or you one of them casuals who only watch highlights on TikTok. But let me tell you something. This big fella right here, he ain't just holding it down in the trenches for the Kansas City Chiefs. He out here dominating. And now, word on the street is, he about to become the highest paid guard in all of football? Oh, Lord. It's time we talk about it. It's time we talk about it. Shannon Sharp, voice rising, eyes wide, sip of Mountain Dew Code Red in hand before he was a Super Bowl champ, before he was Patrick Mahomes' personal bouncer, before he was pancake blocking grown men on national television. Trey Smith was a five-star recruit out of Jackson, Tennessee. Went down to the University of Tennessee with the weight of the state on his shoulders. But life ain't just about football. Sometimes it throws you a curveball. Trey got hit with a medical scare. Blood clots in his lungs. Yeah, you heard me right. Could have ended his career before it even started. But guess what? That man ain't fold. He ain't quit. He fought, came back, and turned himself into a mauler for the Vols. You see what I'm saying? Character like that don't just block rushers. It moves contract. Now let me walk you all through this. 2021 NFL Draft. Everybody talking quarterbacks, receivers, edge rushers. Chiefs already got Mahomes, but they needed help up front after that Super Bowl beatdown they took from the Bucs. And somehow, someway, Trey Smith slipped all the way to the 6th round. 6th round? Boy, 191 players got picked before him. 191 mistakes, if you ask me. 'Cause when he hit that NFL field, he was out there moving grown men like they toddler. Right guard, left guard, don't matter. Plug Trey in and let him cook. And just like that, a 6th round pick became one of the best guards in football as a rookie. And that's why I always say, talent might get you in the door, but toughness keeps you in the room. Look here, you want to know how valuable Trey Smith is? Ask Patrick Mahomes. You know what that man's contract looked like? $500 million. So when Trey Smith lines up next to Creed Humphrey and Joe Thuney, he ain't just blocking, he's protecting the kingdom. In 2023 and 2024, Kansas City's O-line gave up some of the fewest pressures and sacks in the league. And Trey was the anchor on that right side. Ain't no twist he can't pick up. Ain't no bull rush he can't stonewall. And don't even talk about the run game. This man moves the earth. I seen him throw dudes 5 yards off the ball like they was tissue paper. And he'd do it with that old school mean streak. You know that dog in him? Yeah. Trey Smith got a Rottweiler in his chest. Let's get to the meat of the story. Why is Trey Smith about to be the highest paid guard in the NFL? Vorswell. These double wearing me in. Well, pupils, you think guards ain't important? Try watching Mahomes run for his life in Super Bowl LV interior O-line. Got premium real estate now. Quentin Nelson, Chris Lindstrom. They set the market. Trade out to reset it. Never had off-field drama. Never been suspended. Plays hurt. Leads by example. Chief stuff rave about him. And you know how tight Andy Reid keeps that locker room. You can't just go to Walmart and pick up a Trey Smith. Ain't many men 6'6", 320, strong as an ox and quick as a cat. This kind of talent, rare, and rare gets paid. Now here's what I'm hearing from the insiders. The top guards in the league right now making north of $20 million a year. Chris Lindstrom got 5 years, $105. Quentin Nelson, same boat. But Trey Smith, he younger, he healthier, he got rings. You think he not going to ask for more? I'm talking $22 a year range. Maybe 4 years, $88 a year range. Maybe 4 years, $88 some guaranteed. And let me tell you something. He earned every dollar of it. Because when Mahomes takes the snap and steps up in that pocket, he ain't thinking about no edge rush. He's calm because he knows Trey got it handled. Let's not get it twisted. Trey Smith ain't just chasing money. He's building a legacy. He want to be one of the best to ever do it. He already got 2 Super Bowl rings, all-pro recognition, the respect of his peers now. He won his name in the rafters. Canton talk. And you know what the greats say. You get the gold jacket after you get the gold chain. That's the mindset. And this deal, it's the stepping stone. Now y'all know how these salary caps work. You pay one man, you might have to let another walk. So this deal for Trey, it's going to ripple through the building. Will they keep Creed Humphrey too? Can they afford to keep the whole line intact? Here's what I know. Mahomes already restructured once to keep his boys around. And with Travis Kelce getting older, the Chiefs need to protect that window. So you pay Trey, and you signal to the rest of the league. We built this dynasty in the trenches. And we're going to keep it that way. All right, y'all, I want you to hear me loud and clear. I don't need no perf grades to tell me a man dominating in the trenches. But for the folks who love the analytics, let's talk some numbers. Pass block win rate, top 5 among right guards. Top 5 among right guards. Sacks allowed? Only 1 all season in 2024. And that came on a busted protection where the back missed the chip. Run block grade? Straight up bulldozer mode? Pull blocks? Combo blocks? Second level movement? Check. Check. You see the tape against Chris Jones in practice, against Jeffrey Simmons? That boy hold his own against Pro Bowl caliber dogs every week. Trey don't just block you. He buries you. He finishes plays like it's personal. And if you think you're gonna swim move past him with finesse, you better pack a lunch and some electrolytes, because that man's hands are violent. Now let's really talk money. Because to say Trey Smith is gonna be the highest paid guard, you gotta compare him to the dudes at the top of the market. $105 ML, 5 years, known for zone blocking and mobility. Smooth technician, but doesn't bring Trey's raw power or physicality. $80 M 4 years, $60 M guaranteed, once considered the gold standard. But injuries have slowed him. Tape ain't been as dominant in recent years. Old head, first ballot Hall of Famer. Still elite, but on the back end of his career. Now you tell me, who's younger, healthier, and just won 2 rings with the NFL's top quarterback? That's Trey. You don't match those deals. You surpass him. Trey's market is $110 him over 5 years. Maybe even pushing $115 him at full guarantees, pushing $70 him. Why? Because Kansas City ain't paying for what he's done. They paying for what he's still about to do. Why? Because Kansas City ain't paying for what he's still about to do. He ain't even in his prime yet, folks. Let's address the elephant in the room. How do the Chiefs afford this? Let me break it down in simple math. Patrick Mahomes already restructured his deal. That gives them flexibility. Travis Kelce's taking below market deals like it's a family discount. Chris Jones got paid, but they backloaded that money. So guess what? Trey Smith is next. And if they got to choose between him and somebody like a rotational edge or a bar 3, come on now, you already know what they're going to do. Because you don't mess with Mahomes' protection. That man is a national treasure in Kansas City. You don't hand him $1 billion arm and give him Dollar Tree linemen. You give him bulldozers like Trey Smith. Andy Reid knows it. Brett Veach knows it. And the whole AFC knows it too. I always say this. You can't have a Ferrari and drive it through potholes. Mahomes is that Ferrari. Trey Smith, he's the smooth concrete under the tires. You gotta pay your guards now. That ain't no luxury. It's a necessity. You don't win Super Bowls without dogs like Trey Smith. So yeah, maybe he came in as a 6th round pick. But now, he about to get 1st round money. And let me leave you all with this. When you invest in a man who almost lost football, and he come back stronger than ever, that's not just business, that's belief. And Kansas City believes in Trey Smith. Shannon Sharpe slapping the table, shades on full volume. Now look here. Skip, you don't just wake up one day, sign a $130 million deal, and become the highest paid receiver in the league after just 3 seasons. Unless you built different. And Garrett Wilson? That young man out of Ohio State, he's carved from a whole different cloth. Let us see Shay walk you all through it. Let's not sugarcoat it. This ain't just a deal. This is the deal. $130 million over 4 years. $90 million guaranteed. That's not a contract. That's a declaration. It's the Jets pulling up to the league front office, banging the table and saying, Garrett Wilson is the future, and we're all in. Now let's contextualize this. This man becomes the first wide receiver in NFL history to earn more than $31 million a season with only 3 seasons under his belt. That's legendary company he just leapfrogged. Justin Jefferson, Tyreek Hill, A.J. Brown. And he did it in a franchise notorious for chewing up and spitting out receiver talent like sunflower seeds. This ain't just about money. This is about momentum. This is about a shift in football gravity toward Florham Park. Let's break it down, Skip. 279 receptions, 349 receiving yards, 14 touchdowns, 3 straight 1,000-odd-yard seasons. That's consistency. That's productivity. But what makes it special is that he did it with quarterback chaos. From Zach Wilson to Mike White to Aaron Rodgers 4 snaps to Trevor Siemian to Tim Boyle. Garrett Wilson was out there thriving, not just surviving. 2024, he caught 101 passes for 11 yards and 7 touchdowns. And you can bet your last dollar most of those catches were in traffic with tight windows and a DB glued to his hip because everybody in the building knew where the ball was going. And still, he made it happen. You put any elite receiver in that situation, and half of EM fold. But Garrett, he built different, and the Jets knew it. Let's take it back for a moment. All the way back to the dark days of the Jets receiving room. Name the last Jets receiver to strike fear in opposing defenses. Santana Moss? Maybe. Laveranues Coles? For a hot second. Brandon Marshall had a moment. But Garrett Wilson is the first Jet ever. Let me repeat that. The first Jet ever to eclipse 1,000 receiving yards in each of his first 3 seasons. This man ain't just ballin'. He's redefining the Jets' identity. You ain't just paying him for what he's done. You're investing in what he's about to become. The heartbeat of the offense. Now here's where it gets interesting, Skip. You don't just drop $130 million on a double war unless you know who's throwing him the ball. And guess what? The Jets ain't just banking on Garrett Wilson. They're putting their chips behind Justin Fields. Yes, sir, the same Justin Fields who once tossed Wilson 1,200 yards and 11 touchdowns back in those Buckeye days. That chemistry don't lie. Last season, in just 8 games with Fields as QB, Wilson recorded 43 catches, 723 yards, 6 touchdowns. Do the math. Skip, stretch that over 17 games, and we talking 1,500 yards and double-digit scores. That's Pro Bowl. That's all pro. That's Hall of Fame trajectory if you squint hard enough. And don't forget, Fields got that chip on his shoulder. Chicago wrote him off. The league started whispering. But now he got a fresh start, a role he trusts, and a franchise giving him the keys. Unks told y'all, when a QB and RR got chemistry and a common enemy, doubt, they can light this league up. Let's talk about the implication. This ain't the same old Jets. This ain't the butt fumble team. This is a team that's building something real. Sauce Gardner and Quinnen Williams anchoring the defense. Breece Hall looking like a bell cow. Garrett Wilson now locked in long term. Justin Fields getting a shot to silence the haters. And oh yeah, a coaching staff fighting for their future. This extension is about more than stats. It's about identity. The Jets are saying, we've been rebuilding. Now, we're done. We coming. Oh yeah, let's not act like this deal didn't send shockwaves through every front office from Baltimore to San Francisco. Because let me tell you something, if Garrett Wilson just got $130 million, what's coming for CeeDee Lamb, Yamar Chase, Brandon Ayuk, Jalen Waddle? The answer? The Brinks truck. This extension just reset the wide receiver economy. It's now $31 million per year or bust if you've got Rome potential. The NFLPA loves it. Agents are popping champagne. Owners? Maybe not so much. But that's the price of doing business when talent like this don't come around every day. Skip. Now look, Skip. With great bags come great expectations. Garrett Wilson ain't sneaking up on nobody no more. You wear that $130 million jersey, and defenses double you before you get off the team bus. Can he handle it? I say yes. The roots? Crisp. The hands. The mentality, cold-blooded. But now the Jets got to make sure the pieces around him elevate too. Justin Fields needs protection. The play calling needs rhythm. Because when you become the face of a franchise, there ain't no hiding anymore. Let's zoom out. Garrett Wilson is just 24 years old. By the time this contract is done, he'll still be under 30. He could walk into 2 or 3 more massive contracts if he plays his cards right. We could be witnessing the birth of something special. Not just Pro Bowls, but gold jackets. Not just numbers, but iconic moments. You can't coach dog. You can't coach poise. And you can't coach the moment not being too big. Garrett Wilson, he's built for the bright lights. He's built for New York. He's built to be legendary. Let me break it down one last time for the people in the back. The Jets didn't just sign a receiver. They signed a cornerstone, a franchise face, a kid who weathered QB musical chairs and still shined like a diamond in the mud. $130 million might sound crazy. But in today's game, for that talent, for that production, for a kid who's already top 10 with top 3 upside, that's a bargain. And pairing him with his college QB, that's not just smart. That's strategic genius. If Fields clicks, if Garrett stays healthy, if the Jets finally get out their own way, watch out NFL. Because when the Jets got to roam like Garrett Wilson and a QB that's got something to prove, and I wouldn't want to be the DB trying to guard him in December. The end. Now look here, Skip Tom Milo. When a young fella steps between those white lines on Sundays, he carrying his mama's prayers, his coach's hopes, and a whole franchise reputation in that chin strap. But, and if he mess round and drag some trouble in with him, whoa, everybody from the owner to the last man on practice squad gone feel that heat. Shannon Sharp Cleveland thought it struck backfield gold when it selected Quinjon Judkins. And say sledgehammer with a spin move, slick as black ice. But in the wee hours of July 7th, 2025, that promise swerved smack into a police report. According to Broward County records and multiple national outlets, Judkins was arrested on a misdemeanor domestic battery charge after an alleged altercation in a car, leaving Fort Lauderdale Hollywood International Airport. The Times of India. The report claims the running back punched the alleged victim in the face before striking her arm and thigh. NFL.com, Mary Kay Cabot of Cleveland.com, quickly reminded fans of the league's personal conduct policy. A first offense involving physical force starts at 6 games without pay, subject to aggravating or mitigating tweaks. The Times of India, that's 1/3 of the regular season, folks, gone before the rookie even slips on his orange gloves. Now, if you're Kevin Stefanski, already scheming new twists on that wide zone symphony, tell me you ain't pacing a groove in the Berea hallway right now. Let's get the legalese out the way, because the Shield's hammer don't always wait on a county judge's verdict. The personal conduct policy is independent discipline. Remember how the league parked Ezekiel Elliott 6 games in 2017, even after prosecutors passed? Same principle. The policy lists 6 games as baseline. But aggravated factors: weapon use, repeated strikes, evidence of choking, can tack on more, mitigating ones, self-defense claims, counseling, prompt cooperation, can shave off, important. A second infraction triggers a lifetime ban with only a petition path back after a year. The Times of India, so Judkins is already living on probationary ground for the rest of his career, even if he beats the case in court. Before the arrest, Insider Camp Buzz said Judkins would tote the rock early and often, with rookie speedster Dylan Sampson checking in on 3rd downs. The Times of India, that's done change. ESPN's depth chart still lists Jerome Ford at Arbonne, Judkins RB2, Sampson RB3, Pierre Strong Jr. mop-up. ESPN.com, barring a miracle. Expect Ford to shoulder the September workload. Ford is in the scrub. 565 rush yards behind Apache O-line last season, but homie averaged just 3.8 a pop, and his receiving chops vanished when defenses keyed in. ProFootballRumors.com, Stefanski spent Otis raving about a 2-back bully package. Judkins hammer inside zone, Sampson stretched the edge. Can Ford replicate that bruiser flare combo? Probably not. That means more shotgun repos and yes, Deshaun Watson's arm scribbling the stat sheet. Judkins' college tape looked like a Southern Fried mixtape of Nick Chubb power and Alvin Kamara balance. At Ole Miss, he stacked 3,100 yards and 32 TDs in 2 seasons, flipping defenders like bar stools. Scouts buzzed about his grown man contact balance, but behind closed doors, teams whispered concerns over emotional maturity, Latinite parties, dust-ups with campus security. The Browns bet their culture would sand those edges. Instead, they're staring at a Kareem Hunt saga. Remember, Hunt's 2018 video surfaced after the league suspended him 8 games. Cleveland still signed him and managed the noise, but that took a Pro Bowl resume and impeccable contrition. Judkins has neither yet. Here's the part Shannon Sharp loves: intangibles. Teammates gauge you quicker than a TSA scanner. Leadership Council: Watson, Joel Bitonio, Myles Garrett. Will pull Judkins aside. Young blood, you only get one name in this league. Don't stain it. Or, there's another angle. A roster nursing playoff dreams can't babysit. Stefanski preaches guardrails. Each meeting minute spent on crisis comms is one less installing red zone counter. If Judkins drags daily media scrutiny into camp, older vets grow resentful. They'll dap him, sure, but eyes will track whether he's first in the building, last to leave, tongue-biting humble. Players forgive mistake, not repeat distraction. A 6-game unpaid suspension claws back about $760 of Judkins' $2 rookie guarantee. Browns recoup that cap room short on term, but the front office must decide whether to sign a free agent stopgap, Leonard Fournette still ringing phones, or trust Ford Sampson. Send now, or roll with youth and stash for trade at deadline reinforcements at corner or tackle. Andrew Berry plays chess, not checkers. Don't be shocked if a conditional pick swap for a veteran bruiser drops mid-August. Watson thrives on early down run, looks to free safeties. Take that away and DCS will slide nickel shells, daring him to force tight window ye crosses. His 2024 bounce back finished with a 101.3 rating, not elite, but trending upward. If Ford sputters under volume and Judkins sits, Watson's margin for improvisation shrinks. Expect Stefanski to dust off more jet sweep illusions with slot man DeAndre Carter or Cedric Tillman, just to keep linebackers honest. Let's eyeball Cleveland's first 6. At Ravens, Week 1, versus Chargers at Steelers. Short week TNF versus 49ers at Broncos. Mile High versus Bengals. That's 4 defenses ranking top of 10 in run-stop win rate last season. The Judkins-less ground game faces pure hellfire. Go 3-Day-3. Dog pound cheers. Full 1-5. Wild card math collapses before the leaves change. Recall 2013. Steelers lost rookie Arb Bell. Bell 2 games to his. Pittsburgh went 0-2, dug a hole, but Bell returned week 3 and sparked a 750 finish. Locker room leadership and scheme adaptability. Cleveland's culture under Stefanski has proven steadier than we remember. Back-to-back playoff pushes with heavy adversity. Nick Chubb Watson suspension. So, all hope ain't lost. But margin thin as dental floss. Fantasy heads drafted Judkins RB28 in early July basketball leagues. Markets cratered to RB64 overnight. Jerome Ford ABP leapt from RB42 to RB29. Snag Sampson late. Ford's pass pro still shaky and Stefanski benches fumblers quick. Futures line saw Browns win total dip from 9.5 to 9. At some books once the arrest news hit, savvy bettors sprinkled under 9.5 early. The middle now sits juicier than Mama's peach cobbler. First, cooperate fully with both Broward County investigators and Commissioner's Office interviews. No half-truths. Second, enroll voluntarily in anger management counseling before the league mandates it. Third, public apology, written, spoken, sincere, owning actions without deflecting blame. Fourth, community engagement. Partner with Cleveland Domestic Violence and Child Advocacy Center. Victim assistance groups. Remember faces, not PR blurbs. If the facts clear him, fine. Process still matters. If they stand, he must treat each rep after suspension as borrowed time. Cleveland fans are a resilient tribe. They rode Johnny Manziel, Josh Gordon, and Deshaun Watson roller coasters. But there's fatigue. Another off-field storm risks apathy. Marketing execs note, jersey sales shift when scandal fatigue peaks. If Judkins delivers highlight reel stiff arms in December, the boo-birds soften. But early missteps trigger quick. Cut him. Calls on local radio. The franchise's patience wears thinner with each incident. Stefanski frames controversy in team-on-first language. We'll let the process play out and support everybody involved. Behind doors, he'll split meetings. RB room under positional coach Stump Mitchell reviews judgment-free fundamentals. Leadership Council crafts unified message. He'll also script forward heavy in preseason to boost confidence, targeting 10-12 touches early. Look for more 12 personnel combos. David Njoku paired with rookie Harold Fannin Jr. to lean play action while run game recalibrate. Absolutely, talent ain't vanished. This suspension might even preserve tread on his tires, but each misstep compresses his organizational patience account. One more overdraft, and the bank closes. He must deliver. Conditioning? Former greats overcame early folly, Ray Lewis, Frank Clark, but they proved value instantly. Judkins' best rebuttal is 100-yard chunks and controlled humility. Skip, let me tell you something about life. Talent'll get you drafted, but character gon' decide if your jersey hang in Canton or hanging in Goodwill. Quinshon Judkins walked into the NFL with a Ferrari engine in his legs, but you can't win Indy 500 driving looking in the review mirror, worried about police light. You gotta focus 12 o'clock high, 10 and 2 on the steering wheel, and navigate these potholes. The Browns, they'll survive September Thunder if the defense locks horns and Watson plays hero ball. But championships demand depth and drama-free Saturdays. Judkins' choices over the next 90 days, quiet, consistent, contrite, will echo longer than any 40-yard dash. Cleveland has been here before, potential clouded by off-field storms. Sometimes the sun burns through, Nick Chubb persevering from injury. Sometimes the clouds linger, Josh Gordon saga. Whether Judkins becomes another cautionary tale or an ultimate redemption story depends on what he does today, not what he claims tomorrow. For now, expect a 6-game vacation in street clothes, heavy Ford carries, and loud debates on sports talk airwaves. The dog pound's bark will be fierce, but if the rookie learns, grows, and runs like the freight train we saw in Oxford, Mississippi, the bite could still shake the AFC come January. Stay tuned, folks. And as UNC always says, that's the gospel according to 84. Unsee here. Yeah, I seen it. You all know I seen it. Caleb Williams done hit Instagram, posted up with blue painted nails and a white rose in his head like he came straight off a Balenciaga runway. Man looked like he just closed out Paris Fashion Week and then said, "Now let me go throw 4 touchdowns on your favorite team." And what happened? The internet lost its mind. Folks jumped in the comments, had their Twitter fingers ready, asking if the brother was gay. As if you can throw a 60-yard bomb and have a little artistic expression. But that's why I'm here. That's why Uncle Shannon got to sit you all down and talk. Because what Caleb did was bigger than a color choice or flower. What he's doing is redefining what a franchise quarterback can look like, act like, be like, and some folks just ain't ready for it. So buckle up, because we going 5,000 words deep on this one. Yeah, we talking masculinity, culture, QB expectations, and the unapologetic freedom of a young black man named Caleb Williams. First off, that caption, young and in control. William, that's more than just a flex. That's a mission statement. See, when you, the know, one pick, when the whole city of Chicago handing you the keys to a football empire, and you say you're in control, that means you're setting the tone, not just on the field, but off it. Caleb saying, I'm not your traditional quarterback. I'm not the guy with the buzz cut and the Oakleys. I'm me. And what does me look like? Painted nails? Check. Flower in his hair. Soft-spoken, but confident. Absolutely. Fierce on the field? Oh, you already know. It's a new era. And that Instagram post was his way of saying, y'all better get used to it. Now let's not act like now. Let's play a game. Suppose this was a white quarterback, say Aaron Rodgers or Gardner Minshew, posting up with his nails painted and a rose in his hat. What do folks say? Oh, he's eccentric, artsy, bohemian. But let a young black man do it. Suddenly folks got questions about his masculinity. Folks wondering if he's soft. That ain't fair. And y'all know it ain't. Let me break it down. This ain't about the Polish. This about the people who can't stand a confident black man living free, outside their comfort zone. We've seen this before. Cam Newton got crucified for his fashion. Russell Westbrook got clowned for his outfit. OJ wore a kilt, and folks acted like the league was gonna collapse. But why does it bother you all? I'll tell you why. Because Caleb Williams ain't letting the game define him. He's redefining the game on his terms. Chicago been waiting on a savior. Now they got one. And let me tell you, he don't look like Jim McMahon or Jay Cutler. Nah, Caleb is from a different mold. This brother came out to D.C., went to Oklahoma, then USC, won a Heisman, and put the college football world on notice. He ain't just talented. He's transcendent. And that scares folk. You'll ever notice how the league loves a QB who can scramble until he's black? Yeah, I said it. They want you to run, but not too much. Be vocal, but not too confident. Show flair, but not if it looked like you from South Central with some glitter on. Caleb don't play by them rules. His game, dynamic. His swag, different. His mindset, unapologetic. That boy said, I'm gonna be me. And now the league gotta deal with that, whether they like it or not. Now let's talk about them nails. Why blue? Why paint them at all? People act like that polish erased his ability to read a defense. Like painting your nails stops you from going 28 for 32 with 4 Ts. Give me a break. This ain't new for Caleb. He was doing this in college. He used to write messages on his nails before big games, like, F us. When he was about to play him, it was psychological warfare with acrylic flair. But the blue polish, that's personal. Caleb's mother's favorite color is blue. She's the one that used to take him to get manicures. So when you see them nails, you ain't seeing softness. You seeing family. That ain't a weakness. That's strength, brother. That's a young man saying, I carry the people I love with me, visibly, proudly. So, if you still looking at his hands and questioning his toughness, that's on you. Let's be real. What does a leader even look like in 2025? Gone are the days when being a quarterback meant you had to be buttoned up, robotic, and say, oh shucks, every time you fumbled the ball. That ain't leadership. That's poor. Caleb Williams is from a generation that don't hide who they are. They don't shrink. They don't mold themselves to fit old expectations. They flip the table and build their own seat at it. And guess what? That inspires teammates. You think DJ Moore or Keenan Allen care about his nail color? Nah, they care if he can move the chains on 3rd and 13. They care if he can stay calm in the huddle when it's snowing, and the Packers got the Bears backed up on their own 5. And from what I seen, he can. You don't lead by pretending. You don't lead by pretending. You lead by owning who you are. And Caleb owns every piece of himself. And that's what makes him dangerous. Chicago is blue-collar. That Windy City pride is hard-nosed, meat and potatoes, deep-dish tough. This is a city that embraces grit and loyalty. So when Caleb Williams showed up looking like a Vogue cover, folks ain't know how to feel. But let me tell you something, Chicago. Your quarterback don't need to look like you work at O'Hare Baggage Claim. He need to win. Caleb ain't coming to fit in. He coming to change the narrative. You want a title? You want a parade down Michigan Avenue? Then let that man be him. Y'all remember Dennis Rodman, right? Rainbow hair, piercings, dresses. Guess what else he brought? Championships. And that's what Caleb got in mind. Let's be real. A lot of noise around Caleb ain't really about football. It's about identity. It's about what makes a man, what makes a leader, what makes a quarterback. Caleb Williams is a walking culture shift. He's rejecting the quarterback mold that's been carved since the leather helmet days. He's saying, I can be creative, sensitive, spiritual, and throw lasers. He's saying masculinity ain't about suppression. And let me be clear. This ain't about sexuality. It's about society trying to put people in a box. And Caleb kicking that box over like a blitzing linebacker. Now, Unk's done talked a lot here today. 5,000 words worth. But let me leave you all with this. We in a new day. And Caleb Williams, he's the prototype for what's coming. He's the face of a generation that don't just want to win. They want to win as themselves. You don't have to agree with every accessory he wears. You don't even have to like the rose or the nails. But what you do need to do is respect the talent, respect the courage, respect the freedom. Respect the freedom. Because once them lights come on and the ball is snapped, that nail polish ain't throwing them passes. Caleb Williams is. And he's doing better than almost anybody else. He ain't painting his nails to impress you. He's painting because that's who he is. And who he is might just be the baddest quarterback Chicago ever had. Shannon Sharp, out. Let me tell y'all something right now. Ain't nobody gonna outwork a man with something to prove. And after that 2024 season, my boy C.J. Stroud, oh, he got all the motivation in the world. You can say he slipped, you can say he regressed, but you better not say he's finished, 'cause that young brother done turned that L into a lesson. Now sit back, get comfortable, and let Unsee walk you through the transformation of a future MVP. Let's not sugarcoat it. C.J. Stroud's sophomore campaign didn't slap like that rookie season. We're talking about a man who took the league by storm in 2023. That boy was dealing like he had a PhD in throwing dots. Over 4,100 yards. Only 5 picks. Rookie of the year. Almost surgical from the pocket, like a young Peyton mixed with a little bit of Mahomes cool. But 2024. That's where it got murky. Stroud's stat line took a dip. 3,727 yards, 20 touchdowns, 12 interceptions, and the big one, a passer rating drop from 100.8 to 87. Now hold up. Don't come at me with that. He regressed narrative. Like y'all didn't watch the game. This ain't Madden. This ain't fantasy football. This is real life. And real life? Well, real life includes getting smacked around like a piñata because your offensive line forgot their job description. You all love numbers, right? Well, here's the reality. In 2023, the O-line let Stroud get sacked only 38 times. 2024, that man was on the turf 52 times. He was pressured on over 5% more dropbacks. Now, tell me how any quarterback's supposed to cook like that. Ain't no chef making a gourmet dinner in a busted kitchen. CJ didn't forget how to read defenses. Yeah, it was his touch overnight. But when your tackle's letting edge rushers in like it's a family BBQ and your guards fold quicker than a lawn chair, you're gonna see the numbers take a hit? That ain't regression. That's reality. Let me tell you why this story got me fired up. Stroud didn't sit around pointing fingers. He didn't blame the coaches, didn't blast the line, didn't cry on social media. He did what real leaders do. He got in that gym early. I came in pretty early with assistant strength and conditioning coach Clint Martin. Stroud told ESPN. Been working really hard on getting my body right. Losing body fat, trying to be faster, stronger. Working pocket mobility, running out the pocket, throwing the rock. That's what I'm talking about. My man didn't just train, he transformed. You know how rare that is? For a young QB, fresh off a tough year, to take ownership like that tells you what kind of man we're dealing with. And I ain't just talking push-ups and sprints. CJ worked on every angle of his game, from footwork to flexibility, from torque to top-end speed. This wasn't a get-right off-season. It was a level-up off-season. Here's the thing. Stroud ain't chasing stat sheets. He's chasing legacy. The work he put in this summer proves that. He slimmed down, bulked up in the right places, and hit personal bests in strength and speed. That ain't just talk. That's commitment. That's grind. Everything kind of works hand in hand, he said. Pocket mobility? Check. Speed on the run? Check. Arm strength, balance. And that twitchy release? Double check. What we're looking at now is a QB ready to make that year 3 leap. Not the cute lil bounce back folks expect. I'm talking MVP caliber. This is about mentality. This is about CJ Stroud stepping into his moment. All the greats had one. Brady had 2007. Mahomes had 2018. Lamar had 2018, 2019, 2025. Might be the year CJ Stroud adds his name to that list. But here's what's different. He's not doing it alone anymore. The Texans, finally, gave their franchise QB some reinforcements. After watching Stroud get battered like a fish fry platter in 2024, the Texans front office said, "Enough's enough." They traded Pro Bowler Laramie Tunsil. Let that marinate. That's like trading your security blanket. But it was necessary. Sometimes a shake-up and chaos, it's strategy, they added. This line ain't perfect, but it's built different. It's younger, meaner, hungrier, and more athletic to match Stroud's upgraded mobility. Now it's on the coaches to make that unit gel. But the ceiling, that ceiling is high, like best O-line in the division high if things click. You all must have forgot. See, still got dogs on the perimeter. Nico Collins emerged as a true no one. Tank Dell coming back healthy, ready to cook DBS like Cajun gumbo. Dalton Schultz at tight end, still a chain mover. And then you got Damon Pierce and Joe Mixon in the backfield. Thunder and more thunder. This ain't no dink and dunk offense. Bobby Slowick calling the shots, and he ain't afraid to let Stroud air it out. This year, it ain't just about stats. It's about splash plays. If the line holds up, Polywoopa, CJ gonna light up scoreboards like it's New Year's Eve. Let's keep it a buck. The AAC is a bloodbath. You got Mahomes. You got Lamar. You got Lamar. You got Burrow coming back. You got Josh Allen. And now Aaron Rodgers in New York. That's a gauntlet. But guess what? CJ Stroud don't flinch. That boy been a dog since his Buckeye days. He played Georgia in the CFP like he was built in a lab. So when people say, can he keep up? I laugh. Keep up? He already proved he belongs. Now he coming for the throne. And let me add this. Ain't nobody in that Texans locker room doubting him. They believe. The city believes. Shoot. Even the haters believe deep down. They just don't want to admit it. You'll love a comeback story, right? Well, let me give it to you straight. C.J. Stroud got knocked down in 2024. He took hits. Physically, mentally, emotionally. But he ain't fold. He ain't flinch. He got back up, laced up his cleats, and went to work like a man possessed. He's got the mind. He's got the heart. And now, he's got the body too. That's a dangerous combination. I seen it with Elway. I seen it with Peyton. I seen it with Tom. This the next one, y'all. And you better not blink. 'Cause CJ coming for everything they said he couldn't have. Texans fans, keep your Sundays clear. Because this year, you ain't just watching a quarterback. You're watching a young king rise to his moment. Ladies and gentlemen, let me tell you all something. This ain't your big brother's summer league. This is about hunger, hustle, and hooping with something to prove. And let me tell you who put the league on notice last night. The Toronto Raptors. Lord have mercy. They play like a team with a championship chip already on their shoulder. Now sit back, lean in, and let your boy UNC Shannon take you on this 5,000-word ride through grit, grind, and Raptors greatness. In Vegas, babies. Baby. Now I know what some folks think. Shannon, it's just summer league. These ain't real NBA games. And to that I say, hush your mouth. These young brothers are playing for more than stats. They playing for roster spots, contracts, pride, and for that one shot to wear that jersey in the regular season. And the Toronto Raptors, baby, they came to Las Vegas with intentions. They ain't just here for them. Dry buffets and hotel gym. No, they came to stack the US and stack development minutes. And last night, they showed exactly why the rest of the league better not sleep on this next wave of talent coming out of Toronto. Let me paint you a picture. You got the Toronto Raptors, already 3-0 in Summer League, going head-to-head with the Golden State Warriors, two of the most culture-built franchises in the league. The Warriors, yeah, they got rings, but they weren't here just to roll over. And what unfolded was ugly, gritty, physical basketball. This wasn't no 140, 135 shootout. No, this was 1980s Detroit Pistons-type basketball. I'm talking elbows, box outs, and bodies hitting the floor. They combined for 30 fouls in the first half alone. It was so chippy, the refs probably iced their whistles after the game. Now I know what some of you all casuals gonna say. That's sloppy ball. But let me tell you what I saw. Commitment to defense, dedication to hustle, and a desire to earn every bucket. The Raptors won 81-69, and it felt like a 120-point statement win. Now, you all know I love a good underdog story, and there's no brighter underdog on that court than Colin Murray Boyles. Lord Jesus, this young man looked like a grown man playing against kids at recess. From the jump, Kembe was locked in. First quarter, only Raptor able to score consistently. Halftime. He got active in the lanes, crashed the boards like he was Dennis Rodman's nephew, and triggered a momentum-swinging 8-point run. The whole time, his coach from South Carolina, Lamont Paris, was on the broadcast singing his praises. And guess what? Every word rang true. At the end of the night, 20 points, 9 rebounds, 4 steals, 2 assists. Let me say it loud and clear. Singbe was the heartbeat of that Raptors win. This young man ain't just summer league good. He's NBA rotation ready. Mark it down. If there's one dude who just does it all, it's AJ Lawson. Every game he's like a Swiss Army knife. Scoring, passing, defending, rebounding. He may not drop 30, but every possession, you feel his presence. And against the Warriors, 12 points, 3 boards, 5 assists, 3 steals. That's what I call stat sheet saturation. He might not be the loudest guy on the court, but if you're a coach, you love this type of player. He's steady, he's smart, and most importantly, he's trustworthy. I'm telling you all, that man gonna get a two-way deal at worst. Now, behind every lead actor is a strong supporting cast. And that's exactly what Jamison Battle and Elijah Martin brought to the table. Jamison Battle gave you 11 points, 5 boards, 2 dimes, and 3 stocks. That steals blocks for my casuals. He was calm, composed, and ready when his number got called. And Elijah Martin, let me tell you, he bounced back like a tennis ball off concrete. After a quiet couple games, he popped off for 13 points and 7 boards. Now don't you get it twisted. Just because Jonathan Mogbo didn't play, don't mean he didn't impact the game. That brother was on the sidelines like a one-man hype squad, waving towels, shouting encouragement, standing up on every dunk like it was Game 7 of the finals. You need that. Championship DNA starts with energy, and Mogbo was the soul of the Raptors bench. Even with a sprained hand, the man showed up, showed out, and showed his leadership. Let me give some flowers to the Golden State Warriors, too. Chris Manon, that boy came to ball, led the team with 14 points and 9 boards. Dude played like his hair was on fire, diving for loose balls, crashing the boards, bringing it on both ends. Alex, too, he gave versatility and grit with 8 points and 4 boards. Look, they didn't make the semis, but they competed. And sometimes that's what scouts are looking for. Don't let the L fool you. Some of these boys earn themselves workouts and invites. Now I want you all to take a step back and look at the bigger picture. The Raptors didn't win this game on shooting. The numbers were ugly. 32.5% from the field, 30% from deep, but guess what? They still dominated. Why? Defense. They controlled pace, turned stops into transition points, and forced Golden State into bad shots. This is the identity the Raptors have to reclaim in the regular season. It starts here, in the Summer League trenches. Let me make this clear for your GMs, coaches, and fans around the league. This Raptors squad is coming. You got a high IQ playmaker in CMB, a utility weapon in Lawson shooters with confidence like battle, grit, and grind energy from Mogbo coaching that holds players accountable, a bench that acts like a family that ain't just Summer League. Success? That's franchise culture building. So as I wrap this up, let me put a bow on it. This Raptors Summer League journey, it's more than box scores. It's about belief. Belief in young talent. Belief in development. Belief in a team-first, defense-first philosophy that can win games, even when the shots ain't falling. Toronto is back in the Summer League semifinals. And they ain't sneaking in, they belong. And to the rest of your teams, you better tighten up. Because if this is what the Raptors look like in July, October might get real spooky. This is Shannon Sharp, unsee to the people, telling you all right now, Toronto got something cooking. Keep sleeping if you want to. Just don't act surprised when them young boys come knocking next season, like they Amazon Prime with the package. Believe that. Ladies and gentlemen, UNC's in the building, and let me tell you all something right now. Josh Allen done climbed the mountain. He done crossed every river, jumped every hurdle, and dance with danger on every blade of grass in the NFL. But there's still one box. The box left unchecked on that resume. And if you all don't know what I'm talking about, you better buckle up, cause NSC about to take you down to Buffalo, where it's icy in January, but the takes are scorching hot year-round. Let's talk about the last piece Josh Allen needs to become a legend. Now, you'll remember when Josh Allen first came into this league. He was Roma, man. Wyoming kid, rocket arm, wild footwork, no touch on them passes. You couldn't tell if he was throwing to a receiver or trying to knock a satellite out the sky. I mean, people were clowning the Bills for taking him 7th overall in 2018. He ain't accurate, they said. Too reckless. They said. Too reckless. They said. Even UNC had doubts. But what happened? Josh Allen worked. That boy went to the lab and rebuilt himself brick by brick. Mechanics, sharpened. Leadership, polished. Confidence, sky high. He turned into a cold-blooded gunslinger who could break a defense's back with his legs, stiff-arm a linebacker like Derrick Henry, and then hit you 70 yards deep on a rope. This ain't no overnight success story. This is earned success. Look, let me tell y'all right now, that MVP season in 2024, it was poetic violence. He threw for 4,682 yards, ran for 653 more, and combined for 45 total touchdowns. That man was out there looking like a gladiator with a golden arm. And it wasn't just about stats. Nah. It was about command. He made the game slow down. You could see it. The timing, the vision, the decisions. Josh was on a different level. He was slicing up defenses like a hibachi chef, putting safeties on skates and linebackers in therapy. He had control. And you don't win MVP in today's NFL unless you're him. And baby, Josh Allen is him with capital letters. But now we got to talk about that elephant in the room. That red and gold beast from Kansas City. Because every single time Allen and the Bills start feeling themselves, Andy Reid and Patrick Mahomes show up like a horror movie villain that just won't die. 4. Straight times 2020 AFC Championship, L 2021 Divisional Round, aka 13 seconds, pain, 2022 Wild Card, another heartbreak, another season buried by Mahomes. Josh Allen's played well in those games. Don't get it twisted, sometimes even outplayed Mahomes. But this ain't about who looked prettier. It's about who walked off that field victorious. And until Josh flips that script, the shadows will linger. Now, when an NFC personnel executive tells ESPN he's done everything, he's answered every test. Only thing left to do is win it all. What he's really saying is this: we out of excuses for Josh Allen. Because let me tell y'all, you can have all the MVPs you want, but legends, they hand out rings at the gate to Canton. Let's not act like Josh out here throwing to mailmen and substitute teachers. He got dogs around him. Stephon Diggs, Mr. Separation, one of the best route runners in football. Dalton Kincaid, young tight end, who got that Travis Kelce DNA. James Cook, shifty, explosive, can hurt you in space or between the tackle. Khalil Shakir, Curtis Samuel, Keon Coleman. This Wakia room is deep. And then that offensive line, upgraded, No more jailbreaks every snap. And the defense? Oh, that front seven. Reinforced like a bank vault. Von Miller's back. They added bodies through the draft. Secondary's been cleaned up. This is not 2022. This Bills team in 2025 is ready-made for a playoff war. Let's talk real. The AFC is a jungle. It's lions, tigers, and full-blown pythons out here. Mahomes and the Chiefs still out here flexing. Joe Burrow back, healthy. Lamar Jackson still a video game in cleats. CJ Stroud looking like a young Rodgers. Trevor Lawrence, Justin Herbert, ready to jump. But guess what? What? If you Josh Allen, and you just came off an MVP year, you gotta beat him. You gotta go through that gauntlet. Stand tall and come out clean. Because you know what the greats do. They don't avoid the fire. They walk through it. And come out wearing the crown. Let me say this as plain as I can, so the folks in the cheap seats can hear it. If Josh Allen wins a Super Bowl this year, he changes his legacy forever. He'd be the guy who carried Buffalo. A team that had 4 straight Super Bowl losses and a tortured fan base to the promised land. He'd be the face of the league. Period the reins. Mahomes got the crown right now. But Josh, he would become Buffalo's savior. His name would go up next to Thurman Thomas, Jim Kelly, Bruce Smith, and then past them. He would be the icon of that city. You bring a Lombardi to Orchard Park. Baby, you might never pay for a meal again in upstate New York. Look, I love Josh Allen. I love his fire, his toughness, his leadership, that backyard brawler mentality. But this ain't college. This ain't about good stories and effort. This is the NFL. You know what the greats do? They finish. And this season, it's laid out perfect. Division's soft. Defense is upgraded. Offense is humming. MVP season behind him. Favorable schedule. Home field advantage on the table. If it ain't now, when? Let's paint a picture. Bills go 13-4. They get that no. 1 seed. Josh throws for 4,800 yards and 40 TDs again. Defense ranks top 5. They roll through the wild card. Chiefs in the AFC Championship. Redemption. He beats Mahomes in front of the whole world. Super Bowl. Bills versus Cowboys. Allen goes toe-to-toe with Dak. Throws for 330. Runs for 2 TDs. And wins Super Bowl MVP. What does that look like? Legacy. Immortality. One name, Josh Allen. Josh, if you listening, Auntie got nothing but love for you. But the time for talking. That's done. You built the house. You built the kingdom. Now bring home the crown, big dog. Ain't no more next year. Ain't no more next year. You the MVP. You the man. Now go be the champion. Go finish the story and write your name in gold ink, baby. Folks, that's all from your boy Unsay. And let me tell you something. This 2025 season, bound to be electric. But if Josh Allen don't cash in, don't talk to me about stats awards or potential no more. We talking rings from here on out. Now hit that locker room, hit that field, and go get what's yours. 17. Let me tell you all something right now. There's disrespect. And then there's what just happened to the Kansas City Chiefs. Left him off the Super Bowl contenders list. No, I can't let that slide. Not on my watch. I can't let that slide. Now I'm gonna start this off real simple for you. How in the world do you forget about the Kansas City Chiefs? How do you leave a team coached by Andy Reid, quarterbacked by Patrick Mahomes, and powered by one of the most battle-tested defenses in football off your Super Bowl contender list? That's like leaving off Michael Jordan when talking about NBA legends after one finals loss. Let's not get it twisted. The Chiefs just came off a run to the Super Bowl. Yeah, they lost to the Philadelphia Eagles, and I give Philly their flowers. Jalen Hurts balled out. But let's not act like the Chiefs didn't win the AFC for a 3rd straight season. They were 1 game away from being the first NFL team ever to three-peat. You don't go from the brink of dynasty history to forgotten in a few months, unless people just don't respect the greatness anymore. And clearly, that's what we're dealing with. See, what we got here is Mahomes fatigue. And I seen it before. They did it with LeBron, they did it with Brady. When somebody's so great for so long, folks start getting tired of him. But let me tell you what Patrick Mahomes done over the past 5 years. Two-time NFL MVP 3. Super Bowl appearances, 2 Super Bowl titles, never missed an AFC championship game as a starter, never. And somehow, Jason McIntyre and Fox Sports got the Chiefs in the top 6? And got the Bills and the Ravens ahead of them? Let's talk about that. But it's funny to me how people always project them to go further than Mahomes, only for Mahomes to send them home year after year. Josh Allen, every time he plays Mahomes in the playoffs, he loses. 2020 AFC Championship, gone. 13-second drive in 2022? Bye, Lamar Jackson. Only just got over the playoff hump. Love his game, but we not gonna pretend the Ravens got further than the Chiefs lately. So why exactly are they ahead of Kansas City? Because Mahomes lost 1 Super Bowl. That's like saying Steph Curry washed because he lost to Boston in the finals. Okay, now let's talk about the real reasons folks trying to count the Chiefs out. Offensive line questions. Travis Kelce aging Mahomes. Peaking. Robert Group looking average, all right. Let's break this down on style. Offensive line. Style. Yeah, they had issues. That Philly D-line gave EM trouble. But this team done rebuilt O-lines multiple times. Andy Reid don't play. And Mahomes done adapted his play style to overcome more than any other QB out there. Travis Kelce? I'll believe he's done when I see it. Until then, the man is still unguardable in space. Still making clutch third down grabs. Still dancing in the end zone. Still dating Taylor Swift. Mahomes peaked? Please. That man ain't even turned 30 yet. If you think he peaked, you don't know football. Rube average? Maybe. But let's not forget, they said the same thing in 2022. What happened? Super Bowl win. Mahomes ain't need Tyreek Hill to stay elite. He don't need a flashy IDR course to get the job done. A lot of folks sleep him on the Chiefs' defense, and that's a mistake. That Steve Spagnuolo defense was top 5 in points allowed in 2024. Young studs like Trent McDuffie, Nick Bolton, and George Karlaftis been putting pressure on QBS. Chris Jones still wrecking backfields. If we being honest, it was the Chiefs' defense that got them to the Super Bowl last year. They held Baltimore to 10 points in the AFC title game. You do that in today's NFL? You legit. And unsees something brewing. This unit ain't done getting better. Look, a lot of folks out here love narrative. And the new one is that the Chiefs dynasty is over. But let me remind you all what the real dynasty looks like. 3 Super Bowl appearances in 5 years back-to-back. Lombardi's best QB in football, Hall of Fame head coach, dominant defense. Tell me how that's not a dynasty. Losing 1 Super Bowl don't change that. You know what Brady and Belichick did after losses? Came right back and won. That's what great teams do. And that's what Kansas City gon' do. If you thought the Chiefs were dangerous before, now imagine them with a chip on their shoulder. You're done disrespected Mahomes. You left Andy Reid off your list. You told a 2-time Super Bowl champion he don't belong in the conversation. That's gasoline on the bonfire, baby. You think Mahomes ain't gonna use this? He already did it once in 2022 when folks said the AFC West would eat him alive. He swept the division. Again. Let's get serious for a minute. Mahomes done entered a different phase of his career. He ain't playing for MVPs no more. He playing for legacy, for rings. You look at how he prepares, how he elevates players, how he stays even-keeled through adversity. That boy becoming the new Brady. And you'll remember how Brady was in the playoffs. Cold-blooded, surgical, ruthless. That's what Mahomes is becoming. So here's what you're going to see in 2025. A leaner, meaner Patrick Mahomes, a retooled offensive line breakout year from a young Eliabar. Watch Rashee Rice or a surprise rookie. Kelsey with one more great season in him, a defense that continues to climb. This ain't just a team looking to bounce back. This is a team on a mission. And when Kansas City gets disrespected like this, they don't get mad. They get even. Let me leave you all with this. You can't erase greatness because of one loss. We saw this happen to Jordan after he lost to the Pistons. We saw it with Kobe after the Celtics beat him. We saw it with Brady after every single time folks said he was washed. And now we see it with Mahomes. You done counted him out. Again, you left him off the list. Again. And like every time before, he gon' make y'all pay for it. Leans forward into the camera. SO Fox Sports, Jason McIntyre, whoever else thinking the Chiefs ain't in that conversation. Keep that same energy when Mahomes back in that AFC Championship. And that same confetti. Because you all might be tired of the Chiefs, but the Chiefs ain't tired of winning. Alright now, UNC Shannon Sharp here. And today we got to talk about a big move out west. The Los Angeles Chargers have officially placed wide receiver Mike Williams on the physically unable to perform list, the PUP list. Now I know what you're all thinking. What does this mean for the Chargers offense? Is Mike cooked? Is Justin Herbert in trouble? Well, sit back, relax, grab your yak and mild cigar, cause we about to break this down piece by piece, from the medical side to the football fit, and yes, to what this really means for a franchise that's been searching for answers every single fall. Let me tell y'all something. Mike Williams, that man is a dog, not a dog. A dog. 6'4", 220 pounds, and when he high points that football, you might as well get ready for the jump ball funeral, cause that DB ain't coming down with it. Plus, that DB ain't coming down with it. Mike's been a cornerstone in that Chargers offense since being drafted 7th overall in 2017. Out of Clemson. You remember Clemson Mike? The one who lit Alabama on fire in the national title game? Yeah, that Mike. Mike, since entering the league, he's been that vertical X-receiver who stretches defenses, dominates the red zone, and bails out quarterbacks on busted plays. And let me be clear, when he's healthy, there are maybe 3-4 guys in the league who can match his catch radius and body control. But that's the issue, and when he's healthy, this ain't the first time Mike's had to sit down with doctors more than he's suited up on Sundays. In 2023, he tore his ACL in week 3, and that was after a history of back issues, knee problems, and random ankle tweaks that kept him off the field too often. Placing him on the PUP list tells us something very important. This ain't just about training camp rep. This means Mike still ain't ready to roll. If you on that list to start the season, you miss at least the first 4 games. And for a Chargers team with a brand new head coach and an offense trying to rebuild its identity, that's major. Now, I ain't no doctor, but I done played enough football and had enough surgeries to know that coming back from a torn ACL as a receiver is no joke. You need burst, you need sharp cuts, you need confidence in that knee. Mike ain't some slot receiver running 6-yard option routes. He's a vertical boundary threat who has to climb the ladder against the NFL's best. And if you ain't 100%, you gonna look bad. And worse, you gon' risk getting hurt again. Let's keep it a buck. This ain't just about Mike. This is about Justin Herbert, the $262 million man who's about to enter the most important season of his career. He's no longer the new golden boy. He's at his and the Chargers. They fired Brandon Staley, hired Jim Harbaugh, and said, "Let's get serious." But how you get serious when your own ain't even practicing? Herbert already lost Keenan Allen this offseason, a future Hall of Famer, a route technician, a safety blanket on 3rd and 7. Now Mike is shelved too. That's 2 of his top targets. Gone 'em. Now what? Dwayne Johnston got to step up. Joshua Palmer got to become a grown man overnight. You got a new offense coming in under OC Greg Roman, who, let's be honest, ain't known for airing that thing out like the Chargers used to. You telling me this man Herbert gonna walk into Arrowhead with a bunch of rookies and backup receivers against the Chiefs and expect to keep up with Mahomes? Stop it. Now this move, it low-key tells you a lot about how Harbaugh is about to build this team. Harbaugh ain't no finesse coach. He ain't trying to win shootouts 38-35. He coming in like it's Michigan versus Ohio State. And he bringing the Big Ten with him. Smash mouth football, tight formations, play action bombs when you least expect it. Putting Mike Williams on PUP, that just accelerates the plan. They drafted Ladd McConkey. They signed guys who block. They go and try to win games 24-17, not 41-38. This team is shifting its identity, and fast. It's going to be about protecting the ball, running with Gus Edwards and J.K. Dobbins, if healthy, and letting the defense win games. Mike Williams doesn't fit that style, not until he's 100% and can threaten vertically again. So don't be shocked if the Chargers' offense in September looks like the 49ers with less talent, tight ends, motion, bootlegs, and a whole lot of 3rd and 2 grinded-out football. Let's have a real conversation now. I don't want to sound like the Grim Reaper, but sometimes the business side of the NFL comes faster than you think. Mike Williams is on the final year of his contract. He's owed a bunch of non-guaranteed money. He is coming off a major injury. The Chargers are trying to get younger. They just drafted his replacement in Johnston. So I gotta ask, is this the last we see of Mike Williams in powder blue? Look, the NFL don't wait on nobody. The minute your production don't match your paycheck, they look for the exit. And with this new front office trying to get lean and mean, they might be thinking, let's ride this out, let Mike walk in 2026 and build around young talent. I hate it because Mike is a baller, but the league don't care how many jump balls you caught in 2021. It care about what you can do for me today. Now y'all know uns don't play fantasy football. I play real football. But for those of y'all drafting fantasy squads in August, let me give you the real. Mike Williams probably ain't the guy you want early. If he starts the year on PUP, he's out at least 4 games. And then what? Snap count, risk of re-injury, uncertainty in an offense shifting its identity. Instead, keep your eye on Quentin Johnston. Now he got all the tools, but that rookie year, oof! Drop balls, bad routes, mental mistakes. But maybe this is the wake-up call he needed. Joshua Palmer, solid. Not sexy, but consistent. And if Ladd McConkey clicks with Herbert early, don't be shocked if that boy catches 60 balls by mid-season. But make no mistake, this ain't the Chargers offense you'll remember. No more bombs away. No more 350-yard games from Herbert. This is now about survival, not style. So where does this go from here? Option 1, Mike recovers by mid-season, comes back in week 5 or 6, and slowly works his way into form. If the Chargers are in playoff contention, he could be the mid-season boost they need. Think of it like getting a trade deadline acquisition. Fresh legs, fresh motivation, big play potential. Option 2. He suffers a setback, and suddenly the Chargers are thinking about cutting him next offseason, or maybe even trading his rights if someone bites. That would be a sad ending, but it happens all the time in this league. Option 3. He comes back late in the season, just in time for a playoff push, and proves he's still got it. And then he hits free agency with leverage, ready to find a new team that'll let him go be a roan again. We just don't know. But what we do know is that the Chargers placing him on PUP in July, that ain't just paperwork. That's a signal. This man ain't ready, and the team is planning for life without him. Let me leave y'all with this. Mike Williams is one of my favorite receivers to watch. Tough, physical, fearless. But this game don't wait on you. Father Time is undefeated. And ACLS don't care how high you can jump. The Chargers are moving in a new direction. Justin Herbert got to adapt. Jim Harbaugh is laying bricks. And Mike, he's now fighting 2 battles. One against his body and one against time. If he comes back and balls out, it's a redemption story for the ages. But if not, this might be the beginning of the final chapter in LA. So stay tuned. Calls in the NFL. Untaint you and promise but the pain. On Shannon now. Now look here, INC gonna tell you the truth. Straight no chaser. Every off-season, the 49ers got a little drama. It's like clockwork. You got a roster built to contend, top-heavy with talent, and now you got wide receiver Juan Jennings looking around like, where's my cut? And let me tell you all something. I don't blame him one bit. But also, I don't blame the 49ers either. We gonna unpack this like grandma's old attic. Let's go. Let's not act brand new like we ain't been watching. Juan Jennings wasn't no first-round pick. Wasn't no polished product. 7th rounder out of Tennessee in 2020. Didn't come into the league with a gold jacket talking about, I am him. He had to scratch and claw for every snap, every catch, every rep. Now fast forward to 2024. This man has turned himself into the definition of a grinder. He ain't the roan. He ain't flashy like Deebo Samuel or root slick like Brandon Ayuk. But when you need a clutch 3rd and 7 in the 4th quarter, it's hash 15 coming across the middle, taking hits, moving the chains. Juan Jennings is what I call a foxhole guy. When the game get muddy, when the pads pop, he ain't hiding. He out there laying it on the line. Stat line may not jump off the page. 41 catches, 570 yards, 4 TDs last season. But watch the tape. You feel his presence every time he on the field. Blocking like a tight end. Emoting like a tight end. Swagger like a linebacker that just got paid. Let's get into the mindset of Juan Jennings. My man made $2.7 million total across his first 4 years. This year, he finally getting a check with some meat on the bone. $7.50 million. But here's the problem. It's a 1-year deal. After this, he right back in the unemployment line if he gets hurt. Or worse, if he becomes an afterthought in Shanahan's offense. And this is where leverage becomes the name of the game. Training camp looms. Injuries pile up. Jennings sees the writing on the wall. BR 3. What you supposed to do when you got a family to feed? Your value at its highest, and your franchise saying, let's wait? You push back. You remind M what you worth. That's business, baby. That's all Jawan's doing. Applying pressure. But here's where things get sticky. Now let's flip this thing and look through the front office lens. John Lynch, Kyle Shanahan. They've been doing this a minute now. These boys don't panic. They draft well. They budget tough. They make surgical extensions when necessary. So when they extended Brock Purdy, George Kittle and Fred Warner this offseason, and left Jennings out in the cold. It said a lot without saying a word. Here's why. Cap space tight as a drum. The Niners got monster contracts on the books. Christian McCaffrey, George Kittle, Fred Warner, Nick Bosa, Debo Samuel, Trent Williams, Brandon Ayuk. Waiting in the wings, that's a who's who of foo. All pros. You can't just throw more cash into that room unless you're moving somebody else out. Raw room already deep. They just drafted Ricky Pearsall in the first round. That ain't for show. That's a succession plan. If Pearsall hit, you got a cheap RA3 to replace a pricey Jennings. They know Jennings' value is local. What that mean? That means he's shining in this system, in this locker room, under Shanahan. Ain't no guarantee another team gonna give up draft capital and pay him. The 49ers love Jawan Jennings. But do they love him at $12 a year with Ayuk and Debo already on the books? I don't think so. This is where we get surgical. The 49ers got 3 real paths forward. Option 1. Extend him now upside. You keep locker room chemistry intact. Brock Purdy keeps a reliable target. You send a message that hard work gets rewarded. Downside. You overextend an already top-heavy cap structure. You potentially block Ricky Pearsall's development. You set a precedent for raw 3s wanting guard 3 wanting 1A verdict from unsee. Love the idea. Don't love the math. Upside. Acquire a day 3 draft pick or maybe a rotational edge rusher. Clear cap. Avoid contract drama bleeding into the season. Downside. You lose your most clutch third down option. Brock Purdy loses his safety blanket. You risk Ayuk or Debo going down. And now you thin at a verdict from unsee. This ain't Madden. You don't trade your heartbeat unless you have to. But if Jennings making noise in the locker room, you might not have a choice. Upside. You get 1 more year of prime Jennings. No new cap obligations. You can reevaluate postseason. Downside. You risk losing him in free agency for nothing. He may play disengaged or disgruntled. Locker room distraction risk. Again. Verdict from unsee. This is the move I think they making. Ride it out. Keep him on ice. Use every drop of what he got left. Then let the market sort it out next spring. Let me break something down for you that stat sheets don't show. Locker room credibility. Jawan Jennings got juice in that building. That's why this situation delicate. He ain't just another raw 3. He a tone setter. A motivator. The guy who gets in Fred Warner's face in practice. The one who lifts up Purdy when he take a hit. That matters. I done been in them rooms before. When a grinder like Jennings get disrespected, it make the other grinders look up and say, "Damn, if he ain't safe, what chance I got?" That ripple hit everybody. But the flip side, you can have a raw 3 dictating terms to your organization. That creates a whole new monster. We gotta talk about Kyle Shanahan, y'all, because at the end of the day, the offense runs through his brain. And Shanahan's track record with wordouts. He makes them. He breaks them. And when he done with aim, he moves on without a tear. Kendrick Bourne, Dante Pettis, Trent Taylor, Richie James. All once labeled the next guy. All gone? But Jennings? He different? He's lasted because he blocks. Because he fits the attitude Shanahan wants. He's what Shanahan wants in a 3. Except for the fact he now wants Dyer 2 money. Shanahan don't bend for nobody not named McCaffrey. He might nod. He might smile. But when it comes time to write the check, now let's not be naive. This whole thing ain't just about Jawan Jennings. It's about Brandon Ayuk too. Ayuk wants raw money. Deserves it too. If you pay Jennings now, you mess up the negotiation rhythm. You get Ayuk's agent on the phone like, wait. You paid the third option before you paid the first? That's how bridges get torched. So now Lynch and Shanahan are juggling fire. Keep Jennings happy without pissing off Ayuk. Keep the room united without overpaying depth. That's why they stalling. Look, here's what I'd do if I was John Lynch. I walk into Jawan Jennings' locker, dap him up, look him in the eye, and say, "Brother, You've been everything we could ask for, and we gonna ride this season with you like that. After that, we'll let the chips fall. This is a grown man conversation. Not everybody get the payday they want, but everybody get the chance to earn it. If Jennings balls out again, somebody will pay him in 2025. Maybe not the 49ers, but someone. If he don't, he bet on himself. The 49ers, meanwhile, need to keep the locker room tight, avoid another Nick Bosa-type standoff, and pray Ayuk stays healthy all year. Because if Ayuk goes down and you traded Jennings, that's a fireable offense. You don't move pieces off the chessboard till you know what's coming. And right now, training camp ain't even started yet. Keep Jennings, stay quiet, and let the season do the talking. That's it from C. I done broke it down like film on a Monday morning. Showing Jennings deserves respect. But in this game, timing is everything. The 49ers got to be smart. Stay disciplined. Don't let another off-season distraction derail what could be a Super Bowl run. Peace. See, y'all keep thinking it's about jump shots and dunks? Nah. This right here is about leverage, negotiation, and ego. The NBA off-season ain't a playground. It's a boardroom battle. And let me tell you, Jake Fisher just dropped some tea, and Uncle Shay Shay gon' serve it hot. I keep telling folks, Cam Thomas is a bucket. Pure and simple. 40-point games like he passing out flyers. But guess what? The Nets ain't in no hurry to pay that man. And I gotta ask, why not? Breakdown of Thomas' breakout performances, cap space flexibility. The $25 in question, internal dynamics. Sean Mark's methodical approach versus aggressive past. Offer sheet strategies, why both sides are playing chicken. And why it might work Cam, looking at what Jordan Poole got, what Anthony Simons got, and saying, I'll better come correct. But Sean Mark's out here pinching pennies like he's shopping at Dollar Tree. Josh Giddey want $30 million per year? Lord have mercy. That boy trying to make John Stockton money without the resume. I like Giddey, but that ain't a friendly number. Statistical regression. Defensive liability issues Bulls logic. Why Art Auras Karnisovas isn't biting agent strategy. Bluffing with no other suitor. How the Bulls youth movement complicates the bag look. If you're asking for Jaylen Brown money, you better have a Jaylen Brown stat line. But Giddey playing like a poor man's Ricky Rubio right now. Let's not get carried away. Now Quentin Grimes, that's a young man who done paid his dues. 3-and-D, can switch, got hustle, and don't complain. Philly need that. I don't know why this deal ain't done yet. Fit with Sixers identity, under new leadership Tyrese Maxey and Joel Embiid's timeline, the Tobias Harris salary shadow. Long-term upside versus present affordability, you keep messing around with these glue guys. And next thing you know you got a roster full of Instagram trainers and G League MVPs. Lock Grimes in now before somebody else sees the value. Brooklyn got cap room. But it's like they treating it like store credit they scared to use. This is New York, baby. What you waiting on? Black Friday? The non-guaranteed contract scenario Brooklyn below the salary floor. Potential fines and implications. Why they've passed on restricted free agents, this time Sean Mark's long-term play. Rebuilding without tanking C. Sometimes in life, doing nothing is louder than making noise. But if you sit still too long in this league, you go and watch stars pass you by while you still trying to find your wallet. Phoenix flirting with Kuminga like that fine girl you don't really want to date. But you keep texting anyway. It ain't gonna happen, but it's fun to talk about. Warriors leverage on Kuminga in a sign and trade. Suns cap issues with Durant Booker, Beal fit issues. Kuminga versus current Suns. Rotation why this rumor is more dream than reality. The Suns can barely afford a pack of gum right now, let alone take on a young star in a sign and trade. Come on now. You're just talking for clicks. You notice what all these moves got in common? Nobody in a hurry. That's new. This league used to hand out money like Halloween candy. Now, everybody holding their wallet close. League-wide salary caution post. New CBA. why RFAs have little leverage unless another team steps up agent power, plays versus front office fiscal discipline. The shifting landscape. Stars get paid. Role players wait. This, the post-pandemic NBA. Baby. Owners done got frugal. Mid-level money used to be candy corn. Now it's gold bullion. Cam Thomas might get paid. Giddey might walk. Grimes might stay. But make no mistake, one of these dudes gon' fumble the bag if they ain't careful. Predictions on where each deal lands. Cam Thomas 3, $66 M, with incentives Giddey. Sign and trade possibility by deadline Grimes. $4, $50 M. Extension late summer, who benefits from waiting? Who gets burned? Why fan reaction doesn't always match team strategy? You ever wait too long to sell your house and the market drop on you? Yeah, that's what about to happen to one of these young fellas if they don't smarten up. Every off-season got lessons. This one? Patience is a killer. Agents bluffing, GMs stalling, and these players, they caught in the middle like a group chat with no Wi-Fi. Advice to young players: understand your value versus perceived market value. Advice to teams: don't let caution become inaction. Why the new NBA ecosystem rewards smarts over flash. The league done change, baby. Baby, you ain't just playing for a contract. You playing a long game. So get your team right. Get your mind right. And don't let Uncle Sam take more than your agent do. I keep telling folks, Cam Thomas is a bucket. Pure and simple. 40-point games like he passing out flyers. But guess what? The Nets ain't in no hurry to pay that man. And I gotta ask, why not? Breakdown of Thomas' breakout performances, cap space flexibility. The $25 in question, internal dynamics. Sean Marks' methodical approach versus aggressive past. Offer sheet strategies, why both sides are playing chicken. And why it might work. Cam, looking at what Jordan Poole got, what Anthony Simons got, and saying, I'll better come correct. But Sean Marks out here pinching pennies like he's shopping at Dollar Tree. Josh Giddey want $30 million per year? Lord have mercy. That boy trying to make John Stockton money without the resume. I like Giddey, but that ain't a friendly number. Statistical regression. Defensive liability issues. Bulls logic. Why Art Auras Karnisovas isn't biting agent strategy. Bluffing with no other suitor. How the Bulls youth movement complicates the bag look. If you're asking for Jaylen Brown money, you better have a Jaylen Brown stat line. But come on now. You're just talking for clicks. You notice what all these moves got in common? Nobody in a hurry. That's new. This league used to hand out money like Halloween candy. Now, everybody holding their wallet close. League-wide salary caution post. New CBA. Why RFAs have little leverage unless another team steps up agent power, plays versus front office fiscal discipline. The shifting landscape. Stars get paid. Role players wait. This, the post-pandemic NBA. Baby, owners done got frugal. Mid-level money used to be candy corn. Now it's gold bullion. Cam Thomas might get paid. Giddey might walk. Grimes might stay. But make no mistake, one of these dudes gon' fumble the bag if they ain't careful. Predictions on where each deal lands. Cam Thomas a bucket. Giddey better come down on that price. Grimes. Go get that bag, young blood. And Brooklyn, quit playing and spend that money. 'Cause the East gonna eat y'all alive if you don't wake up. And that's straight from Uncle Shay Shay. Lord have mercy, Steelers Nation, gather round the front porch and let your favorite Hall of Fame tight end pour y'all a tall glass of contact. The Pittsburgh Steelers are less than 2 weeks away from reporting to St. Vincent College, and the one dude who makes Heinz Field quake like Sunday morning revival, Mr. Trent Jordan Watt, still ain't got his paper right. He skipped out us, he ghosted minicamp, and he's letting that peace sign selfie do the talking. The organization keeps smiling for the cameras, swearing they'll get something done. But behind those curtains, the debate is hotter than Grandma Sharp's Cassie iron skillet. Guaranteed money, structure, and respect. ESPN.com. Now the Rooney family don't just hand out fully guaranteed monopoly money past year two, like they've written blank checks on Friday night. Peep the history. Troy Polamalu got his coin, but Pittsburgh front-loaded the guarantees. Antonio Brown's 2017 extension had fat signing bonuses and rolling roster triggers, not bulletproof cash. Even Big Ben's mega deals sprinkled vesting bonuses instead of ironclad guarantees. TJ's own 2021 pact, 4 years, $112 million with $80 million guaranteed, was the first time the Steelers bent that policy, and only after Watt stared him down like a mama bear protecting cub. NFL.com, so today's stare down ain't brand new. It's Act 2 of the same Broadway play. This time, though, the market has mutated like a superhero origin story. Back in March, Cleveland's Myles Garrett threw dynamite into the edge rusher economy. 4 years, $160 million, $123.50 million guaranteed, translating to a record $40 million. Avail while it's not a QB, bred in league annal. NFL.com Fox Sports, that contract is now the yardstick Watt drags into every room he steps in. Meanwhile, Detroit's rising menace Aiden Hutchinson is circling like a vulture, angling for a fresh deal that could leapfrog even Garrett if the Lions strike early. Pride of Detroit, those two deals, one signed, one forecast, shove Pittsburgh's negotiating posture into a corner. You can't call yourself defense first, then haggle your generational sack artist down to clearance pricing, while the Browns' empty fort knocks 30 miles up the turnpike. TJ turns 31 in October, which in outside linebacker years is like sitting on the back nine at Augusta. He's still a freak. 108 sacks, 33 forced fumbles, a DPOY trophy, and film that should be taught at the Smithsonian. But the medical chart tells another story. Lingering groin, rib, and hammy tweaks that held him to 11.5 sacks last year. New York Post. The Steelers' front office argument is simple. Big fella will match or beat Garrett's average, but we can't guarantee year 4 money to a 34-year-old pass rusher who's cutting on scar tissue. What's camp counters? I weren't worrying about arthritis when I dragged you to Wild Card Weekend twice and tied Michael Strahan's sack record. Both sides are right, and that's why we stuck in gridlock. Jeremy Fowler spilled the beans on ESPN's Get Up. Guaranteed dough, specifically when it triggers, and what void language can snatch it back, is the sticking point. Say Watt reportedly wants 3 seasons fully locked. Pittsburgh's ready to guarantee 2, then protect itself with injury or conduct void. Let UNC break down the accountant's algebra without making your eyes glaze over like church biscuits. 2025 cap room post-June 1 space potential conversions. New cap room at $23 and $28. Thanks to William Jackson's 4-year restructured George Pickens, $6 M, and Cam Hayward extension, E4 or M38, M source, internal OTC projections and Steelers depot cap ledger. Translation: the Steelers can write an extension that slides a $50 million signing bonus across the table today, bumps Watt's 2025 cap hit down below $25 million, and still have cheddar for rookie class and in-season emergencies. The question ain't capacity, it's conviction. Word on the boulevard says Omar Khan picked up the phone just to check the temperature on Watt's market. The New York Post reported a theoretical package of a second-rounder plus a conditional pick because age and salary scare off bidders. New York Post ain't no way, no, how that's real value for a 7-time Pro Bowler. Sounds more like leverage theater, designed to remind Watt his price ain't infinite. But we must account for worst-case scenarios. Possible trade fits if talks reach DEFCON 1. Houston Texans DeMeco Ryans loves edge depth behind Will Anderson. Cap space galore. Seattle Seahawks. Mike McDonald craves movable chess pieces. Would flip 25 first if Watt guarantees restructure. Jacksonville Jaguars keep pace with Anthony Richardson's Colts by pairing Watt with Josh Hines-Allen. Yet, every rival exec I rang up tells me Pittsburgh's still 95% likely to keep Watt because losing iconic stars kills brand equity the way soda kills teeth. New York Post, forget the stat sheet for a sec. Crack open the All 22. Even hobbled, Watt generated a pressure on 15.8% of pass rush snaps, 7th best NFL, forced quarterbacks off their spot 41 times, 3rd, and posted a run-stop win rate of 26%, first among edge defenders with 200 run snaps. When he lined up at Nanga Tech, Steelers surrendered 3.4 YPC. Without him, it ballooned to 4.8. That's atmospheric. Add Football Outsiders composite, Pittsburgh's defensive DVOA, with Watt on field ranked 3rd, off field 18th. Now imagine that gap over a 17-game spread. Screams pay the man. Mike Tomlin's mantra is, standard is the standard. His 18 straight non-losing seasons depend on blue-chip vets buying in. Cam Hayward got a 2-year, $40 million extender at 35. Minka Fitzpatrick's 22 raised top safety charts. Those deals told the room, produce, and Pittsburgh will treat you right. If Watt walks, it undercuts that trust. Young guns, like Joey Porter Jr., watch every handshake. If they see a future Hall of Famer twist in the wind, they'll budget their loyalty accordingly. Tomlin also knows nothing erodes culture faster than daily contract questions. You can't preach gap integrity while reporters ask Cam Sutton whether TJ coming back. Nip it now or hear it all season. Here's the structure. Uncle Shay would slap on Omar Khan's desk tomorrow. Years, 4, 2025-28, total value, $164 million, AAV $41 M. Signing bonus, $52 million, prorated $13. M25 base, 2025 base, $2. Guaranteed, vests at signing, 2027. Guaranteed $25 M injury only at sign, becomes full in March 2026, 2028. $35 M, non-guaranteed base, dummy void after season, that gives Watt $91 M. Full cash within 20 months, tops Garrett while giving Pittsburgh a parachute if Father Time kicks down the door before year 4. Cap hits stay sub $31 M through 2027. 2028 can void or convert. Both sides save face. TJ Watt ain't just sacks. He's lineage. Pittsburgh drafted JJ's kid brother, watched him chase Big Bro's footsteps, and turned renegade into a stadium earthquake every time no. 90 bent the edge. Letting that story end in a contract Cold War would stain a franchise that prides itself on one-helmet careers for its legends. Think Troy, Hines, Big Ben, Onzi's crystal ball. They slog through early camp. Watt shows up by August 5 to avoid daily fines, and the breakthrough comes around the second preseason game, right when the front office can convert existing cash into signing bonus room. Deal lands near 4162 with $95 M full guarantees. So there it is, y'all. 5,000 plus words. Every angle from escrow counts to edge rush win rates, served with a side of backwoods Georgia flavor. The Steelers got the means, TJ got the resume, and the league's economics scream, strike, while the iron's molten. Whether Omar Khan writes the check or tests the trade market, he's about to paint a line in NFL sand. How far a heritage franchise will bend for a superstar on the back nine? And somewhere in the foothills of Wisconsin, a Watt brother's hitting that sled thinking, pay me now or chase me later. Shannon Sharp, Club Shay Shay remote correspondent, signing off. All right now, pull up a chair and let them see Shay paint this picture for you. because the Trey Hendrickson standoff in the Queen City feels less like a routine contract negotiation and more like a high-stakes stare-down at a Midwestern OK Corral. I'm talking tumbleweeds blowing, owner Mike Brown leaning on decades of precedent, and Big Trey cracking his knuckles next to a pass-rush resume that reads like a Stephen King novel for opposing quarterback. We got training camp peeking over the horizon, but Cincinnati's premier sack artist is still chirping, "Show me the money, or I'm showing up in street clothes." That's not rumor. That's straight from Sports Illustrated's Albert Breer, who labeled the whole affair unpredictable. A polite way of saying both sides got gasoline in one hand and a Zippo in the other. Say the numbers can't whisper. They scream, "Let's give the man his flowers before we count his dollars." Since 2023, Hendrickson has piled up 35 sacks, tied for the NFL lead in total pressures last season, 83, and posted back pass rush grades north of 90 on PFF's scale, territory normally reserved for names like Garrett and Bosa. PFTF at 31. This December, he's writing a late prime chapter that says, "Yo, age curves are for folks without a spin move. Why Cincy's margin of error just shrunk to a postage stamp? Remember that 9-gate slog last year? Joe Burrow dragged Ian to a Week 18 heartbeat, but the defense leaked explosive plays like a busted hydrant. TalkSportinfo.com take Hendrickson off that front four, and you might as well hand AFC North offensive coordinators a piñata stick. How we got here, the Band-Aid and the bargain. When Cincinnati scooped Hendrickson in 2021 COVID discount market, they essentially found Cartier in a clearance bin. After 2022's fireworks, they added a one-year Band-Aid extension for 2023, but let 2024 ride with zero new guarantees. Ride with zero stud in the market, where the bar keeps rising miles. Garrett reset the top line at $40 million per, and he ain't even got to buy his own Tums if the Browns serve spicy food, 'cause they threw in a no-trade clause. NFL.com, Danielle Hunter's Bridge, deal in Houston clocks $35.6 billion in $1 in that same mid-30 zip code. NFLD's that code. NFL.com Las Vegas, Raiders, that's the neighborhood trace agent just punched into the GPS. Bengals president. Broken glass everywhere historically. Mike Brown guarded guaranteed money like Fort Knox, but Jamar Chase just blasted that gate with a 4-year, $161 million mega deal. $112 million guaranteed. ESPN.com. Chase even agreed to rolling guarantees to help Cincy massage the cap, which tells Hendrickson, "I'll bend if the talent bends hard enough." Cincy jungle, the hidden variable. Default language and rookie chaos, while Trey Knox, first-round rookie Shemar Stewart, is already waging war over a new clause that would void all future guarantees after a single misstep. If that becomes standard, Hendrickson fears the fine print more than the sack totals. Cincy Junglacey is thinking, "If y'all can nuke a rookie's money with a red jink grenade, what stops you doing it to me at 33? Cap crunch or cap miss." Track lists Hendrickson's 2025 cap hit at roughly 18.teller, and the Bengals with $32 million in space before any rookie deals or veteran restructure. Track throw Burrow's $46 million hit in there, and yes, it's tight, but not claustrophobic when the NFL cap ballooned to $279.20 million. $20 million. ESPN.com. The Crystal Ball contract bleacher reports Gary Davenport just floated a 3-year, $130.50 million projection, $43.50 million per, front-loaded, with over $100 million in total guaranteed. Cincy jungle, that's Garrett money annually, but only a 3-year commitment, balancing sticker shock with shelf life, risk assessment, age curve, and production. Yes, Hendrickson is approaching the wrong side of 30, but he's logged 4 straight seasons of 70 E-plus pressures, never missing more than 2 games in a campaign. Beth von Miller won a ring at 32. Cameron Jordan logged 13.5 sacks at 33. Negotiation tactics. How Mike Brown plays chess at the last minute. Remember Burrow's $275 million blockbuster. That dropped right before kickoff in 2023. NFL.com. The Bengals love to hug the deadline, squeezing every last drop of leverage, then slam the deal button when helmets buckle. Trey knows this game. He's simply turning up the... Some analysts claim a trade is inevitable if no extension materializes. Athlon Sports, but moving an elite edge rusher in July would Goodlou Anarumo's replacement on defense and torch whatever goodwill remains in the locker room. The compensation would start at a first-rounder plus, and contenders flush with cap space are rare birds. Scheme fit and locker room currency on tape. Hendrickson's cross-chop pairs perfectly with rookie DT Chris Jenkins' bull rush lane. Take Trey away, and every exotic front becomes vanilla, leaving DCL golden to dial pressure with blitzes that expose a young secondary. That ripple hurts more than writing a big check. Window math. Burrow's prime versus AFC arms race while Kansas City reloads, Baltimore adds speed, and the Jets finally protect Aaron Rodgers. Cincinnati's margin sits on a razor. One playoff miss becomes a trend, not a blip. 2 straight 98th finishes already got folks side-eyeing Zach Taylor. NFL.com. Letting your best rusher walk or sulk only widens that gap. Compromise blueprint smart money says a compromise lands near $38 million per 3 years, with 70% guaranteed at signing and rolling guarantees year 2. That matches Hunter Crosby territory, while respecting Trey's resume and acknowledging the Chase Burrow guarantee precedent. What if they don't pay? Expect a hold in, report to camp, claim a hamstring tweak, collect fines at a discount. If the Bengals dig in, week 1 without Hendrickson invites a slow start. Deja vu. October panic trades cost more than July compromises. Bigger picture. Cultural shift in Cincinnati. Mike Brown watched the league's economics sprint past his cash conventions. Chase kicked the gate. Hendrickson wants it off the hinges. Either the Bengals evolve, or their talent pipeline plugs up. See, this whole ordeal right here, it's a culture test. The old Bengals, the ones we knew in the 90s and 2000, they'd have let Hendrickson walk out that door, drafted a third-round edge, and hoped he developed into something by 2028. But this is the Joe Burrow era Bengals, the Jamar Chase era Bengals. They just built a new indoor practice facility. They're playing primetime football. They've tasted the Super Bowl twice. So when you got your defensive cornerstone looking around the league, seeing lesser resumes getting much bigger bags, and he says, "Where's mine?" you better respond like a championship caliber franchise. Not like some penny pinching mom and pop shop. You can't tell Hendrickson, "Wait your turn," because guess what? He's already been waiting. They patched it up with a 1-year band-aid last year, and now he's supposed to just trust they'll make it right again? Nah. That man wants real commitment. And he's earned it. And here's what folks ain't talking about enough. The locker room dynamic. You think this is just about Hendrickson? You better believe every single player in that building is watching how this plays out. DJ Reader gone. Von Bell gone. Von Bell gone. Jesse Bates gone. Sam Hubbard is hurt. Logan Wilson got paid but took a value deal to stay. Now Trey's planting his feet saying, "If you'll want to win, start treating me like a pillar, not a placeholder. You don't handle this right, and suddenly you got a quiet mutiny on your hands." Players start wondering, if they're doing this to a top 5 edge rusher, What they gonna do to me? And don't think Burrow isn't watching either. He may be calm on camera, but Joe Cool understands that great defenses win rings. Just ask Patrick Mahomes and Steve Spagnuolo. Let's talk football IQ for a second, not just stat. Trey Hendrickson ain't just out there getting sacks. Is dictating offensive protection schemes. Opposing teams slide help to his side every down. That opens up lanes for everybody else. He doesn't freelance, he's disciplined, a nightmare on stunts, and his get-off is elite. You can't teach his twitch, you can't coach that nasty motor. Since he plays a lot of wide nine and hybrid looks under Lou and Arumo, Trey sets the edge and collapses the pocket. Even when he doesn't get the sack, he forces errant throws. Go back and watch that game. Versus Jags when Trevor Lawrence went down, who was blowing up the right tackle every snap. Hendrickson, that kind of chaos don't show up in the box score. But as quarterbacks, they know who know. 91 is. Now imagine this defense without him. That's a scary movie. Unge advice. Pay the man, but structure it wisely. Sprinkle rolling guarantees, slip escalators for snap percentage. And let Trey do what he does, hunt QBs like they stole something. Because if Cincinnati fumbles this, that Super Bowl window swings shut quicker than a screen door in an Ohio thunderstorm. And Hootie Nation will spend another January watching somebody else parade. The clock's ticking, the pads are cracking, and both sides know the truth. Winning makes every check clear faster. For the Bengals, securing Hendrickson isn't just business, it's the last brick in a Lombardi blueprint. Get it done. Unsee Shay here. You already know what time it is, baby. We talking Kansas City Chiefs. We talking Patrick Mahomes. We talking Andy Reid. And now, we talking about the kind of trade that makes front page headlines and championship parade. I'm talking about that boy from Atlanta, the unicorn himself, Kyle Pitts. Now let me tell you something. This right here, this would change everything. Chapter 1. The Chiefs came up short. Now look. Let's rewind the tape a bit. The Kansas City Chiefs had a shot at immortality. A three-peat. The first time ever in the Super Bowl era. But they ran into a Philly freight train in Las Vegas and got sent packing. Final score, 40-22. The Eagles showed them the business, and now the Chiefs are back at the drawing board. Patrick Mahomes, still him, still magic in a bottle, still the cheat code. But even Mahomes can't win him. All when his top dog, Travis Kelce, is starting to slow down. He's still great, don't get me wrong, but Father Time, he undefeated. You make a move so big, it tilts the balance of power. Enter Kyle Pitts. Chapter 2. The Kyle Pitts Conundrum. Now, Kyle Pitts, man, he ain't just any tight end. He was the 4th overall pick in the 2021 NFL Draft. Let me say that again for the folks in the back. 4. That's the highest a tight end has ever gone. That's how much talent this boy got. But the Falcons, they've been out there running a sandbox offense. They got this thoroughbred in the stable and out here treating him like a fullback. Pitts had 602 yards and 4 touchdowns in 2024. Not bad, but not what you expect from a talent like him. And you can't blame the kid. Nah, that's on Atlanta. Wrong system. Wrong QB carousel. Wrong everything. But let me tell you who would know what to do with him. Andy Reid. Chapter 3. Andy Reid, the tight end whisperer. Andy Reid took Travis Kelce and turned him into a first-ballot Hall of Famer. Took a 3rd-round pick out to Cincinnati and made him Mahomes' ride or die. You put Kyle Pitts in that kind of system? Oh, baby, that's fireworks on Sundays. That's red zone nightmares. That's 2nd and 6 turning into 6 points real quick. Reid knows how to motion his tight ends. He'll flex them out wide. He'll run double the sets. You can line Pitts up like a RAR, like a slot, like an H-back. That's versatility. That's versatility. That's Andy Reid with a new toy. And don't forget Mahomes. You give that man Kyle Pitts with his arm? That's unfair. Chapter 4. The locker room equation. And look, don't think this ain't about chemistry too. You bring Pitts into that Kansas City locker room. You surround him with winners, with dogs, with guys like Mahomes, Chris Jones, Nick Bolton. That championship mindset gon' rub off on him. And Travis Kelce? Man's a legend, but he's also a leader. He'd mentor Pitts the way Gronk took guys under his wing. Pitts would have to carry the load right away. He'd be the apprentice, the next in line. That's how dynasties stayed dynasties. Chapter 5. The trade itself. Low risk, high reward. Now I know what y'all thinking. What it gon' cost? According to Mitch Milani at Bleacher Report, all it might take is a couple late-round picks in 2026. Man, if you the Chiefs, that's like trading pocket change for a Rolex. Atlanta might want to offload Pitts before his rookie contract expires. They know they ain't using him right. They know his value ain't what it should be. That's when you strike. That's when good teams become great. You get value on the low and turn it into gold. You see what Brett Veach been doing the last few years? Always pulling rabbits out the hat. He'd be all over this. Chapter 6. Strategic implications. Look around the AFC. Burrow, Lamar, Josh Allen, CJ Stroud, and don't forget Aaron Rodgers out in New York. You gotta keep your foot on the gas. The Chiefs' offense last year, it sputtered at times. Didn't always look explosive. Rashee Rice stepped up, but you need more. Pitts would stretch the field. Keep safeties honest. Help in blocking. You can run 12 personnel and punish defenses inside and out. This move ain't just about Kelce. It's about taking back the offensive throne. Chapter 7. Kelce's swan song and the Mahomes legacy. Now look, if this is Kelce's last ride, what better way to honor him than handing the keys to a young bull like Pitts? That's how you do it. Let the oak pass the torch. Let Mahomes build with a new weapon for the next 5, 6, 7 years. And Mahomes, he trying to catch Brady. He already got 3 rings. You add Pitts to the mix, and you might be looking at now 4 in 2026. And 5 not long after. Pitts could be that piece. And 5 not long after. Pitts could be that piece. This ain't a luxury move. This a necessity. Chapter 8. What if they don't? If the Chiefs don't pull this trigger, I ain't saying they fall off. They still got Mahomes. Still got that D-line. Still got that calling the shots. But it gets tougher. It gets tighter. Windows don't stay open forever. You wait too long. You miss out. You let Pitts go to someone like the Bengals or Ravens or even the Dolphins. Oh, you got problems. Big ones. This is chess, not checkers. And this trade, that's checkmate. Chapter 9. Final verdict from Uncle Shay Shay. So here's what UNC's saying. Go make that call. Send them picks. Let Mahomes feed him that rock. Because this right here, this would change everything. The road to ring, no. 4 starts with no. 8, let's get it. Chapter 10. Legacy building and the dynasty blueprint. Let me paint the picture even clearer. Mahomes got his money. Kelce got his gold jackets lined up. Reid's one of the greatest minds the game's ever seen. But they ain't done. Not even close. See, the Patriots had their time. Brady and Belichick ruled for 2 decades. But this next era, it's Mahomes and Reed. And to build that kind of longevity, you gotta think 5 years down the road, not 5 games. Pitts gives you that bridge from one era of dominance to the next. You give Kyle Pitts that structure, that coaching, that quarterback, and he gonna blossom into what he was drafted to be. A nightmare, a matchup problem. A Hall of Famer in the making. That's not hyperbole, baby. That's fact. This ain't just about the 2025 season. This about 2027, 2028, 2030. Dynasties don't happen by accident. They get built with smart moves, bold risks, and the right players at the right time. And right now, that time is Kyle Pitts. So, Chiefs Kingdom, you'll know what to do. End of analysis. Ladies and gentlemen, let's talk about a pivotal moment in the NBA season. A decision that could define the New York Knicks' future and potentially change the trajectory of their season. Jalen Brunson, the star point guard who's been the backbone of this team, has been playing at an elite level all season. But the question now is, how will his performance impact the Knicks' chances? Especially with Karl-Anthony Towns looming as a potential key piece for the team? Let's first dive into Jalen Brunson. Now, you got to understand, Brunson wasn't just an off-season acquisition. He's been nothing short of a revelation. This young man has brought leadership, poise, and scoring ability to a franchise that's been starved for consistency at the point guard position for years. Since his arrival, the Knicks have looked different, and his ability to control the pace of the game, whether it's with his scoring, facilitating, or just setting the tone on the floor, has been monumental. But here's the thing. Brunson has also been banged up recently, and that's where the big decision lies for the Knicks. They can't afford to rush him back if he's not fully healthy, because we all know what's at stake. The Knicks are making a playoff push, and having Brunson at 100% is crucial. But there's more to the equation, right? Enter Karl-Anthony Towns, a name that's been thrown around in trade rumors, and I won't lie, his potential arrival in New York would be a game changer. Towns is a versatile big man who can stretch the floor, score inside, and rebound like few others in this league. Adding him to the Knicks lineup could be the type of move that propels them into true contender status, and if you pair him with Brunson, you got a dangerous combo. But here's the thing, Towns' trade availability is a delicate subject. The Minnesota Timberwolves are in a situation where they're trying to figure out their identity. With the emergence of Anthony Edwards and the chemistry between him and Rudy Gobert, the future of Towns in Minnesota is uncertain, and that uncertainty has fueled speculation about his potential move to New York, where he could be the missing piece to take the Knicks to the next level. Now, let's not overlook the Cavaliers, a team that has been on the rise and could present a formidable challenge for the Knicks in the playoffs. With a young, talented core, including the likes of Donovan Mitchell and Darius Garland, the Cavs have proven they can compete with the best. And let me tell you something, that game against the Cavaliers is going to be a litmus test for both the Knicks and Brunson. If Brunson plays, and you got Karl-Anthony Towns in the mix, or looming in the background, the Knicks have a chance to make a serious run. Not just in the playoffs, but deep into the postseason. It all boils down to these decisions. Do the Knicks stay patient with Brunson and give him time to recover, or do they make a bold move and bring Towns to New York? There's a lot on the line, and as much as you love what Brunson has done, if Towns is available, he could be the difference maker. But what's clear is this, the Knicks are making moves, and it's about time they push their chips all in. They've got the talent, they've got the pieces, and with the right decisions, they've got the potential to shake up the East. All eyes are on the Knicks, and whatever direction they choose, they better come correct, because this season is too important to leave anything on the table. Now, as we take a closer look at the potential clash between the New York Knicks and the Cleveland Cavaliers, you can't help but notice the pivotal moments that are shaping the destiny of this franchise. The stakes couldn't be higher, and every decision the Knicks make going forward could drastically alter their postseason prospects. We're talking about a franchise that hasn't consistently been in contention for a championship in quite some time. So when you see a player like Jalen Brunson, who's already made a huge impact in his short time in New York, suddenly dealing with injury concerns, it's like watching a chess match unfold. It's not just about making the playoffs anymore for the Knicks. It's about how far they can realistically go with the pieces they have, and how smart they are in managing their stars. Brunson's importance to this team cannot be overstated. A lot of times you look at a team like the Knicks and you see a roster full of promising talent, but without that one player who can take over the game, who can shift the momentum with just a couple of clutch plays. That's exactly what Jalen Brunson brings to the table. He's got the basketball IQ, the experience, and the leadership that you need when you're trying to make a serious push in the playoff. But injuries are always a concern, and we've seen how one bad stretch can derail an entire season. If Brunson isn't at full strength, that presents a serious issue for the Knicks. They might have the talent, but without their leader at the helm, it's going to be difficult to match up with the elite teams in the East, especially a team like the Cavaliers, who have their own championship aspiration. Now, let's talk about Karl-Anthony Towns. The addition of Towns to the Knicks would undoubtedly turn this team into a genuine contender. Towns is one of the most versatile big men in the league, a player who can stretch the floor, hit three-pointers, and dominate inside. You can argue that the Knicks need another star next to Brunson if they're going to take that next step, and Towns, with his scoring ability and rebounding prowess, fits the bill perfectly. His ability to space the floor would open up opportunities for Brunson to operate, whether he's attacking the basket or running the pick and roll. It's a scary combination, and if you throw in the defense that players like Julius Randle and Mitchell Robinson can provide, this could be a team that not only competes in the playoffs, but might even shock the league by making a deep run. But here's the issue. The Timberwolves situation with Towns is tricky. There's no doubt that Towns is an extremely talented player, but he's been plagued by injuries in recent seasons. The Timberwolves have a unique situation with Towns, Gobert, and Edwards. The team has yet to truly find its rhythm with that trio, and with Edwards' ascension as the team's future centerpiece, Towns' role has become more uncertain. For the Knicks, this presents an opportunity. If Towns becomes available, they should be all over it. But there's always the risk involved in trading for a star player. Towns may be a perfect fit, but he also comes with his own set of questions. Will he stay healthy? Will he mesh with the Knicks system and culture? We've seen big trades before that looked good on paper but didn't translate into success on the court. And when we look at the Cavaliers, a team that has quietly turned into a legitimate contender in the East, you begin to see just how high the stakes are for the Knicks. The Cavs are not the same team they were a couple of years ago. They've built a squad that not only has a lot of young talent, but has the veteran leadership needed to compete in the playoff. The combination of Donovan Mitchell, who can take over games, and Darius Garland, who provides playmaking and scoring, is a tough matchup for any team. The Cavs have a solid defense to back it up, with Evan Mobley providing one of the most promising defensive presences in the league today. This is a team that the Knicks will have to contend with, and it's going to be no easy feat. The Cavs' ability to hit you in a variety of ways offensively and defensively is something the Knicks have to prepare for. If the Knicks are going to have a shot at making a run in the playoffs, they have to not only take care of business against teams like the Cavaliers, but also make the right moves off the court. The front office has to make decisions that position the team to succeed both short-term and long-term. If that means pulling the trigger on a trade for Towns to bolster their chances this season, then they have to be aggressive. However, it's also about timing. You can't rush into a trade without considering all the variables, especially when you already have a star in Brunson who can lead this team. The balance here is delicate, and that's why every decision matters. In terms of strategy against the Cavaliers, the Knicks need to find ways to capitalize on their strengths. For one, Julius Randle has to be at his best. He's the power forward who can dominate both ends of the floor, but he also has to make smarter decisions with the basketball. The Knicks can't afford for Randle to go into one of those offensive funks where he's trying to do too much. They need him to play within the system and trust his teammates. Then there's Mitchell Robinson, who has to continue to anchor the defense in the paint. Robinson's presence is crucial against a team like the Cavs, who can score from all over the floor. If Robinson can stay out of foul trouble and continue to protect the rim, that would be a major boost to the Knicks' chances of matching up well against Cleveland. Now let's take a step back and look at the big picture here. If the Knicks can stay healthy, if they can find a way to make the right moves, whether it's getting Towns or even just continuing to build around Brunson and the current roster, they have a real shot at doing something special this season. The East is stacked, but it's also wide open. Teams like the Celtics and Bucks are the obvious favorites, but the Knicks are in a position where they could catch fire and make a run to the final. That's not something you could have said about this team even just a year ago. But now with Brunson leading the way and the potential addition of someone like Karl Anthony Towns, it's not out of the question. So in conclusion, what the Knicks do in the coming weeks could make or break this season. Whether it's waiting for Brunson to fully heal and hoping he can continue his incredible play, or taking the plunge and making a bold move for Towns, this is the time for the Knicks to be aggressive and bold. They have the opportunity to reshape their future, and the Cavaliers are just one of the many obstacles standing in their way. But if they make the right moves, trust the process, and stay healthy, there's no telling how far this Knicks team can go. So stay tuned, folks, because this next chapter in Knicks basketball is going to be something you won't want to miss. The New York Knicks. A franchise with a legacy. This year, they've got a solid squad, made some big moves, and entered the season with one thing in mind. There's a team out there that has the Knicks sweating, and it's not the usual suspects like Boston or Milwaukee. No, it's the Detroit Pistons, a team that, for a while, has been a rebuilding project, but has now become a legitimate threat. All thanks to one man, Cade Cunningham. Now, I know what you're thinking. The Pistons? That's right. The Knicks are low-key hoping they don't draw Detroit in the first round of the playoffs, and it all boils down to Cunningham's incredible rise. This kid is the real deal, and the Knicks have seen firsthand just how much damage he can do. Let me break it down for you. The Knicks roller coaster season? Let's rewind a bit. The Knicks had a good off-season. They brought in some talent, including Karl Anthony Towns, to pair with Jalen Brunson, Mikal Bridges, and the rest of their squad. Expectations were high. The goal? To go deep into the postseason, potentially make a run for the Eastern Conference Finals. But as the season unfolded, it hasn't been all smooth sailing. The Knicks have struggled against the top teams in the East. Their record against the conference's heavy hitters? A brutal 0-10 against teams like Cleveland, Boston, and Oklahoma City. That right there should raise some red flags. They've been good, but they haven't been able to consistently prove they can go toe-to-toe with the best. And as the playoffs approach, you start to think, is this the team that can make a serious run? The pressure is mounting, but there's another wild card that could throw all of this into chaos. That wild card goes by the name of Cade Cunningham. Enter Cade Cunningham, the star who changed the Pistons' trajectory now. If you've been paying attention, you know who Cade Cunningham is. He's a 22-year-old phenom who has quickly gone from a highly touted rookie to one of the most dangerous players in the NBA. The Pistons, for all their rebuilding over the past few years, have found their centerpiece. Cunningham is not just a scorer. He's a complete player. He can facilitate, he can defend, and he has a maturity on the court that belies his age. When the Pistons faced the Knicks this season, the Knicks felt firsthand just how special Cunningham is. In December 2024, he dropped a triple-double with 29 points, 15 assists, and 10 rebounds, leading the Pistons to a big win in Madison Square Garden. That right, there was a statement, and it wasn't just any triple-double. It was the first one by a Pistons player at MSG since 1968. That's historical. And it showed the Knicks that Cunningham is not just a player to watch. He's a player who can flip the script of a game in the blink of an eye. Fast forward to January 2025, and what do we see? Cunningham lights it up again, putting up 36 points and leading the Pistons to another victory over the Knicks, 124-119. So what does this all mean? The Knicks now have a problem on their hands. This isn't just another team that they're facing. This is a team led by a superstar who has already proven that he can take over games. And if the Knicks draw Detroit in the playoffs, they're going to have their hands full. The Knicks fear a first-round matchup with the Pistons. Here's where things get real interesting. The Knicks, despite their solid season, are not sitting comfortably heading into the playoffs. While they've been great in certain stretches, they've also shown that they're vulnerable, especially when it comes to playing against teams with elite talent. That's where Cade Cunningham comes into play. The Pistons may not be one of the top seeds in the East, but their ability to play spoiler is real. And if the Knicks end up facing them in the first round, it could get ugly. We know the Knicks have the talent to win, but facing a guy like Cunningham, who can take over a series, changes the game completely. The Knicks have a solid roster with experienced players like Julius Randle, Jalen Brunson, and RJ Barrett. But the truth is, the Knicks haven't looked like a team that can consistently compete with the upper echelon of the East. Against a rising star like Cunningham, any slight misstep could cost them. Tom Thibodeau, the Knicks' head coach, knows that better than anyone. His teams are known for defense, but even the best defenses can get exposed by a player like Cunningham, who can attack in so many ways. The Knicks can't afford to underestimate Detroit, especially when Cade is on the court. He's a difference maker, a game changer, and the type of player who can elevate his team in ways most young players can't. The challenge of stopping Cade Cunningham. So, what can the Knicks do to slow down Cunningham? First and foremost, it's going to take a team effort. The Knicks have some of the best defenders in the league in Mikal Bridges and Josh Hart, and they'll be tasked with containing Cunningham. But that's easier said than done. Cunningham is a master at getting to his spots, reading the defense, and finding ways to score. He's also a playmaker, capable of dishing out assists and creating open shots for his teammates. The Knicks will need to be creative in their defensive schemes. They can't just rely on one player to shut down Cunningham. It's going to take multiple defenders, different looks, and a lot of communication. But even then, there's no guarantee they'll stop him. Cunningham's ability to break down defenses, score at all three levels, and make plays for others makes him a nightmare for any team. Conclusion: why the Knicks want to avoid the Pistons when you step back and look at the big picture? The Knicks' biggest fear heading into the playoffs isn't necessarily facing a team with more talent. It's facing a team with a player who can swing a series single-handedly. That player is Cade Cunningham. His rise to superstardom has changed the game for the Pistons. And if the Knicks want to avoid an early exit from the playoffs, they'd be wise to hope they don't have to face him. In the end, this isn't just about avoiding a matchup. It's about respecting what Cunningham brings to the table. He's a player who can change the momentum of a series, and that's the kind of player the Knicks want to stay away from. For New York, the key to success in the playoffs will be staying focused, playing their brand of basketball, and hoping that someone else knocks out Detroit before they can face the Pistons and their superstar. Because if they end up facing Cade Cunningham in the first round, it's going to be one heck of a challenge. Shannon Sharpe's closing thoughts. Let's call it what it is. The Knicks know what's at stake. They know they can't afford to take a team like Detroit lightly, not with a player like Cade Cunningham leading the charge. This playoff series, if it happens, will be one of those watch-every-minute type of situation. The Knicks have the talent to win, but whether they can contain Cunningham and the Pistons remains to be seen. As for me, I'm watching closely. If you're a Knicks fan, you better be too. This analysis offers a deep dive into the potential playoff matchup between the Knicks and Pistons, with a focus on the rising star Cade Cunningham. I've aimed for a conversational tone inspired by Shannon Sharpe, blending insights and storytelling to keep the reader engaged. Let me know if you need more detail. Ladies and gentlemen, today we're diving into a moment that made waves in the world of basketball. The ejection of Cleveland Cavaliers head coach, Kenny Atkinson, after a profanity-laced outburst at referee. This isn't just any run-of-the-mill sideline flare-up. Oh no! This was a volatile eruption that sparked conversation across the league. And for good reason. We're going to take a closer look at what happened, how it fits into the bigger picture of the Cavaliers season, and why this could be a defining moment for the franchise. Buckle up. This analysis is going to be deep, thorough, and, as always, unapologetically real. The game that set the stage to fully understand why Coach Atkinson's ejection was such a big deal. Let's first set the scene. The Cleveland Cavaliers were facing the Indiana Pacers in a high-stakes game. Now, the Cavaliers had already locked in their playoff spot and were sitting comfortably as one of the top seeds in the Eastern Conference. But for the Pacers, this game was critical. They were fighting for positioning in the playoff race, and every game counted. As the matchup wore on, the intensity ramped up. The atmosphere was electric, but it wasn't all just hype and energy. It was frustration bubbling up on both sides of the court. Cleveland, despite being one of the league's best teams, was dealing with some key injuries, and that added to the tension. Without their full squad, the Cavs were already walking a tightrope. Enter the referees, who, as we know, can be a focal point of frustration for any team, especially when calls start going against you in the heat of the moment. The incident, a volatile outburst now, the pivotal moment of this game, came midway through the third quarter. The Cavaliers were already fighting an uphill battle, and when C.D. Osman was called for a blocking foul, a call that many, including Coach Atkinson, felt was a clear mistake. The coach lost his composure. There's a fine line between passion and chaos, and Atkinson crossed that line. He stormed onto the court, screaming at the referees, his emotions boiling over, his words filled with profanity. The referees naturally weren't going to stand for that, and they hit Atkinson with a double technical foul. But that wasn't enough to cool him down. In fact, it escalated the situation, and before long, Atkinson was ejected from the game. The first time in his coaching career with the Cavaliers. Now, let's take a second to recognize something. We all know that coaches sometimes lose it on the sidelines. It's part of the game. But the way this went down, with the level of profanity and intensity involved, it caught people's attention. And rightfully so. The fallout. What came after the ejection? When the dust settled, the Cavs were left without their head coach, and the team seemed to lose their focus. Assistant coach Paul Pressey took over the duties, but the Cavs couldn't regain their composure after the ejection. They went on to lose the game to the Pacers, 114-112. While this loss didn't have a direct impact on Cleveland's playoff standing, it highlighted some cracks in the armor. When a coach like Atkinson is ejected in such a dramatic fashion, it sends a message. It's a signal that something deeper is at play, whether it's the mounting pressure on the team, frustration over missed calls, or maybe even a lack of discipline in the heat of battle. We saw a team that, despite its immense talent, was struggling to stay calm and composed under pressure. The ejection, while emotional, also exposed a vulnerability that the Cavaliers would need to address if they were to succeed in the postseason. Cleveland's history of sideline drama now. If we take a step back and look at the broader context, this incident doesn't exist in a vacuum. Cleveland has had its fair share of sideline drama and coaching turmoil over the years. This franchise has experienced turnover at the coaching position, whether it was the shocking firing of David Blatt in 2016, the mid-season departure of Tyronn Lue in 2020, or the more recent exit of J.B. Bickerstaff in 2024 after a disappointing playoff run. Atkinson's outburst is just another chapter in a long line of emotional moments that have defined this team. These incidents, whether good or bad, speak to the passion, intensity, and urgency that Cleveland has carried with it, but they also highlight a possible issue with leadership and stability. If you want it to be a championship caliber team, you need stability from the top down. The coaching staff needs to be consistent, composed, and most importantly, they need to be able to handle the pressures that come with the job. A deeper look at the Cavaliers' culture. The Cavaliers' culture has been under scrutiny for a while now, and Atkinson's ejection only amplified the concerns. There's no denying that Cleveland has a lot of talent on the roster. From star players to promising young talent, this team has the pieces to make a deep playoff run. But they also have a history of internal strife and sideline issues. In a franchise that's experienced significant turnover at the coaching position and often found itself in a state of transition, the ejection of Atkinson is another example of the challenges Cleveland faces in maintaining a solid and steady culture. It's important to recognize the broader impact of these kinds of incidents. When a head coach gets ejected, it affects not only the current game, but the mindset and morale of the entire team. Players see the coach's frustration, they feel the energy, and it can lead to either galvanization or further chaos. It's a fine line, and it can go either way. What's next for Cleveland? So where does Cleveland go from here? The Cavaliers have some serious decisions to make, both in the immediate future and in the long term. The aftermath of Coach Atkinson's ejection has created an opportunity for the team to take a step back and evaluate their mental and emotional resilience. They have to figure out how to stay calm under pressure, how to handle adversity in high-stakes games, and how to better manage their emotions when things don't go their way. The team's leadership is at a crossroads. Atkinson has shown that he's capable of motivating his team with passion, but he's also demonstrated that his emotional intensity can sometimes spill over and have negative consequences. Going forward, the Cavaliers need to strike a balance between passion and composure. If they can harness that fire and channel it into a more controlled, disciplined approach, they could be a formidable force in the postseason. Conclusion. A moment of reflection and growth in sports. There are moments that define a season. Some of them come from great plays, incredible comebacks, or unexpected victories. Others come from moments of conflict, frustration, and adversity. The ejection of Coach Atkinson was one of those moments. It was a raw, unfiltered display of emotion. A reminder that even the best of us can lose our cool when the stakes are high. But here's the thing. This moment can be a turning point for the Cavaliers. It can serve as a wake-up call. A signal that they need to grow, evolve, and find a way to better manage their emotions in the heat of battle. Because if they don't, they'll continue to run into issues that can derail their playoff hopes. As for Coach Atkinson, he's shown that he cares deeply about his team. And sometimes that passion boils over. But if this incident becomes a catalyst for growth, both for him and for the team, it will have served a valuable purpose. So, Cleveland, it's time to take a good hard look at what this ejection really means. Will you rise to the occasion, learn from this moment, and use it to fuel your playoff run? Or will it be yet another in a long line of missed opportunities? As always, the ball's in your court. Shannon Sharpe, former professional football player and sports analyst, offering an unapologetic take on a defining moment in the NBA. All right, y'all. Let's talk about one of the most exciting stories coming out of the NBA this season. The Indiana Pacers. We've seen the Eastern Conference dominated by heavyweights like the Boston Celtics, Milwaukee Bucks, and Miami Heat for years, but this season, the Pacers have shocked the league and secured a top 4 spot in the East. Now, I'm not saying we didn't see this coming, but I'm also not going to act like we didn't have some doubts earlier in the season. But they've been absolutely electric, putting together a game plan that's been working and elevating their game with each passing month. Let me break it down for you, Shannon Sharpe style. We're talking about a team that's young, hungry, and playing the kind of basketball that has them poised to make some noise in the postseason. But it wasn't always this way. The Pacers' rise to the top 4 in the East is a tale of hard work, strategic play, and some key players stepping up when it mattered most. The Pacers' regular season journey, a step-by-step breakdown. The Indiana Pacers came into the 2024-2025 season with a lot to prove. They weren't the favorites to finish in the top 4 of the East, but they didn't care about that. They came out swinging. By the end of the season, the Pacers secured a 49-32 record, a spot in the playoffs, and an important position among the top teams in the East. This isn't just about making it to the postseason, though. It's about showing that they belong among the elite teams in the conference. Now, they sealed their top 4 spot with a strong finish to the regular season, including an impressive 6-game win streak that highlighted their resilience and determination. It wasn't always smooth sailing for Indiana, but when push came to shove, they found ways to win games, whether it was a high-scoring affair or a hard-fought defensive battle. They didn't shy away from big moments, and that's something that's going to serve them well in the playoffs. The key players who stepped up for the Pacers. Listen, we've all seen the highlight reels of Tyrese Haliburton making magic with his passing and Miles Turner swatting shots left and right. But let's not overlook the contributions from the whole team. That's what's made the Pacers such a dangerous team this season. Their balance and depth. Tyrese Haliburton. When you talk about the Pacers, you can't start anywhere other than Haliburton. The kid's been a revelation this season. Not only is he averaging a career high in points, but his court vision and ability to orchestrate the offense have been key. Haliburton is the engine that makes this team go. His ability to run the offense, hit timely shots, and lock in defensively has been nothing short of impressive. The Pacers are a better team when he's on the floor, and his leadership has shown in the clutch moment. Miles Turner. You can't talk about the Pacers without mentioning Turner. This man is a walking shot-blocking machine. He's been a defensive force all season long, altering shots, grabbing boards, and making life tough for opposing bigs. But don't sleep on his ability to stretch the floor. Turner's three-point shooting has opened up the floor for Indiana's offense, and it's made them one of the more unpredictable teams in the league. He's a true two-way player and a critical part of their success. Benedict Mathurin. If you haven't been watching Mathurin this season, you're missing out. The rookie has been a huge spark off the bench for the Pacers, providing an instant scoring punch and playing with a level of fearlessness that you don't often see from first-year players. Mathurin's ability to create his own shot and space the floor has been a big factor in the Pacers' success. He's a player to keep an eye on moving forward. Buddy Hield. Now, let's not forget about the veteran presence of Buddy Hield. Hield has been one of the most consistent shooters on the Pacers, and his ability to knock down three-pointers in clutch moments has been crucial for this team. His shooting stretches the defense and gives Haliburton more space to operate, making him a key piece of the Pacers' offensive attack. Defensive identity. A team built on effort and versatility. Look, the Pacers' offense has been flashy at times, but the real story this season has been their defense. Let's talk about the defensive identity they've built under head coach Rick Carlisle. Now, Carlisle is a seasoned coach who knows how to get the most out of his players. And this year we've seen him shape this team into one of the more versatile defensive units in the league. The Pacers have been great at switching on screens, forcing turnovers, and contesting shots. Turner is obviously the anchor of their defense, but it's been a team effort. The Pacers have bought into Carlisle's defensive philosophy, and it's been paying off. You look at games where they've locked up high-powered offenses, and you realize that defense is what has really separated them from the pack. Carlisle's defensive schemes aren't just about individual brilliance. They're about playing as a cohesive unit. The Pacers have the flexibility to switch between different defensive schemes, whether it's man-to-man, zone, or a hybrid, and that versatility has made them difficult to break down. When you have players who can play multiple positions, like Haliburton and Mathurin, you're able to throw different looks at opposing offenses. That's been a big key to their success. Clutch play. Pacers' ability to close out games when you're fighting for a top 4 spot in the East. One of the most important factors is your ability to close out games. It's easy to win when you're up by 20 points, but can you execute in crunch time when the game is on the line? The Pacers have proven they can do just that, time and time again. We've seen this team step up in the final minutes of games, executing down the stretch with poise and confidence. Whether it's Haliburton hitting clutch shots or Turner making a big defensive stop, the Pacers have been able to get it done when the game is in the balance. What's impressed me the most is their resilience. In a season full of ups and downs, the Pacers have found a way to stay composed in tight games. They've learned how to execute in high-pressure situations, and that's something that will serve them well as they head into the playoff. Playoff outlook. Pacers road to the finals. So, what does this mean for the Pacers in the playoffs? They've got a tough road ahead, but the potential is there for them to make some noise. Their top 4 finish means they'll have home court advantage in the first round, which is huge. But it's not just about where the games are played, it's about how they match up with their opponent. A potential matchup with the Milwaukee Bucks, led by Giannis Antetokounmpo, would be a tough challenge. But the Pacers have already shown they can hang with the best. We saw them beat the Bucks in the in-season tournament, so we know they can compete at a high level. But it's going to take more than just beating one of the best teams in the league once. They'll need to do it in a 7-game series. If the Pacers are going to make a deep playoff run, they'll need continued strong performances from their key players. Halliburton will have to keep running the offense. Turner will need to dominate in the paint. And Mathurin will have to keep providing that spark off the bench. But it's not just about the stars. It's about the whole team buying into the system and executing when it matters most. Conclusion. The Pacers are ready to compete at the end of the day. The Pacers have shown they belong among the elite teams in the Eastern Conference. They fought their way into the top 4. And now they're ready to prove they can make a deep playoff run. This team has a lot of talent, a lot of heart, and a lot of potential. They may not be the favorites, but they're certainly a team nobody wants to face in the postseason. So, as we head into the playoffs, keep an eye on the Pacers. They've earned their spot, and they're not going down without a fight. Whether they're knocking down clutch shots, locking up the opposing team's best player, or simply outworking everyone, this team has the tools to make a serious run. And who knows, maybe we'll be talking about the Pacers as Eastern Conference champions when it's all said and done. In the NBA, anything can happen, and the Pacers are ready to make their mark. In the world of the NBA, every now and then, a game comes along that demands attention, not just because of the stakes, but because of the sheer brilliance displayed on the court. That's exactly what happened when the Minnesota Timberwolves faced off against the Memphis Grizzlies on April 11, 2025. This wasn't just another regular season game. It was a statement, a night where Anthony Edwards, the explosive star from Georgia, unleashed a performance for the ages, propelling his team to a franchise record-breaking victory. Now, you know the Timberwolves had a lot riding on this game. Both teams were locked in a fierce battle for playoff positioning in the Western Conference, with identical records of 46-33. The winner of this game could set themselves up for a direct playoff berth, while the loser could face the dreaded play-in tournament. With so much at stake, you had to know it was going to be a high-intensity matchup, but nobody could have predicted what was about to unfold. The first half, a duel between two playoff contenders, the game began with the energy you'd expect from two teams fighting for their playoff lives. Both the Timberwolves and the Grizzlies came out with intensity, trading buckets, making defensive stops, and pushing the pace. Memphis, led by Ja Morant, was doing what they do best, attacking the basket with ferocity, creating open looks for shooters like Desmond Bane, and dominating the paint with Jaren Jackson Jr. On the flip side, Minnesota's offense was fueled by none other than Anthony Edwards. The 22-year-old guard was in rhythm early, showcasing his ability to score from all 3 levels. Whether it was driving to the rim, pulling up for a mid-range jumper, or knocking down deep three-pointers. However, Memphis wasn't going to roll over. Morant had his own answer to Edwards' scoring barrage, slicing through the Timberwolves' defense with his trademark speed and vision. By halftime, it was clear this was going to be a fight to the finish. The teams were neck and neck, with the Grizzlies holding a narrow lead. But even in the face of Memphis's aggressive play, there was something special happening on the court. Edwards had already racked up 20 points, and he wasn't done yet. The game was about to take an unexpected turn, one that would go down in Timberwolves history. The third quarter, a historic eruption. When the second half began, it didn't take long for the Timberwolves to turn things up to another level. They came out of the locker room on a mission, and that mission was clear. take control of the game, and take control of their playoff destiny. Edwards, who had been playing well, now fully embraced the role of alpha. He wasn't just scoring, he was dominating. In what became one of the most remarkable quarters in NBA history, the Timberwolves unleashed a 52-point third quarter, setting a new franchise record. That's right, 52 points in a single quarter. You can talk about fast breaks, perimeter shooting, ball movement, and defensive stops. But when a team scores that many points in a single period, it's more than just basketball. It's a statement. And at the center of it all was Edwards. He was absolutely unstoppable. During that third quarter, he scored 17 of his 44 total points, including several jaw-dropping dunks, clutch three-pointers, and drives to the rim that had the crowd in a frenzy. It wasn't just the quantity of his points. It was the quality. He was putting on an absolute show, hitting shots from all over the floor, and Memphis simply couldn't respond. What made Edwards' performance so impressive wasn't just the scoring, though. It was his ability to control the tempo, to shift the momentum in the Timberwolves' favor. There's a reason they call him Ant-Man, because when he takes over, the entire game seems to revolve around him. And in that third quarter, he became the gravitational force that pulled the Timberwolves into the stratosphere. Julius Randle's key contributions, a helping hand in the record-breaking performance, while Anthony Edwards was the clear star of the night. The Timberwolves wouldn't have pulled off such a dominant win without some important contributions from other key players. One of those players was veteran Julius Randle. Randle, who has been a steady presence for the Timberwolves all season long, turned in a performance that complemented Edwards' brilliance. Randle finished the game with 31 points and 10 rebounds, playing a crucial role both offensively and defensively. His scoring ability allowed the Timberwolves to maintain their offensive flow, while Edwards was the focal point of the attack. Randle's ability to stretch the floor and knock down key shots helped open up driving lanes for Edwards, and his tenacity on the glass provided the team with second-chance opportunities. In essence, while Edwards was the spark, Randle was the glue that held everything together. The balance between the two made the Timberwolves nearly impossible to stop. With Randle doing the heavy lifting alongside Edwards, Memphis found themselves overwhelmed, unable to slow down Minnesota's relentless attack. The Grizzlies' struggles, a team under siege on the other side of the court. The Grizzlies found themselves in a tough spot. Despite the best efforts of Ja Morant and his teammates, Memphis just couldn't find an answer for Minnesota's blistering offensive output. Morant finished the game with a solid 28 points, but he was forced to do it inefficiently, struggling to find his rhythm against the Timberwolves' defense. Jaren Jackson Jr. had a decent showing, contributing 18 points and 8 rebounds, but even his shot-blocking prowess couldn't stem the tide of Edwards' offensive explosion. As the game wore on, Memphis grew frustrated, and the Timberwolves kept pouring it on. The Grizzlies' inability to adjust to Edwards' scorching play was a testament to how locked in the young star was. Memphis had relied on their defense all season, but against a team shooting with such precision and intensity, they simply couldn't keep up. The third quarter was particularly damning. 52 points in a single period is unheard of, and it was the death knell for Memphis' chances of a comeback. The final stretch, Timberwolves closed strong, with the lead ballooning to a comfortable margin heading into the fourth quarter. The Timberwolves didn't take their foot off the gas. Edwards and Randle continued to assert their dominance, and Minnesota's defense, which had been solid all game, locked things down in the final frame. The Grizzlies made a few runs to cut into the lead, but by then, the damage had been done. When the final buzzer sounded, the Timberwolves had secured a 141-125 victory, and Edwards had etched his name into the franchise's history books with 44 points, 6 rebounds, and 4 assists. But more than just the individual numbers, this game was a defining moment for the Timberwolves as a team. They had just made a statement in one of the most crucial games of the season, and they did it in record-breaking fashion. What this game means for Anthony Edwards and the Timberwolves. So, what does this game mean for Anthony Edwards and the Minnesota Timberwolves? Well, for one, it solidifies Edwards' place as one of the most exciting young players in the league. His performance against Memphis wasn't just a flash in the pan. It was the culmination of years of hard work, growth, and maturing into a true superstar. Edwards has always had the talent, but this game showed that he now has the confidence and poise to take over a game when his team needs him the most. As for the Timberwolves, this victory could prove to be a turning point in their season. By securing a commanding win against a fellow playoff contender, they've put themselves in a strong position to make a deep playoff run. With Edwards leading the charge, they have the potential to make some noise in the postseason. Conclusion: a night for the ages in the world of sports. Moments like these don't come around every day, but when they do, they leave a lasting impression. Anthony Edwards' eruption against the Memphis Grizzlies on April 11, 2025 was one of those moments. It wasn't just a win for the Timberwolves. It was a statement. A statement that they're a team to be reckoned with, led by one of the most dynamic young stars the NBA has seen in years. This game will be remembered as a turning point, a moment where Edwards cemented his status as a future NBA superstar. It will be remembered as the night the Timberwolves set a new franchise record and made a statement to the rest of the league. As for the Grizzlies, this loss was a tough one to swallow, but it's part of the grind that every playoff contender goes through. Ja Morant and his teammates will be back, no doubt, but they'll remember this game as a tough lesson in how quickly a game can slip away when facing an opponent on fire. For now, though, the spotlight is on Anthony Edwards and the Minnesota Timberwolves. And if they continue to play like they did that night, the rest of the league better watch out, because the Timberwolves have just shown what they're capable of when everything clicks. All right, folks, let's talk about a situation that's been making headlines. Ja Morant's grenade celebration. The young star of the Memphis Grizzlies has been lighting it up on the court with some incredible performances. But once again, his off-court actions have put him in the spotlight. This time, for all the wrong reason. Now, we all know Ja is one of the most electric, dynamic players in the NBA today. His athleticism, his highlight reel dunks, and his fearless attacking style are part of what makes him a fan favorite. But in the world of professional sports, you have to be aware of more than just what you do on the court. You've got to be aware of the image you project off the court too. So, let's break this down piece by piece. The moment that caught everyone's attention in a recent game against the Minnesota Timberwolves, Ja Morant hit a clutch shot. And just like any other passionate player, he celebrated. But here's where it went wrong. Instead of the usual fist pump or pointing to the sky, Morant chose to mimic the act of pulling a grenade pin and throwing it. Now it's important to point out that Ja isn't the first player to celebrate with an over-the-top gesture. The NBA has seen its fair share of creative celebrations over the years. However, this one was different. The context matters here. Morant has already been in the headlines for some off-court behavior involving firearms. This new celebration, drawing attention to a violent act, raised eyebrows across the league. The backdrop: Morant's history. Let's not forget, this isn't the first time Ja Morant has been involved in a controversy. In 2023, he was suspended twice after incidents involving guns. One of those suspensions came after Jay posted an Instagram video showing himself holding a firearm in a club, which led to a widespread outcry. The second incident occurred after Morant was allegedly involved in a threatening situation with a teenager, which again raised concerns about his behavior. NBA fans and analysts, including myself, have been hoping that JR would take the time to reflect, learn from those mistakes, and move forward in a more mature direction. But when you take all of this into consideration, the grenade celebration feels like an extension of those past mistakes. It's as if Ja hasn't fully understood the impact of his actions, both on and off the court. The reaction: Charles Barkley and Kenny Smith weigh in, as you can imagine. The reaction to Ja's grenade celebration was swift. Former NBA legends Charles Barkley and Kenny Smith were among the first to speak out against it. Charles Barkley, known for his no-nonsense approach to analyzing the game, didn't mince words. He called it immature and even suggested that it might have been a sign of a lack of maturity in the young guard. Kenny Smith, who's always been one to offer thoughtful commentary, echoed similar sentiments. stressing that Morant needed to be more mindful of the messages he was sending, especially given his platform and the controversies surrounding him. Barkley went as far as to say that former Grizzlies coach Taylor Jenkins might be breathing a sigh of relief that he's not in charge of dealing with this particular situation. And you know what? I get it. As a coach, you want your players to express themselves, but you also want them to be aware of the consequences that come with those expressions. Shannon Sharpe's take. The importance of accountability now. Let's get into my personal take on this. As someone who's been in the spotlight for most of my career, I can tell you this. It's easy to get caught up in the excitement and the moment. But as a professional athlete, you have to understand that everything you do is under a microscope. Whether you're playing in a game, making a post on social media, or in this case, celebrating a play, your actions can have far-reaching consequences. Ja Morant has a responsibility, not just to himself, but to his team, the league, and his fans. He's a role model, whether he likes it or not. His fans look up to him. Young kids are watching him and trying to emulate his game. When you perform a celebration like this, you're sending a message, and that message can be interpreted in a lot of ways. Some people might think it's cool. Some people might think it's tough, but there's a whole group of people who see it as irresponsible, reckless, and a step backwards. We saw it with the gun incidents. He wasn't just hurting himself. He was hurting his team's reputation, the NBA's reputation, and his potential sponsorship deals. And let's not forget the financial side of things. Those endorsements don't come for free, and they don't last forever. In today's world, one wrong move can cost you millions. Ja needs to be more careful about how he's portraying himself because the road he's on could lead to long-term damage to his career. The broader implications, social media, public perception, and the NBA's brand in the world we live in today. Everything is amplified by social media. Every tweet, every video, every post, and every celebration gets scrutinized. Ja Morant is no longer just an NBA player. He's a brand. He's a business. And, like it or not, his actions affect his value off the court. The NBA is already a league that struggles with its image in some areas. The league has worked hard to shed the bad boy reputation of the 80s and 90s. It's been focused on cultivating stars that fans admire for their skill, leadership, and their integrity. Morant's grenade celebration, coming on the heels of his previous controversies, doesn't help the image of the league. The NBA doesn't want to be associated with violence or glorifying harmful behavior. The league needs its stars to set a positive example, and Ja Morant, unfortunately, missed the mark with this celebration. The lesson? Maturity, responsibility. So what's the takeaway here? Ja Morant is undoubtedly one of the most talented young players in the NBA, but with great power comes great responsibility. The world is watching. The young kids who idolize him are watching. And the NBA as a brand is watching too. Ja has a choice. He can continue to follow this path of reckless behavior, or he can take a step back, look at his actions, and realize that his career and legacy are at stake. If I were Ja, I'd take a hard look in the mirror. He's got a lot of potential, but potential means nothing if you don't know how to handle it. At the end of the day, it's not just about the basketball. It's about the person you choose to be. Ja Morant has the chance to be one of the greatest players to ever play this game. But if he doesn't learn from his mistakes and grow from them, he might find that the talent he has doesn't matter in the long run. Conclusion. A time for reflection. We've seen it time and time again in sports. Athletes who, despite their incredible talent, let their personal issues get in the way of their careers. Ja Morant is at a crossroads right now. He has the ability to turn things around and become the face of the NBA for years to come. But that will only happen if he starts making better decisions. If he can mature, take responsibility for his actions, and recognize the weight of his influence, He'll come out of this stronger. So, to Ja, and anyone else who might be watching, it's time to grow up. It's time to realize that what you do off the court matters just as much as what you do on it. Take responsibility, make better choices, and let's see the Ja Morant we know and love. The one who can lead his team, inspire his fans, and build a legacy that will stand the test of time. This analysis captures the main points around Ja Morant's controversial grenade celebration, while maintaining the tone and insight that Shannon Sharpe might provide in such a scenario. The Minnesota Timberwolves' 141-125 victory over the Memphis Grizzlies on April 10, 2025, will go down as one of the most memorable performances in recent NBA history. With the stakes high for both teams as they jostle for playoff positioning, the Timberwolves delivered a stunning performance, led by a record-setting 52-point third quarter. The victory, built on a complete team effort, shifted the momentum and placed the Timberwolves in prime position for the playoffs. Let's break down how the game unfolded, focusing on key moments and performances that made this a game for the ages. Setting the stage, the Timberwolves and Grizzlies entered the game with identical 46-33 records, both fighting to secure the crucial 6th seed in the Western Conference. Finishing in the top 6 would allow one of these teams to avoid the nerve-wracking play-in tournament, a goal that added intensity to every possession. Memphis, led by Ja Morant, Desmond Bane, and Jaren Jackson Jr., was no stranger to high stakes, while the Timberwolves relied on the star power of Anthony Edwards, Julius Randle, and Rudy Gobert to keep their playoff hopes alive. The atmosphere in Memphis was charged as both teams hit the floor, aware that the outcome of this game could significantly impact their playoff prospect. What transpired, however, was a performance that no one, not even the most optimistic Timberwolves fan, could have predicted. First half, Memphis takes control. The Grizzlies came out with intensity, quickly asserting their dominance. Ja Morant, who had been working his way back from injury, started the game on fire, scoring 24 points in the first half. Desmond Bane was equally impressive, knocking down 6 three-pointers and contributing 24 points of his own. Add in the steady scoring of Jaren Jackson Jr., who had 23 points by halftime, and it seemed like Memphis was on track to run away with the game. On the defensive end, the Grizzlies were able to stymie Minnesota's offense early on. The Timberwolves, despite having one of the most dynamic young players in the league in Anthony Edwards, struggled to find rhythm. Edwards, who would later have an explosive second half, was a non-factor in the opening 2 quarters, scoring just 2 points. Julius Randle, another key player for Minnesota, was effective, but not enough to counter Memphis' offensive firepower. As the teams headed into halftime, Memphis held a slim 72-67 lead, shooting an impressive 65% from the field. The Timberwolves, meanwhile, were looking for answers, particularly on defense, if they would have a shot at pulling off the win in the second half. The turning point. A third quarter for the ages, and then something incredible happened. The Timberwolves, down 5 to start the third quarter, came out with a vengeance. They exploded for an astonishing 52 points in the third quarter alone, flipping the script on Memphis and seizing control of the game. The Timberwolves opened the half with a blistering 26-2 run, capped off by a 17-0 stretch that left the Grizzlies shell-shocked. Julius Randle, who had been quietly effective in the first half, became the catalyst for Minnesota's resurgence. He scored 12 points during the pivotal run, taking control in the paint and stretching the floor with his outside shooting. However, it was Anthony Edwards who truly took over in the third. After scoring just 2 points in the first half, Edwards erupted for 18 points in the third quarter, showcasing his scoring versatility. He was hitting pull-up jumpers, finishing through contact, and knocking down perimeter shots. His confidence soared as the game progressed, and by the end of the quarter, Minnesota had completely flipped the game on its head. They outscored Memphis 52-23 in the period, taking a commanding 119-95 lead. The Grizzlies had no answer for Minnesota's explosive offense. Ja Morant and the rest of Memphis's star players struggled to keep up as the Timberwolves tightened their defense and ran up the score. In a matter of minutes, the Timberwolves had gone from trailing by 5 to leading by 24 points. A lead they would never relinquish. The final push. Timberwolves sealed the deal, while Memphis wasn't going to go down without a fight. The damage was done. The Grizzlies tried to claw their way back in the fourth quarter, with Ja Morant contributing 12 points to help trim the deficit to 10 points midway through the period. However, the Timberwolves remained focused and composed. Edwards continued to put up points, finishing the game with 44 points, while Randle chipped in with 31 points and 10 rebounds. By the time the final buzzer sounded, Minnesota had secured a 141-105 win, cementing their place as a legitimate contender in the Western Conference. The 52-point third quarter will be remembered as a historic achievement, one that showcased the Timberwolves' explosive offensive potential and their ability to perform when the pressure was on. Key performances: Anthony Edwards. Edwards was the undeniable star of the game, finishing with 44 points on 18 of 25 shooting. His second-half performance, especially in the third quarter, was nothing short of spectacular. He showcased his all-around scoring ability, from attacking the rim to hitting outside shots. His leadership on the floor was evident, as he not only scored, but also set the tone for the team with his relentless energy and determination. Julius Randle. Randle was another key contributor, finishing with 31 points, 10 rebounds, and 5 assists. While he wasn't as explosive as Edwards, Randle's steady presence was crucial to Minnesota's success. He controlled the game in key moments, particularly in the third quarter when his 12 points helped spark the Timberwolves' massive run. Rudy Gobert. While Gobert didn't fill up the stat sheet in the same way as Edwards and Randle, his impact was felt in every aspect of the game. The two-time Defensive Player of the Year was a dominant force in the paint, grabbing rebounds, altering shots, and providing a defensive anchor that allowed Minnesota to make critical stops. His presence on the floor gave the Timberwolves the balance they needed to keep Memphis from staging a full comeback. Memphis Grizzlies. On the Memphis side, Ja Morant put up 36 points and tried to keep his team in the game. However, his efforts weren't enough as the Grizzlies struggled to find rhythm in the second half. Desmond Bane was also strong, contributing 28 points and 9 assists. But ultimately, Memphis's defensive lapses and inability to match Minnesota's offensive surge doomed them. Playoff implications. This win was monumental for the Timberwolves, not only because of the performance itself, but also because of its impact on the playoff race. With the victory, Minnesota now sits at 47-33, tied with Memphis and Golden State for the 6th seed in the Western Conference. The top 6 teams in the conference are guaranteed to avoid the play-in tournament, and with 2 games left in the regular season, the Timberwolves are in prime position to secure a spot in the playoffs without having to worry about the added pressure of a play-in game. Given the Timberwolves' performance in this game, especially their explosive third quarter, it's clear that they are a team to watch in the postseason. With a mix of young talent, veteran leadership, and an evolving defensive game, Minnesota has the potential to make a deep playoff run. If they continue to play at this high level, they could very well be a dangerous opponent for any team in the West. Looking ahead, as the regular season draws to a close, the Timberwolves will be looking to maintain their momentum and secure their spot in the top 6. The challenge now will be to stay consistent and build on the success they've had in recent games. If they can continue to play with the same intensity and efficiency, Minnesota could very well be poised for a postseason run that could surprise many. The Grizzlies, on the other hand, will need to regroup after this tough loss. While they still have the talent to make a deep playoff run, they will need to tighten up their defense and make adjustments if they want to secure their playoff spot and avoid falling into the play-in tournament. Conclusion: the Timberwolves' 141-125 win over the Grizzlies was a statement victory, one that highlighted their explosive offensive capabilities and the leadership of Anthony Edwards and Julius Randle. With a record-breaking 52-point third quarter, Minnesota showcased what they're capable of when firing on all cylinders. As the playoffs approach, the Timberwolves are a team that no one should overlook. With their mix of youthful energy and experienced playmakers, they are ready to make some noise in the Western Conference and prove that they belong among the NBA's elite. Well, folks, we've got ourselves a good one here. Magic Johnson, the living legend, the Hall of Famer, the face of the Lakers' golden era, just dropped some real talk about one of the NBA's brightest young stars, Luka Doncic. After that Lakers game, Magic had some comments about the young phenom, and let me tell you, it's got people talking. I'm here to break it all down, give you my take, and offer up some context, because Magic's words aren't just words. They're a snapshot of where Luka is, where the NBA is heading, and where the Lakers stand in the big picture. Now, let's take a step back and look at what Magic actually said. Magic Johnson, a man who's seen it all, who's done it all on the court, had high praise for Luka after the game. He said, and I'm paraphrasing here, that Luka's game reminds him of some of the best to ever play the game. He went on to talk about Luka's incredible skill set, his basketball IQ, and how the young man can take over a game at will. Magic's praise didn't just stop there. He even drew some parallels between Luka's game and some of the all-time greats. You talk about putting a young player on a pedestal, Magic didn't hold back. So why are Magic's comments such a big deal? Let's break it down. The weight of Magic's words. First off, Magic Johnson is a living legend. The man revolutionized the point guard position. Before Magic, the idea of a 6'9" point guard wasn't even in the conversation. He came in with that no-look pass, the Showtime Lakers, and took the NBA to new heights. Magic's legacy is untouchable. He's part of the reason why we have modern basketball, why we have this fast-paced, high-scoring, globally appealing game we love today. So, when Magic speaks, you listen. Especially when he's talking about a young player like Luka. Now, Magic could have said a lot of things. He could have talked about how Luka's got potential, or how he's doing well for a guy so young. But no, Magic went deeper. He made a direct comparison to some of the greatest players to ever lace up sneakers. This tells you two things. Magic sees Luka as a once-in-a-generation talent. Magic knows Luka's future is incredibly bright, and he's going to be one of the faces of the NBA for years to come. We've seen Magic take a backseat for the last few years, stepping away from the Lakers front office, but that doesn't mean he stopped paying attention to the game. Magic knows the league. He knows talent, and if he's giving Luka that kind of praise, you better believe that Luka has caught his eye. Luka's skill set, and what makes him special, Luka Doncic, is a 24-year-old. With a skill set that seems way ahead of his years. It's almost as if he was born with a basketball in his hand. And here's the thing, Luka isn't just another guy who can score 30 points on a given night. No, Luka's got something special in his game, something that can't be taught. He's got an innate feel for the game. A level of court awareness that you usually see in players with 10 or 15 years of experience under their belt, not someone who's barely in his mid-20s. Let's break down Luka's game for a moment. The kid has vision. Real vision. We're talking about a guy who's 6'7", 230 pounds, and can dish out 12-13 assists a game while also putting up 30 tight points. He sees the floor like Magic did in his prime, but with an ability to break down defenses in ways that were unheard of just a few years ago. That pick and roll, step back three, and that silky, smooth floater. They all have defenders scratching their heads, trying to figure out how to stop him. Magic knows that Luka can do it all. The way he controls the tempo of the game, the way he manipulates defenders, and the way he can shift gears at will, that's not something you teach. It's something you're born with. And that's why Magic made those comparisons to the great. We've seen guys like LeBron James and Michael Jordan take control of games in the clutch. Luka has that ability, and it's rare to see someone with his age and experience level doing it. Why Magic's praise is significant. Look, praise from anyone can be nice, but when it comes from Magic Johnson, it hits different. Magic is someone who's been there and done that on the biggest stages in basketball. He's faced off against some of the greatest players of all time. For him to compare Luka to players like LeBron, Kobe, and even Michael Jordan, that's as high a compliment as you're going to get in this game. Let's think about it for a second. Magic played against some of the best. He went head-to-head with Larry Bird, Michael Jordan, Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, and the list goes on. These are players who, in their time, were seen as the standard-bearers for greatness. Magic wasn't one to just give out compliments lightly. So for him to draw those kinds of comparisons to Luka means Magic truly believes Luka's got the potential to elevate the game in a way we haven't seen in a long time. Luka's impact on the league now. Let's take a step back and talk about Luka's impact on the league as a whole. Luka's been in the league for a few years now, and it's clear that he's changing the way people view the point guard position. Traditionally, point guards were guys who set up the offense, ran the show, and were primarily pass first. But Luka has flipped that script. He's a point guard who can score at all three levels, create for his teammates, and take over a game in the blink of an eye. That's the type of player that makes the whole league take notice. And when Magic talks about Luka's game, he's not just talking about the present, he's talking about the future. Luka is the next wave of talent in the NBA. He's the type of player who will carry the torch in the post-LeBron, post-KD era. I'm talking about a guy who's the face of the NBA in a global sense. Luka's appeal isn't just domestic, it's international. He's the face of basketball in Europe, and as the NBA continues to grow globally, Luka is going to be a central figure. What's next for Luka? So, what's next for Luka Doncic? Well, based on the way Magic Johnson is talking, it's clear that Luka is going to be the leader of the next generation of NBA superstars. The question isn't whether Luka has the talent to succeed. We all know he does. The question is whether Luka can handle the pressure of being the face of the league, year in and year out. Magic's words serve as a reminder of how rare Luka's skill set is. You can see it in the way he plays, and Magic sees it too. But Luka is still young. And as we know, greatness isn't just about raw talent. It's about consistency, about continuing to improve and adapt year after year. If Luka can stay healthy, if he continues to evolve his game, and if he finds a way to win on the biggest stages, then Magic's prediction will come to fruition. We'll be talking about Luka as one of the greatest to ever play the game. The Lakers' perspective now. I know we can't talk about Magic without mentioning the Lakers. Magic's been a part of that franchise for decades, and they've seen their fair share of ups and downs. Magic's comments about Luka are also a reminder of where the Lakers are as an organization. The Lakers are still in that rebuilding phase, trying to figure out what comes next after LeBron James. And while LeBron is still playing at a high level, the franchise knows that the future is coming, and Luka could be the type of player they'd want to build around. But here's the thing. Luka's future isn't just tied to the Lakers. He's got the potential to be the face of a new era in the NBA. One where we see a fresh crop of stars take over the league. And Luka is at the forefront of that movement. Final thoughts, Magic. Johnson's comments about Luka Doncic are a huge endorsement of what we're seeing from this young man. We're talking about a guy who's already making waves at 24 years old. And if he keeps on this trajectory, he could be one of the greatest to ever play the game. Magic's high praise is the kind of validation that Luka's earned through sheer talent, vision, and basketball IQ. But more importantly, it's a glimpse into the future of the NBA. A future where Luka Doncic is a central figure. So buckle up, folks, because Luka's journey is just getting started. And if Magic Johnson is any indication, we're in for one heck of a ride. There are moments in sports that separate the good from the great. When you're out there competing at the highest level, it's not just about making plays, it's about making the right plays. This was the story of Tyler Herro and the Miami Heat in a late-game sequence that would haunt them for the rest of the season. I'm Shannon Sharp, and today we're going to break down one of the most talked-about moments in recent NBA games, the time when Tyler Herro decided to take the three-pointer instead of going for an open layup, a decision that ultimately cost the Heat late in the game. Context of the moment. The Heat situation, the Miami Heat were facing a critical situation. Down by 2 points with less than 30 seconds left in a game that could have secured their place in the stand. We all know the intensity of the NBA, especially in a season where every game could mean the difference between making the playoffs and being sent home. Every possession counts. And in this particular moment, the Heat had a chance to tie the game or even take the lead. Tyler Herro, a player known for his scoring ability and confidence, had the ball in his hands, ready to make a decision. The Heat were in a tight spot, facing off against a team that had made a strong defensive stand and was ready to close out the game. But instead of attacking the basket, where he had an easy layup ahead of him, Herro took a three-point shot that missed. The Heat's chances were dashed, and the game slipped through their fingers. Now, let me make something clear. I love Herro's confidence. I love the fact that he's willing to take those big shots. But at the end of the day, sports are about making the right decision at the right moment. And this was a prime example of where the hero ball mentality didn't work. Breaking down the decision, what went wrong? Let's break this down. Tyler Herro, with the ball in his hands, saw a mismatch and the opportunity to create a moment of magic. But with a defender closing in on him, he decided to step back and launch a contested three-pointer from beyond the arc, a shot that, let's be honest, wasn't the smartest option given the circumstances. Why wasn't it the smartest choice? Let's start with the basics. The Heat were only down by 2. This means a 2-point basket, whether it's a quick jumper or a layup, would have tied the game. You had an open lane to the basket, Herro. A simple drive, a quick layup, and we're looking at a tied game. But instead, he chose to step back behind the three-point line, hoping for the miracle shot. And here's where we need to bring in a little bit of basketball IQ. Herro has the skill set to hit that three, no doubt. But sometimes, as a player, you have to understand the moment. When you're in that kind of high-pressure situation, you need to take what the defense gives you, not force the issue. The open lane was right in front of him. It was almost like the basketball gods were telling him, "This is your moment, Tyler. Take it to the rack. Tie the game up. Don't overthink it." But instead, he settled for the three, which was, quite frankly, a low-percentage play in the heat of the moment. That decision, in hindsight, was one that will stick with Herro and the Heat for a long time. The hero ball mentality. A double-edged sword in the NBA. There's this fine line between confidence and overconfidence. Every player, especially a young one like Herro, has to walk this line. You've got to be aggressive, assertive, and take your shots when the game's on the line. But there's a difference between taking what's available and forcing a shot because you think you're the one who's supposed to be the hero. Let's not forget that basketball is a team sport. It's not about one guy doing it all. We've seen over the years that teams with players who understand this, guys who know when to take over and when to trust their teammates, are the ones that succeed. In the Heat's case, there was no reason for Herro to go into hero mode. He had teammates that could have helped create a better shot or been there for the rebound if the shot missed. Jimmy Butler, Bam Adebayo. These are two guys who can carry the load in crunch time. This wasn't a moment where Herro needed to prove anything to anyone. It was a moment where the smart play, the right play, was the simple play. A drive to the basket, a tie, and a chance to reset. The three-point shot, a high-risk, high-reward gamble look. In the modern NBA, the three-point shot has become a huge part of the game. Teams now live and die by the three. And for some players, Hero included. The three-pointer is part of their arsenal. Hero is more than capable of making those deep shots. But there's a time and a place for everything. When you're in a game that's on the line, and you've got a clean look at the basket, the question becomes, are you trying to win the game with one shot, or are you trying to make the smart play to give yourself more chances? We've all seen players pull off miracle threes, but what separates the good ones from the great ones is their ability to know when to take that shot, and when to make the right basketball decision. Hero, in this case, chose the risky play, the one that could have made him the hero, but also the one that could have ended in heartbreak. I get it, the crowd's roaring, the adrenaline's pumping, but the question remains, was the three-point shot the right decision when a simple drive to the basket could have tied the game and kept the Heat's hopes alive? Looking ahead, the lessons from this moment. So, what do we learn from this? As much as we want to praise players for being fearless and stepping up in crunch time situations, we can't forget the importance of basketball IQ and decision-making. A game is about more than just taking shots. It's about understanding the situation, reading the defense, and knowing what the right play is at that moment. For Tyler Herro, this is a teaching moment. He's a young player, still developing his game, and this experience will serve as a valuable lesson. It's not about taking the shot just because you can. It's about understanding when it makes sense to take it. Herro is still one of the best young talents in the league, and this decision will make him a better player in the future. Every great player has a moment where they look back and think, I should have done that differently. This could be Herro's moment of reflection, and I have no doubt he'll come back stronger. Conclusion: the price of one decision. This game will forever be remembered as the one where Tyler Herro decided to go for the three instead of taking the easy layup. It's a decision that cost the Miami Heat dearly in a tight contest, but in the grand scheme of things, this moment can become a defining part of Herro's growth as a player. He'll learn from it, adjust his mindset, and be ready for the next time the game is on the line. For now, though, the Heat will have to live with the consequences of that choice. It's a painful one, no doubt. But as we've seen time and time again in this league, one mistake doesn't define a player's career. It's how they respond to it that counts. And as for the Heat, they'll need to use this as motivation. The stakes are always high in the NBA, and the game's on the line every night. Let's just hope that next time Tyler Herro makes the right decision and takes the smart shot. Because in this game, there's no room for mistakes, especially when it's late. And every possession is a potential game changer. Remember, it's not about being a hero. It's about being a smart player and taking the best shot available. And that, my friends, is what separates the good from the great in the NBA. End of analysis. Let me tell you something, folks. In this world of sports, we talk a lot about stats, numbers, and championship. But there are times when the game of life presents us with moments that go far beyond what happens on the court, on the field, or in the arena. This is one of those moments. This is a story about empathy, humanity, and a life-changing act of kindness. And today, we're going to talk about Lonzo Ball, a man who understands what it means to give and receive help on a deeper level. The context. The man behind the donation. We've all seen athletes battle injuries. We've seen their bodies break down, and we've seen their careers threatened by injuries that keep them from playing the game they love. In basketball, knee injuries are a significant obstacle, and we've all heard the stories of players who never fully recover from them. Lonzo Ball's career has been marred by knee issues that have kept him from showing his full potential on the court. The cartilage issue was a major setback for him, and for many athletes, this would mean the end of a career, or at least the beginning of a long, drawn-out recovery process. But Ball didn't have to face this challenge alone. There was someone, an anonymous hero, who made the decision to donate their knee cartilage so that Lonzo could undergo a critical surgery. Now, I want you to sit with that for a second. Think about what it means for someone to give up a part of themselves so that another person can have a chance at continuing to live their life in the way they want to. It's not just about physical tissue. It's about compassion, about someone deciding that the life and career of another person are worth the sacrifice. That's the type of humanity we need more of in this world. And Lonzo, he didn't forget that. The gesture, bringing the family together now, here's where it gets really heartwarming. Lonzo Ball, in a gesture of gratitude and recognition, invited the family of the donor to meet him. Let me tell you something. This is not something that happens every day. You don't see athletes going out of their way to bring in the family of someone who helped them in such a profound way. But Lonzo, he's different. He understood that this was no ordinary donation. This wasn't just some random person donating cartilage to a stranger. This was someone who took a step forward when they didn't have to, who said, "I'm going to help this young man get back on the court." That kind of selflessness deserves recognition. So, Lonzo invited the family of the donor, and this is where things got personal. It's one thing to receive the gift of life-changing surgery. It's another to meet the family of the person who made it possible. The gratitude on Lonzo's face when he met the family was visible. You could see it in his eyes, in the way he spoke to them, in the way he embraced them. This wasn't just a handshake. This was an exchange of pure emotion. One human being acknowledging the deep debt they owed to another. This is how you create a bond that goes beyond the playing field. The impact, why this matters more than the game now. I want you to think about something here. In a world where sport sometimes feels like it's about the spectacle, about winning and losing, about highlight reels and endorsements, moments like these are a reminder of what truly matters. This is not a story about a championship ring or about a game-winning shot. No, this is about a human connection. This is about what happens when sports transcend the game. Lonzo Ball didn't just get his knee cartilage from someone. He got it from a person who saw his potential, saw that he had more to give, and wanted to be part of that. That is a powerful thing, and it's even more powerful when you consider how many people in this world are going through struggles that we might never hear about. People who are facing health challenges, financial hardships, and other battles that we don't always see. Lonzo's story, this whole situation, is a reminder that sometimes the greatest victories aren't on the scoreboard, but in the way we connect with others and the way we make each other's lives better. Lonzo Ball's growth. A man who understands the value of giving back. I've always been a fan of Lonzo Ball. Not just because of his skill on the court, but because I've seen him grow as a person. I remember when he first entered the NBA, a young man full of promise but also a little bit of that brash confidence that often accompanies young athletes. He was trying to find his footing, trying to navigate the pressure that comes with being the number 2 overall pick in the draft. But over the years, you could see the maturity in him. Lonzo's decision to bring the donor's family together wasn't just a nice gesture. It was a reflection of who he's become as a person. It's a sign of someone who understands that life is more than just basketball. Lonzo knows that he's been blessed with talent, and he's realized that he's also been blessed with opportunities to make a difference in other people's lives. This is the type of man he's becoming. Someone who's learning the value of gratitude and the importance of paying it forward. A lesson for us all. The power of selflessness and gratitude now. If you're watching this and you're thinking to yourself, "That's nice, but I don't know how I can make a difference like that." Let me tell you something. It doesn't take a massive donation of knee cartilage to make an impact. It doesn't even take a huge act of heroism. Sometimes, it's the small acts of kindness, the moments when you choose to go out of your way to help someone, that make the biggest difference. Think about it. In a world where so many people are focused on what they can get, here's someone who gave up a part of themselves so that another person could thrive. That's the kind of selflessness we need to be teaching in our communities. That's the kind of mentality we need to instill in the next generation of athletes, leaders, and individuals. Lonzo Ball is showing us that it's not just about what you can achieve, but also about how you can help others achieve, how you can uplift those around you. And let me tell you, that's a lesson we could all use. Final thoughts. Why this moment matters at the end of the day, this story isn't just about basketball. It's about what happens when people put aside their differences and come together for a common cause. It's about understanding that sometimes the biggest impact we can have is not through our individual success, but through the way we help others succeed. Lonzo Ball's gesture of inviting the family of his knee cartilage donor to meet him is something that will stay with us long after his basketball career is over. It's a reminder that, as much as we love sports, what really matters is how we treat one another, how we show gratitude, and how we take care of each other. So, let's take a page from Lonzo's book, folks. Let's be kind. Let's be selfless. Let's make the world a better place, one small act of kindness at a time. And that's why this story, this moment, matters. Lonzo Ball is proving that in this game of life, it's not just about what you do on the court, it's about who you become as a person. And I gotta tell you, that's the kind of greatness we should all be striving for. Folks, when you look at the landscape of the NBA, it's easy to get lost in the noise. The hype surrounding the big market teams, the superstars, the organizations that seem to dominate year in and year out. But as I look at the Indiana Pacers, I gotta say, they're making a strong case to be a serious threat in the postseason this year. And let me tell you, this team, this organization, they've been laying the groundwork for something big for a while now. The Pacers have been flying under the radar, but their plan to make a deep playoff run is starting to come into full focus. Now, we all know the Pacers have had some tough seasons over the past few years. They've had their ups and downs, no doubt. But what I see from them now, in 2025, is a team that has fully embraced a blueprint for success. We're talking about a group that has a clear vision, smart leadership, and a roster with the potential to make some serious noise in the playoffs. So, let me break it down for you. I'm going to give you a deep dive into what the Pacers' plan looks like, and why this year could be the one they finally push through the wall and go deep into the postseason. 1. The new era under Rick Carlisle. Let's start with the head coach, Rick Carlisle. I'm going to tell you right now, this man knows basketball. He's been in the NBA for decades, won an NBA championship, and has coached some of the best players in the game. If there's one thing Rick Carlisle does, it's find ways to get the best out of his roster. In the modern NBA, where spacing, ball movement, and defense are all crucial, Carlisle has created a system that plays to the strengths of his players while also emphasizing versatility. But don't get it twisted. Carlisle's not about just running any offense or playing any kind of defense. He's about structure. He's about discipline. And with a roster full of young players with high potential, his ability to instill a sense of accountability is a big part of the Pacers' plan to make a playoff push. Rick Carlisle has shown time and again that he's able to get his teams to overachieve. We saw that with Dallas back in 2011 when he led them to a title. Now, he's trying to build something similar in Indianapolis. His leadership style has helped create a culture of toughness and consistency. With the way he's coaching this team, the Pacers have the kind of balance between offense and defense that could allow them to compete with the best of the best. 2. The emerging star, Tyrese Halliburton. When you talk about the Pacers, you got to start with Tyrese Halliburton. This young man is the future of the franchise. He's not just a good player. He's a special player. I'm talking about a point guard who's got a high basketball IQ, vision, and a level of maturity that far exceeds his age. His ability to run an offense, make the right decisions, and create opportunities for his teammates is the foundation upon which the Pacers are building their future. Halliburton has really emerged as a leader on this team, and he's got the kind of game that translates to success in the playoffs. We've seen what he can do as the floor general. He's got incredible court vision, and he's a knockdown shooter. He's averaging a double-double in points and assists, and that's not a fluke, folks. The kid's got it. His playmaking and ability to dictate tempo are going to be critical come playoff time, where every possession matters. Tyrese Halliburton is a guy who can swing the tide of a game with just one pass, one move, one shot. But here's the thing about Halliburton. It's not just his individual play. He's got an ability to elevate the entire team around him. We're seeing the likes of Benedict Mathurin, Miles Turner, and others benefit from his ability to facilitate and create easy buckets. When you've got a point guard who makes everyone else better, that's how you get deep into the postseason. The Pacers' plan for success is simple. Give Halliburton the keys to the car and let him drive this offense to new heights. 3. The supporting cast. Perfectly complementing the star, the Pacers aren't just a one-man team, though. They've got a nice mix of talent that can complement Halliburton's skills. You've got players like Benedict Mathurin, who's a scorer through and through. Mathurin's ability to get buckets from all areas of the floor is going to be crucial in the playoffs, where scoring is at a premium. He's shown that he can create his own shot. And with the attention that Halliburton draws, Mathurin is going to have plenty of opportunities to make a difference in big moments. Then you've got Miles Turner down low, protecting the paint like it's his job. And it is. Turner is one of the best rim protectors in the league. You need that defensive presence in the postseason, where the game slows down and every possession becomes more important. Turner can dominate both sides of the floor, rebounding, blocking shots, and providing that defensive anchor that every playoff team needs. But here's the thing. Turner's not just a defensive force. He's developed his outside shooting, stretching the floor with the ability to hit from beyond the arc. Now, you've got a big man who can alter shots on one end and space the floor on the other. That kind of versatility makes Turner a matchup nightmare, and it's exactly the kind of thing that could tip the scales in the Pacers' favor when they face off against some of the league's elite teams. 4. The Pacers' defense. The unsung hero. If there's one thing that will separate the Pacers from a lot of teams in the postseason, it's going to be their defense. Now, I know the narrative around the Pacers has often been about their offense, their young stars, and their potential. But let's not sleep on the defensive end. The Pacers have made major strides in recent years when it comes to defending the basketball. Miles Turner, as I mentioned, is the anchor of that defense. But it's not just him. The Pacers have become one of the top teams in the league when it comes to forcing turnovers and creating fast break opportunities. They've got long, athletic wings who can disrupt passing lanes and a collective defensive effort that can make life difficult for opposing offenses. The beauty of the Pacers' defense is that it's not just about being good in one area. It's about being well-rounded. They can guard on the perimeter, they can protect the rim, and they can lock down in the post. What we're seeing is a defense that can adjust to different styles of play. In the playoffs, where adjustments are the key to success, having a defense that can be flexible and versatile is crucial. The Pacers have that. 5. The Pacers' playoff path. How they match up so. Now we've talked about the players, the system, and the coaching. But what about the Pacers' path to a deep playoff run? The Eastern Conference is stacked, no doubt. You've got the defending champions in Milwaukee, the powerhouse that is Boston, and teams like Miami and Philadelphia that are always in the mix. But here's the thing. Every team has their flaws. Even the best teams in the East aren't invincible. If the Pacers can stay healthy, avoid injuries, and continue to play the way they've been playing, they could very well make a deep run. They've got the balance of offense, defense, and leadership that will allow them to compete with anyone. Tyrese Halliburton can take over games, Miles Turner can control the paint, and they've got shooters who can space the floor and make big shots in clutch moments. The key for the Pacers will be consistency. They need to play their game and not get caught up in trying to match other team styles. They've got to keep pushing the ball, playing strong defense, and letting Halliburton run the offense. If they do that, they can absolutely make a run to the Eastern Conference Finals, and maybe even the NBA Finals. Conclusion. The Pacers are ready to take flight, folks. The Pacers are ready to take flight, folks. The Pacers aren't just a team of the future. They're a team of right now. The foundation they've built, the roster they've assembled, and the way they've been playing all point to one thing. This team is primed for a deep playoff run, with a coach who knows how to win in the postseason, a star point guard who's got ice in his veins, and a supporting cast that complements their star perfectly. The Pacers are going to be a tough out in the playoffs. So, keep your eyes on Indianapolis. because they're about to make some serious noise. And when it comes to the Pacers' playoff hopes, trust me, you're going to want to watch this team. They've got the right formula, and they're ready to make their move. Stay tuned. This could be the start of something special in Indy. There you have it. A deep dive analysis in the voice and tone of Shannon Sharpe. Let me know if you'd like to adjust any part of the content or if you'd like further detail. Shannon Sharpe's analysis on Luka Doncic's return to the Mavs. 5 moments you've got to see. I got to tell you something, folks. This game had me at the edge of my seat. Luka Doncic, that young phenom, that international superstar, made his return to Dallas. And I ain't ever seen a game like this in a long time. We saw everything you could ask for. The passion, the fire, the greatness. But let me break it down for you. 5 moments in that game you've got to see. I'm talking about plays that had the crowd on their feet, that made you think, yeah, this is why Luka's the future of this league one. The emotional return to Dallas, Luka's homecoming. Let's start with the atmosphere, people. You ever been to a game where you could feel the electricity in the air? That's what Luka's return was like. The crowd, a sea of blue, a chorus of Luka, a chorus sea of blue, a chorus of Luka. Chance and man, that tribute video that rolled before the game, it had everyone in their feelings. You could tell the fans weren't just cheering for a basketball player. They were cheering for a legend in the making. Luka Doncic wasn't just a player in Dallas. He was the player. This guy made Dallas relevant again in the basketball world. They love him in that city, and this homecoming, it was a reminder of all that he's done for that franchise. But here's the kicker. Luka didn't just soak it all in and get sentimental. Nah, that's not Luka's style. He came out ready to go, ready to put on a show for the fans that adore him. It wasn't just a return. It was a statement. Luka's first half explosion. 31 points of pure magic, you know. Let's talk about the game itself, because Luka didn't waste a single second. In the first half, Luka did what Luka does best. He torched the opposition. 31 points. Yeah, you heard me right. 31 points in the first half. He was lighting it up from everywhere. From deep threes, to silky smooth mid-range shots, to slashing to the basket like a man on a mission. Luka showed the basketball world exactly what he's capable of. The Mavs were on fire, and Luka was their fire starter. He wasn't just scoring. He was orchestrating the offense, picking apart the defense, and making everyone on that court look like they were a step behind him. It wasn't just about scoring either. Luka was pulling up from 30 feet like it was nothing. I mean, if you want to see what makes Luka such a special talent, go back and watch the first half of this game. He's one of the few players in the world who can completely change the dynamics of a game by himself. Now, let me tell you, he wasn't just out there shooting the lights out. Luka was taking advantage of the space the defense gave him. And when they tried to crowd him, oh, he was dishing out assists like a seasoned vet. This guy is 25 years old, and he's already one of the best in the world at reading the game, breaking it down, and making the right play. That's what separates the good from the great. Luka's greatness comes in many forms, and in that first half, we saw every single one. 3. The third quarter surge. The Lakers shift the momentum. No. Don't think for a second that the Lakers weren't going to respond. The defending champs weren't about to let Luka and the Mavs run away with it. You got LeBron James out there, arguably the greatest player of all time, and the man can flip a switch whenever he wants to. And that's exactly what he did in the third quarter. LeBron came out like a man possessed. He wasn't just scoring. He was making plays, getting his teammates involved, and doing what LeBron does, controlling the game. The Lakers are a deep team. They have weapons all over the court. And when LeBron decided to turn it up, it was like watching a force of nature. Anthony Davis wasn't far behind either. He was playing his part, cleaning up the glass, blocking shots, and hitting key buckets in the post. The Lakers began to chip away at the Mavs' lead, and as they turned up the heat on defense, Luka, for all his brilliance, couldn't carry the Mavs on his own. That's the thing about the NBA. You can't win it alone. And while Luka was doing everything in his power to keep the Mavs in it, the Lakers' depth started to wear down on Dallas. By the end of the third quarter, the Lakers had a slight edge. and the game was headed to the fourth with everything on the line. For the Mavs' resilience, Luka brings the fight back in the fourth boot. He didn't fold. This is where you separate the pretenders from the contenders. Luka, despite being down, showed that he has that dog in him. In the fourth quarter, the Mavs began to claw their way back into the game. They weren't backing down. Luka was hitting clutch shot after clutch shot, and you could feel the momentum shifting. It was a back-and-forth affair, and as Luka kept scoring, you had to start thinking, could Luka pull off the impossible? Could he lead this Mavs team to a victory, even with the odds stacked against him? The intensity of this game was through the roof. Luka's ability to lead in the clutch, to hit shots with the game on the line, is what makes him so special. This is what the greats do. They don't give up. They don't roll over. They find a way to get back in it. It was the kind of performance that makes you think, man, this is why Luka is one of the future faces of this league. He's not just putting up stats. He's keeping his team in it, keeping the fans on their feet, and making big-time plays when they need it the most. The Mavs were right there, ready to steal it back. 5. The final farewell. Luka's legacy in Dallas. All good things must come to an end. And even though Luka gave everything he had in the final moments, the Lakers' experience showed through. With just under a minute to go, the Lakers hit a couple of big shots, and that was it. The Mavs couldn't overcome the momentum the Lakers had built in the second half. But even in defeat, Luka's legacy in Dallas was cemented. As Luka left the court with the game winding down, the crowd gave him one last standing ovation. That's what a real superstar does. They leave a mark, not just on the court, but in the hearts of fans. You saw it that night, the mixed emotions on the faces of those in the stands, cheering and applauding, knowing that this might have been Luka's last game in a Mavs jersey, but Luka, with his ability to impact the game in every way, knows he'll always have a place in Dallas. And that's the kind of player he is, a special one. Look, we might have lost this game, but we saw something we won't forget. Luka Doncic reminded everyone why he's one of the top players in this league, and the Mavs are lucky to have him. That's the bottom line, folks. Conclusion. Luka's legacy and the future of Dallas. As we wrap up, let me leave you with this. Luka's performance in that game was a masterclass in what it takes to be great in the NBA. The ability to take over a game, to perform under pressure, to elevate those around you. Luka did it all. But the question is, what's next? Does Luka stay in Dallas long term? Does he have what it takes to lead the Mavs to a championship? Only time will tell. But one thing is for sure. Luka Doncic's return to Dallas wasn't just a game. It was a statement. A statement to the league, to his fans, and to the haters that this man is here to stay. So, if you haven't already, remember the name Luka Doncic, because this kid's going to be rewriting the history books. Ladies and gentlemen, let me tell you, when you're talking about playoff contention in the NBA, there ain't no room for excuses. You either show up or you don't. And last night, the Chicago Bulls, led by some serious firepower, put on a show that has the Eastern Conference buzzing. The Miami Heat, well, they got themselves a little dose of reality. The Bulls came into this game hungry, and they left with a win that brings them closer to the playoffs, while the Heat have got to look in the mirror and ask themselves some serious questions. Let's talk about what went down. And I'm going to tell you right now, there's a whole lot more to this game than just the final score. The Bulls, resilience, heart, and grit. We all know that the NBA is about talent. It's about skill. But let me tell you something. You got to have heart when you're in a situation like this. The Bulls were staring down a double-digit deficit against the Miami Heat team that's got a little playoff pedigree. But you know what? They didn't blink. No. They did what the great teams do. They fought back, they made the adjustments, and they seized that momentum. Let's start with Josh Giddey, the man of the hour. This young fella is playing like he's been in the league for 10 years. He dropped a triple-double, 28 points, 16 rebounds, and 11 assists. That's the kind of stat line you dream about? And he made it look effortless. I mean, Giddey's out there controlling the tempo, setting up his teammates, grabbing boards and scoring when it matters. That's a performance that you don't just see every day. We talk about guys who can impact the game on multiple levels, and Giddey showed you last night why he's that guy. He's got the vision, he's got the confidence, and more importantly, he's got the IQ to make the right play when the game is on the line. That's what separates the good from the great. And let me tell you, Giddey is showing that he's got the goods. But it wasn't just Giddey. No, this was a team effort. Nikola Vucevic, man. You want to talk about consistency? Man. You want to talk about consistency? Vucevic is the type of guy who shows up when you need him the most. He gave you 20 points, 11 rebounds, and was just a couple assists shy of a triple-double himself. That's the kind of production you want from your big man. When the game got tight, he was there. You can always count on Vucevic to make the right plays in key moments. And last night, he did just that. Whether it's banging in the paint or stretching the floor with that silky jumper, he brings that stability and experience the Bulls need as they inch closer to that play-in spot. Now let's talk about Kevin Huerter, who dropped 22 points. This kid, is a big-time shooter. I know some folks were looking at Huerter and wondering if he could step up in Chicago after his time in Sacramento. Well, let me tell you something. He's shown up. 22 points in a game like this, when the stakes are high, when every possession matters. That's how you prove you belong. Huerter's been knocking down shots all season, but when the heat is on, that's when you see what a guy's really made of. And last night, Huerter didn't just fold. He was ready. He was knocking down big shot after big shot, and that spacing he provides opens things up for the whole team. But I'm not done yet, because we got to talk about Coby White and Matisse Buzelis. Both these guys put in work. Coby White, with his 18 points, has been that spark off the bench the Bulls need. He's aggressive, he's fast, and he plays with that chip on his shoulder. The kid's got the confidence to pull up from anywhere and make it happen. Meanwhile, Matisse Buzelis, with his 17 points, is just further proof that the Bulls are building something solid with their young core. You look at that scoring balance, you look at the energy these guys bring, and you start to realize this Bulls team has a lot of pieces that can make noise when the postseason arrives. Miami Heat, close, but not close enough now. Let me tell you about the Miami Heat. It's clear that this team has the talent. Tyler Herro, the Heat's golden boy, dropped 30 points. And let me tell you something. This kid's got game. Herro can score with the best of EM. He can shoot from anywhere, pull up from deep, and put the defense on skates. 30 points on any given night is a solid performance. But last night, it wasn't enough. You see, when it gets down to crunch time, it's not just about individual stats. You gotta have that team mentality. And that's where the Heat fell short. Bam Adebayo, 18 points. But you gotta ask yourself, where was the impact in the fourth quarter? When the game got tight, Bam wasn't the force the Heat needed him to be. You can't just coast through the first 3 quarters and expect to show up in the fourth when everything's on the line. You have to be aggressive the whole game, and Bam's gotta be more assertive when it matters. The Heat were relying on too many of those jump shots instead of playing physical, inside basketball, where they can impose their will. And let's talk about Jimmy Butler, because you gotta give credit where credit's due. Butler didn't play in this game, and I'm sure if he was out there, we'd be talking about a whole different scenario. But that's the nature of the game. When your superstar is missing, others gotta step up. And that didn't happen. Miami couldn't close the game when it mattered. They got too stagnant. The ball wasn't moving like it should have been. They were slow to react. And that's where the Bulls took advantage. Clutch moments. Bulls take control now. Let me break down what happened in the last couple minutes of this game. Because this is where it got interesting. With under a minute to go, Miami had the ball, and it was a chance to cut into Chicago's lead. Tyler Herro, the guy who's been carrying the Heat all game, he gets an open look from 3. And I'm telling you, Herro has the ability to hit that shot in his sleep. But this time, he misses. Big miss. And you know what happens next. Matisse Buzelis, who's been coming up big all game, drains a 3-pointer on the other end. That's the dagger. That right there was the difference between a game that's still up for grabs and a game that the Bulls had already taken control of. Miami had their chance, but they couldn't execute when it counted. The bigger picture, playing implications now. Let's zoom out for a second and talk about what this game means for the Bulls moving forward. This win puts the Bulls in a solid position in the play-in tournament. They're not just in the hunt, they're climbing the ranks with a tiebreaker over the Heat and a chance to catch up to the Atlanta Hawks. Chicago's got a shot to make some noise. And if they keep playing with the heart and hustle we saw last night, don't be surprised if they shock some people. The Heat, well, Miami's got work to do. They've got to figure out their late-game execution because these close losses can come back to haunt you when it's time for the playoffs. You can afford to miss those opportunities. The Heat have the talent, but they've got to learn how to close out games, especially when the stakes are this high. Final thoughts. Folks, this was a game that showed us what happens when a team refuses to quit. The Chicago Bulls didn't just play to win. They played with heart. They played with energy. And they showed the world they're ready for a shot at the postseason. Meanwhile, the Miami Heat have to take a long, hard look at what went wrong. They've got to step up, especially when it matters most. For Chicago, the journey's just beginning. But let me tell you something. If they keep this momentum rolling, don't be surprised if we're talking about the Bulls in the playoffs. And for Miami, the clock's ticking. You've got to figure out how to get it done when it counts. But that's the NBA, my friends. It's all about who shows up when the lights are brightest. And last night, the Chicago Bulls did just that. Shannon Sharpe's verdict. This was a statement game. The Bulls took a step forward, and the Heat took one step back. That's the reality. Keep an eye on Chicago, because they're building something special. And as for Miami, it's time to get serious or they're going to find themselves on the outside looking in come playoff time. That's how Shannon Sharpe would bring it to you, straight with no sugarcoating. Hope you liked it. Ayo, let me tell you something. You know how it is when we're down to the last few games of the NBA season. Things start getting real. It's not just about the playoff hunt of the standings anymore. Nah, this is where the rubber meets the road for some of these guys on the roster, especially those non-guaranteed players, the ones grinding every day, fighting for a chance, hoping to show they belong. And let me tell you, for the Utah Jazz right now, those final games, they mean everything for those guys. I'm talking about the guys who are playing on the fringe, the ones who don't have that safety net of a guaranteed contract. These dudes are doing everything they can to prove they deserve a spot on the roster next year or get a contract elsewhere. So let's break it down, because these last few games, they're going to decide some futures, I'm telling you. These are the moments where legends are made, or where dreams get dashed. The pressure's on, the Jazz's final stretch now. If you're a player with a non-guaranteed contract, you know how crucial these last few games are. It's that time of year where the stakes are higher than ever. For some of these players, these final 5, 6, 7 games, however many the team has left, could be the difference between making a couple $100,000 more or seeing your NBA career come to a screeching halt. That's the reality, man. You see, these non-guaranteed contracts are a double-edged sword. You get an opportunity to show your talent, but if you don't show up when it matters most, you're out. It's as simple as that. Teams are always looking for ways to improve their roster. That's why every minute on the court, every shot you take, every rebound, every pass, every play you make matters. No one is safe, and that's the beauty of the game. These players gotta fight for their lives every night. Now look at the Jazz. Man, this team's been up and down this season, but that means there's a lot of opportunities for guys to step up. The squad is looking for pieces, looking for guys who can fit into the puzzle. And if you're one of those non-guaranteed guys, you've got your chance to prove that you're the missing piece. These next games could determine if you're sticking around next season, or if you're looking for a new job. The non-guaranteed guys, let me shine a light on a few of these non-guaranteed players and why they gotta be on their A game. Because this isn't just about basketball, it's about survival. 1. Jaden Springer now. Jaden Springer, a young guy who's been trying to carve his niche in this league. You gotta remember this guy came in with a lot of hype. He was drafted in 2021 by the Philadelphia 76ers, but didn't get too much burn. Now he's with the Jazz, and this is where his career could really take off if he plays his cards right. His contract situation is tricky too. He's got that club option for 2026, 2027, 27. So what does that mean? That means he's got to prove himself now if he wants to be here long term. If you're Jaden Springer, you're out there fighting for a future. We've seen flashes of what he can do, but you got to show consistency. But a couple big games, some clutch shots, locking down on defense, he's got to put it all together. The Jazz have already got their core group, but they're looking for young guys who can grow with them. So, Jaden, take advantage of these final games. Show them that you're the future. 2. Elijah Harkless now. Let's talk about Elijah Harkless. This is a guy who's been grinding in the G League, going back and forth between the Jazz and the Salt Lake City Stars. I'm talking about a two-way player. These guys are always working hard, but they don't always get the recognition they deserve. You think about guys like Harkless, who's been in the shadows, working his way up. He's had his moments, but it's not easy. When you're a two-way player, you're always on the edge. The final games of the season are huge for him. This is his chance to show that he's more than just a G League guy, that he belongs at the NBA level. Now, Harkless has got the tools, the defense, and he's got that grit that the Jazz love. But can he bring it all together when it matters? This is his time to shine. These last games will be his best chance to prove he can stick around the league and make a real impact. 3. Michael Potter now. Don't sleep on Michael Potter, another guy who's been on the periphery of this Jazz roster. He's a two-way player too, and while he's not been a consistent fixture in the rotation, that doesn't mean he can't make a name for himself in the final stretch of the season. The Jazz are thin on frontcourt depth, and this could be the perfect opportunity for Potter to step up and show he can provide something more. Whether it's grabbing boards, shooting from the outside, or being a presence in the paint, Potter's got to make the most of every minute he's given. It's a tough spot for him, but that's the NBA. Nothing's given. If he's able to show something in these last few games, he might just find himself with a guaranteed contract next season. Or at the very least, he might land a deal somewhere else. But it all starts now. Why this matters to the Jazz, so why should we care about all these non-guaranteed players and their futures? Because, man, this is what the NBA is all about. It's not just about the stars and the big contracts. It's about the guys who are scrapping, hustling, and fighting to make it. You need that kind of hunger, that kind of drive, if you want to build a championship team. And these non-guaranteed players, they got that fire. For the Jazz, they're in a bit of a rebuild right now. They've been through some struggles, but they've got pieces. Guys like Lauri Markkanen, Walker Kessler, and Colin Sexton. But the future is still very much up in the air. They're looking for role players. They're looking for diamonds in the rough. And that's where the non-guaranteed players come in. These guys may not be in the spotlight, but they can have a huge impact on the team's success moving forward. If one of these players steps up and proves they can be a key contributor, it gives the Jazz more flexibility. Maybe they don't have to go out and spend big money on a free agent. Maybe they've already got what they need right there on the bench. The final games, it's all about opportunity. I don't care how much talent you've got or how many accolades you've got in your back pocket. At the end of the day, the NBA is all about opportunity. The guys on non-guaranteed contracts, they understand this better than anybody. They've got to take advantage of every second they're on the court. Whether it's a 10-minute stint or 30 minutes, they've got to make it count. The beauty of these last games is that it's a level playing field. Teams like the Jazz may be out of the playoff picture, but that means these non-guaranteed guys are going to get more run. And with more run comes more chances to make an impression. It's a brutal business, but these players know the deal. They know they've got to be ready. The Jazz are building for the future, and if they're smart, they'll give these players a shot to prove they belong. Because let's be real, if you can make an impact in these final games, you've earned your place. Whether you are on a two-way deal or a non-guaranteed contract, the league is always watching. Conclusion: the game within the game, so here's the thing. These last few games aren't just important for the playoff picture. They're crucial for a whole other reason. For the non-guaranteed players on the Utah Jazz, these games are their chance to shine. This is their shot to secure a contract, to secure a future in the NBA. Every game, every play, every moment, it all matters. And you best believe when these players step onto that court, they're not just playing for the Jazz. They're playing for their careers, for their futures, for a chance to make it in a league where so many others are left behind. This is the game within the game. And as a fan, you can't help but respect it. These guys are out there fighting for everything. And when you talk about the Utah Jazz, you're not just talking about a rebuilding team. You're talking about a team full of guys who are hungry. And trust me, you better believe some of these non-guaranteed players are going to make the most of this opportunity. So don't sleep on these final games, because they're going to be a showcase of heart, determination, and dreams on the line. And I'm here for all of it. Ladies and gentlemen, we've got ourselves a game that was about as ugly as a Texas summer day. But we gotta give credit where credit's due. The Golden State Warriors were supposed to walk into San Antonio and handle business. They've got Steph Curry. They've got Jimmy Butler III, two of the best players in the game today. You expect them to carry the load, right? But hold up, that's not what happened. The Spurs, young and hungry, came out with the heart of a lion. And the Warriors, well, they got exposed in a way that none of us saw coming. Let's break this thing down, starting with the man, the myth, the legend, Steph Curry. What else do you expect from this guy? He's about to make history. He's knocking down threes like it's an everyday routine. But even with all that, it wasn't enough to secure the dub. And then there's Jimmy Butler III, who was out there trying to do his best big brother impersonation. But sometimes it's just not enough when the team around you ain't clicking. And the Spurs? They were relentless. They played with the kind of energy that gets you on the highlight reels. Let's dive into it. Steph Curry, still a bad man, but even he can't do it all now. We all know Steph Curry is the greatest shooter to ever touch a basketball. That ain't up for debate. You could argue that his three-point shooting has completely transformed the game. I mean, this man is the reason why kids across the globe are out there shooting from the parking lot, thinking they can make it rain just like him. He's the first player in NBA history who's about to hit 4,000 career three-pointers. That's insane. And in this game, he did what he does best. He came out firing. Scoring 24 points. He hit 3 of his 5 three-pointers and even dropped a few assists. But the thing about Curry is, even though he was out there putting up numbers, there were moments when you could see that he was fighting an uphill battle. I don't care how great you are, when the rest of your team is struggling, you're going to have trouble carrying the load. And that's exactly what happened here. Steph was getting double-teamed, and every time he tried to create something, the Spurs were right there, smothering him. He's not Superman. He needs his teammates to show up too. But Curry, being Curry, he still gave them a chance to win. His three-point shooting kept the Warriors in the game. But let's face it, this wasn't enough. He was playing chess, but the rest of the team was playing checkers. And here's the deal. Steph needs help. I know he can do a lot, but in this league, you gotta have more than one guy to rely on. It's not a one-man show anymore. Especially when you're going up against teams that are as scrappy and relentless as the Spurs. Jimmy Butler III, the Swiss Army knife now. Let's talk about Jimmy Butler III. The man is a true competitor. He's one of those players who gets down in the trenches, willing to do whatever it takes to win. He doesn't just score. He plays defense, he rebounds, He passes the ball. He's a walking triple threat. In this game, Butler wasn't just out there looking to score. He was trying to orchestrate the offense. The guy finished with a triple-double, 15 points, 10 assists, and 10 rebounds. And let me tell you, those assists, they were key. They weren't just basic handoffs either. Butler was facilitating the offense, getting others involved, making the right reads. He was doing his best to get the team in rhythm, but at times, it felt like he was just trying to put a Band-Aid on a bullet wound. Butler has that mentality. He'll do whatever it takes mentality. He's the guy who will guard the best player, hit the clutch shots, and in this case, try to pick up the slack when others are failing to contribute. But let's be real. You need more than just one guy doing everything. Jimmy's got to have two, and that wasn't happening. The Warriors supporting cast, where was the help? Listen, we're talking about the Warriors, one of the most explosive offenses in the league. But tonight, their supporting cast was more like background noise. Gary Payton, too? He had a solid 26 points. But even with that, you can't rely on one guy to be your spark plug when you've got superstars like Curry and Butler third on the floor. Let's not forget Denny Avdija. He came back from injury and gave them 34 points and 16 rebounds. That's a heck of a game, and it's something to hang your hat on. But even with that, Avdija's defensive lapses were there for everyone to see. He's still developing, and the Spurs took full advantage. The Warriors can't afford to have one guy carry the load while the others are just out there jogging through the motions. What about Anthony Simon? The guy had 32 points, and while as a shooter and a scorer, he wasn't enough to fill the gaps. When your role players don't step up, the whole team struggles. That's what happened in this game. You can't just have Curry and Butler III doing all the work while the rest of the team stands around hoping for something to happen. The Spurs, young, hungry, and relentless, let's give credit where credit is due. Though, the Spurs were not playing around. They came out with the kind of fire that only comes from young, hungry players trying to prove themselves. DeMar DeRozan, he was the catalyst. The man dropped 28 points on the Warriors, and every time the game started to slip away from them, DeRozan was there to pull them back in. He was hitting mid-range jumpers like he was in his prime. His leadership and composure were crucial, and he showed that experience still matters in this league. And don't sleep on Keldon Johnson. He contributed 22 points, and he was active on both ends of the floor. His athleticism and hustle were key to the Spurs' success. And if this kid keeps developing, he could be a problem in the future. The thing about the Spurs is they've got a team full of guys who aren't scared to step up. They played with the kind of energy you don't always see from younger teams. And that's what won them the game. They were relentless. They attacked. They played hard-nosed defense. They didn't just roll over when Curry and Butler started making shots. Instead, they fought harder. Final thoughts. Warriors slump or Spurs rise? So, what does all this mean? Is this a sign that the Warriors are in a slump? To be honest, it's a little bit of both. For the Warriors, it's clear that they're not the juggernaut they once were. They've got the pieces, but they've got to figure out how to put them all together. Curry is still amazing. Butler III is doing his best to hold it all together. But they need their role players to step up. They can't be relying on one or two guys to do everything. The rest of the squad has to show up consistently. As for the Spurs, well, they've got some pieces. DeRozan is still a problem. And if Keldon Johnson keeps developing, this team might surprise some folks down the line. They played with a chip on their shoulder, and that's exactly the kind of energy a team needs to knock off a powerhouse like Golden State. At the end of the day, The Warriors gotta regroup. They've got the talent, but they need to find that consistency. And the Spurs, they showed tonight that they're not to be taken lightly. This game was a reminder that anything can happen in the NBA when the right pieces click. That's my take. Let me know what you think, because we're just getting started with the rest of the season. Stay tuned. All right, listen up, y'all, because today we're diving into some serious NBA drama. The kind of drama that you just can't ignore. Now, we all know that the NBA is more than just a game. It's a world of stories, rivalries, friendships, and sometimes, yes, sometimes, those friendships aren't all that they're cracked up to be. Today, we're going to break down a subtle shot taken by James Harden at Paul George and Russell Westbrook. Now, this isn't your typical drama-filled, headline-grabbing shot. Nah, this is the kind of shot that makes you stop, think, and say, wait a minute, did he really just say that? Before we get into it, let's remind everyone of the context. James Harden, Paul George, and Russell Westbrook, three of the biggest stars in the NBA. At one point, the world was talking about the possibility of them coming together and creating a super team in Los Angeles with the Clippers. You got two MVPs in Westbrook and Harden, one of the best two-way players in the game in Kawhi Leonard, and Paul George, a guy who's been considered one of the best wings in the league for years. I mean, on paper, this was a squad that was supposed to be running the Western Conference like it was theirs for the taking. But did it actually play out like that? Nah, not even close. And James Harden's comments recently are proof that things didn't go as smoothly as we all expected. The roller coaster ride of team dynamics now. We gotta understand something. When you've got a team that's loaded with talent, the expectations are sky high. Everyone wants to see how these personalities mesh, how these different styles of play combine to make something beautiful on the floor. But when you've got superstars, egos come with the territory. And I'm not just talking about a little ego. I'm talking about major egos. Egos that have won MVPs, that have been the face of franchises, that have carried teams on their back. The first thing you need to understand is that when you have players like Harden, Westbrook, and George on the same squad, roles are going to be a huge issue. Think about it. Harden's used to having the ball in his hands. He's used to being the guy who creates, who scores, who makes plays. Russell Westbrook, well, he's always been the ultimate alpha on his team. Driving, attacking the basket, playing with that intensity that you just can't replicate. Paul George, when healthy, is a two-way player who can score in bunches and is expected to defend the best player on the other team. That's a lot of talent, a lot of skills, but also a lot of conflicting style. James Harden recently made some comments about his time with the Clippers, and he wasn't exactly shy about letting folks know what went down behind the scenes. He said, and I'm quoting him here, "It was kind of difficult when you got high-caliber players or Hall of Famers and basically the same position, everyone trying to figure their roles out." Now, think about that for a second. Harden's talking about a situation where everyone is talented. Everyone's got the pedigree, but no one really knows how to fit in with each other. That's a recipe for disaster, folks. It's clear that the blending of these styles didn't go as planned. You've got Harden, who's always been a ball-dominant player. You've got Westbrook, who, despite all his greatness, has never been the guy to sit back and let others do the work. And then there's Paul George, who, when healthy, can be a number one option, but often finds himself playing second or third fiddle when it comes to the stars surrounding him. The departure of Paul George and Russell Westbrook. So we've seen the breakup before the breakup, right? Paul George and Russell Westbrook have now moved on from the Clippers, with George heading to the Philadelphia 76ers and Westbrook joining the Denver Nuggets. Both players have gone to teams where they can be more central to what the squad needs, and that's not by coincidence. I'll tell you that right now. When Paul George left, Kawhi Leonard didn't hold back in saying that it was a big loss for the team. He acknowledged that the chemistry that was supposed to be built was now shattered. Now, I get it. You lose a guy like PG, you feel it. But let's not pretend like it was all sunshine and rainbows before that. You don't hear that kind of statement unless there was some underlying tension within the team. Kawhi might not be the most outspoken guy, but trust me, when a team is struggling with identity, even he feels it. Then we got Westbrook, the man, the myth, the legend. Look, we all know Russ. The dude plays with a chip on his shoulder bigger than most people's cars. But the reality is, Westbrook was never going to be a perfect fit on a team like the Clippers, especially not with all of the ball-dominant stars around him. You know what they say. If you want to keep your star player happy, you need to let them play the way they've played their entire career. But on the Clippers, that wasn't happening. Westbrook's style didn't mesh with the other big names, and he was often relegated to a reduced role. Now, did Russ throw a tantrum? Nah, that's not his style. He's too proud for that. But don't be fooled by his calm exterior. He knew exactly what was going down. Westbrook, ever the professional, addressed the situation with his typical humility. He was asked about reports claiming he was unhappy with his role, and he shot those down immediately. He said, "I don't have the answer. I don't know. I don't predict the future. It's not just going to come together perfectly fine." And look, I respect that honesty. But what Westbrook was really saying, in so many words, was this. Things weren't perfect, and they weren't going to be unless certain things changed. The man knows the game. He knows what it takes to win. And when the pieces aren't clicking, you can't force it. James Harden's final thoughts. Hall of Fame glory. And what's next now? Let's bring it back to Harden. After all the departures and changes, Harden made it clear that while things didn't work out with the Clippers, he respects his former teammates' legacies. He said something that caught my attention, something I want to focus on here. Harden said, "When it's all said and done, we'll be in the Hall of Fame." That's right. He's acknowledging that all three of these guys, himself, Westbrook, and George, will one day have their names etched in the annals of basketball history. It's not just talk. It's fact. But here's the thing. Even though Harden respects his former teammates, he's also acknowledging something deeper. He's recognizing that their time together, despite all the talent, didn't translate into the success they were hoping for. That's a tough pill to swallow, especially for guys who've been considered some of the best in the game for over a decade. But the truth is, just because you've got the pieces doesn't mean the puzzle's going to fit. The takeaway. Talent isn't everything. Here's the reality, folks. The NBA is a league of incredible talent. But as we've seen time and time again, talent alone isn't enough. It's about fit. It's about chemistry. It's about role. You can have all the superstars in the world, but if they're not in sync, if they're not willing to sacrifice and adapt, it's just not going to work. We saw it with the Clippers. We saw it with the Lakers and their struggles with Russell Westbrook. We saw it with other teams that assembled super teams only for them to crumble under the weight of expectations and mismatched styles. Harden's subtle shot at Westbrook and George wasn't just about throwing shade. It was a reflection of the reality of the NBA. No matter how great you are, the game isn't always going to give you what you expect. And sometimes the hardest thing for a superstar to admit is that things just don't work out, no matter how many all-star appearances you've got. In the end, we might look back on this era as a missed opportunity for the Clippers. But James Harden, he's got a future ahead of him. Whether it's with the Clippers, another team, or whatever path he chooses next, he's learned valuable lessons from this experience. And that's something all the superstars, Westbrook, George, Harden, will have to carry with them for the rest of their careers. The 2025 NBA season has been full of significant milestones, but one matchup stands out. The Los Angeles Lakers versus the Dallas Mavericks. This game wasn't just a typical contest between two teams, but rather a deeply emotional and strategic battle, marked by psychological warfare and tactical brilliance. Central to this drama were two individuals. Luka Doncic, the rising superstar, now donning the Lakers' purple and gold, and J.J. Redick, the new head coach of Los Angeles, bringing both fresh energy and unconventional wisdom to the team. In this analysis, we will break down how Luka Doncic and J.J. Redick shaped the course of this game. How they manage expectations and how their partnership is crucial in defining the future of the Lakers. The game itself was not just a match between teams. It was a battle of past versus present, revenge versus aspiration, and emotion versus control. 1. Luka Doncic, the new star, the new hope since joining the Los Angeles Lakers. Luka Doncic has quickly become a symbol of the team's new identity. Before coming to LA, Luka had been the shining star of the Dallas Mavericks, the player who could carry his team and lead them to playoff contention. But while the Mavericks failed to build a strong enough supporting cast around Luka to secure a championship, the Lakers presented him with a new opportunity, a chance to join one of the most successful franchises in NBA history. However, joining the Lakers came with its own challenges. Despite having LeBron James, a four-time champion, and Anthony Davis, a top-tier talent, Luka was now expected to elevate the team's fortunes even further. There was immense pressure, but Luka quickly embraced it, showing he was more than ready to handle the weight of expectation. In the game against Dallas, Luka showcased exactly why the Lakers had placed their trust in him. His performance was nothing short of spectacular. 19 points, 15 rebounds, and 12 assists, completing a triple-double and proving that he wasn't just a scorer, but a complete player capable of leading in all aspects of the game. What stood out was his poise. This wasn't just another game for Luka. It was a moment to prove to his former team and the world that he was ready to take over in LA. He wasn't rattled by the emotional context of playing against his old team. Instead, he remained calm, controlled, and dominant. This game was also Luka's moment of redemption. It wasn't just about getting a win. It was about sending a message. Luka was telling Dallas, "You may have let me go, but I'm now leading a team that will be even more successful than before." This was a message of confidence, and more importantly, a demonstration that Luka was not just a star player in a supporting role, but the centerpiece of a future championship contender. 2. J.J. Redick, the new coach, the new tactics. While Luka's performance on the court was undoubtedly impressive, one of the unsung heroes of this game was Lakers head coach J.J. Redick. Redick, though new to coaching, had a unique perspective that allowed him to quickly bond with his players and bring a fresh energy to the Lakers. The former sharpshooter turned coach understood the game from a player's mindset, and this understanding allowed him to bring something unique to his role. One of Redick's strengths was his ability to understand and manage the psychology of his players. In one memorable pre-game meeting before a matchup with the Denver Nuggets, Redick encouraged Luka to embrace his emotions and play with more freedom, almost asking him to lose control in the heat of the moment. This wasn't a suggestion to play recklessly. Rather, Redick was encouraging Luka to tap into his raw, unfiltered energy, which in turn would translate to more aggressive and dynamic play. In the game against Dallas, this advice clearly paid off. Luka displayed a newfound sense of confidence and freedom. After hitting a big three-pointer, he celebrated with an energetic outburst, pumping his fist and letting his emotions take over. This wasn't just a show of exuberance. It was a reflection of the trust Redick had instilled in him. By encouraging Luka to embrace his feelings on the court, Redick was allowing him to play without fear or inhibition, and this unlocked Luka's full potential. What makes Redick such an intriguing coach is his ability to blend humor with seriousness. He isn't just a taskmaster barking out orders. Instead, he fosters an environment where players feel empowered, and most importantly, they enjoy the process. In fact, Redick's ability to inject humor into his coaching style has allowed him to connect with players on a deeper level, as seen in his interactions with Luka. 3. The teacher-student relationship. Redick and Luka's dynamic, the bond between J.J. Redick and Luka Doncic, is far more than just a typical coach-player dynamic. It's a partnership built on mutual respect, trust, and a shared desire to win. Redick's coaching philosophy goes beyond just the S's and O's. It's about understanding the human side of the game, the mental and the emotional aspects that often make the difference in tight situations. Luka, a young and sometimes emotional player, thrives under Redick's guidance because Redick understands how to nurture Luka's strengths while also challenging him to improve in areas that others might overlook. Rather than just focusing on Luka's basketball IQ, Redick has made it a point to help him grow as a leader, someone who can inspire his teammates and control the flow of the game. This has been evident in how Luka has responded to Redick's coaching style. He's played with more freedom, more fire, and more confidence than ever before. In the game against Dallas, their relationship was on full display. While Luka was orchestrating the offense and playing with intensity, Redick was on the sidelines offering subtle but powerful guidance. His approach wasn't about constantly directing from the bench, but knowing when to step in and provide encouragement or tactical advice. The balance between Luka's individual brilliance and Redick's coaching is what has made the Lakers a formidable team this season. For the Dallas game, a dramatic showcase, the Lakers' victory over the Mavericks was about more than just a standard win in the regular season. It was Luka's first major game against his former team, and the emotional stakes were high. There was no way to ignore the subtext of the situation. This was about Luka proving something, not just to Dallas, but to the entire NBA. It was a chance for him to show that leaving the Mavericks wasn't a mistake, that he could thrive in a new environment with an elite team around him. Luka's performance in the game was a masterclass. The way he dominated the floor, not just scoring, but orchestrating the offense, rebounding, and facilitating, showed that he was ready for this stage. He didn't just lead the Lakers to victory, he commanded the game. His ability to control the pace, execute in clutch moments, and keep his composure when Dallas mounted a comeback was a testament to his maturity as a player. But it was also about proving to the world that he was ready to be a champion. The game was also a showcase of the Lakers' collective growth under Redick. While Luka was putting up huge numbers, the team as a whole was playing a brand of basketball that emphasized movement, unselfishness, and tactical discipline. Redick's emphasis on teamwork and playing with emotion helped the Lakers thrive. They weren't just riding Luka's coattails. They were feeding off his energy and playing with a newfound sense of cohesion. 5. Looking ahead. The future of the Lakers with Luka and Redick looking forward. It's clear that the duo of Luka Doncic and JJ Redick has the potential to take the Lakers to new heights. Luka is already an elite player, but under Redick's guidance, he has the chance to become even more than that. He can become the centerpiece of a championship-winning team. Redick, with his unconventional coaching style, has managed to get the best out of Luka, and it's clear that their relationship is one built on mutual respect and a shared vision for success. The Lakers, under Redick's leadership, are not just a team with great individual talent. They are a team that has found its identity. Luka is the leader, but Redick is the architect behind the scenes, making sure that the pieces fit together perfectly. As long as this dynamic continues, the Lakers have a strong chance of competing for a title in the coming season. Conclusion. The game between the Los Angeles Lakers and the Dallas Mavericks wasn't just another NBA regular season matchup. It was a statement. It was Luka Doncic proving that he could thrive outside of Dallas. It was JJ Redick showing the world that his coaching philosophy could take this Lakers team to the next level. And it was a reminder that basketball is as much about psychology and relationships as it is about strategy and skill. Luka and Redick have become the perfect partnership. And if they continue to grow together, the Lakers could be poised for a championship run in the near future. Damian Lillard is back in Portland. After 2 chaotic, injury-riddled, and emotionally detached seasons in Milwaukee, the 9-time All-Star finds himself home, both in geography and in purpose. The Trail Blazers' all-time great has returned to the franchise he once defined, reuniting with the city that still sings his name and rejoining a team whose identity he helped craft for over a decade. But this is not a fairy tale epilogue. Not yet. This is a high-risk, emotionally charged chapter filled with legacy preservation, youth development, and the enduring question: can Dame still be Dame at 35 years old, with an expected return date of October 2026 and over $113 million being stretched over the next 5 years by the Bucks? Lillard's return is less about unfinished business and more about legacy realignment. Let's dissect what this move truly means for Lillard, the Blazers, and the young core led by Scoot Henderson, whose future now intertwines with a living legend's final act. When Lillard was traded to the Milwaukee Bucks in 2023, it was painted as a super team dream scenario. pairing Giannis Antetokounmpo with one of the NBA's most clutch scorers. But what materialized was a fractured on-court identity, defensive vulnerabilities, and off-court chemistry that never gelled. Lillard's role fluctuated, his production dipped marginally, and his health deteriorated. The two-year Bucks experiment felt transactional. Dame was a star on loan, never an embedded soul in Milwaukee's basketball cult. Through 58 appearances in his final season there, he posted 24.9 points, 7.1 assists, and 4.7 rebounds, all respectable, even impressive by some standards. But efficiency metrics told a different story, and most glaringly, the Bucks faltered in the playoffs again. The fit never felt organic. Milwaukee needed defense and two-way versatility next to Giannis. Dame needed freedom, the ball in his hands, and a fan base that viewed him as more than a hired gun. His injury at the end of the 2024-25 season was the final fracture. With his long-term availability in question, Milwaukee opted to stretch the remaining $113 million on his contract. An exit strategy that signaled the end of an era before it ever truly began. Portland, despite moving into a rebuild around Scoot Henderson, Anthony Simons, and Shaedon Sharpe, never closed the door on Lillard. His iconic status in the city, bolstered by over a decade of all-star performances, buzzer beaters, and unwavering loyalty, meant that a reunion was always plausible, even desirable. What makes this move fascinating is how it toes the line between nostalgia and pragmatism. The three-year, $42 million deal Dame signed is notable for two key reasons. It includes a no-trade clause and a player opt-out after year two. The structure of the contract suggests this is as much about sentiment as it is about basketball. Dame is protecting himself from another transactional shuffle, while Portland gets a leader who is fully bought in, physically, emotionally, and culturally. The signing ceremony, accompanied by his three children, was symbolic. It never felt right not being home, Lillard said. That statement alone won over fans and re-established the bridge between him and the organization. But emotion aside, Portland's decision to bring back Lillard isn't just a feel-good story. It's a strategic bet on culture, mentorship, and marketing. An acknowledgement that a franchise needs more than youth to rebuild. It needs soul. Lillard expects to return October 2026, but optimism must be tempered by medical realities. At 35, coming off a significant injury, and facing an NBA growing younger, faster, and more positionless, Dame's path to elite form is steep. Yet, his confidence remains unwavering. I expect to return to fall. And if there's one thing Lillard has never lacked, it's belief in his process. From Weber State to becoming one of the league's most lethal scorers, Dame has made a career out of defying odds. But this comeback is different. It's not just about returning to the floor. It's about returning as the version of himself that the city remembers. The player who once dropped 60 in a half-empty Moda Center, who waved goodbye to Russell Westbrook and Paul George, and who stood tall even as championships remained elusive. Rehabilitation will be grueling, and the margin for error thin. Dame will not have the luxury of slow start, but if his body cooperates even 80%, the mental edge he brings, his leadership, his composure, his storytelling, could be enough to influence winning beyond the box score. The most intriguing subplot of Lillard's return is its effect on Scoot Henderson, the explosive young guard drafted to be Portland's future. In Lillard's absence last year, Scoot showed flashes of brilliance, athletic drives, fearless finishes, and a developing feel for the game's rhythm. But he also struggled with decision-making, shooting efficiency, and defensive read. Now, with Lillard back, Scoot is no longer alone in the backcourt spotlight. This dynamic could go either way. It could stunt Scoot's growth by forcing him into a secondary role, or more optimistically, it could accelerate his maturity by placing him under the wing of one of the most respected leaders in NBA history. If Dame is healthy by mid-season or later, a dual guard lineup with Scoot offers Portland versatility. Scoot can push pace while Dame stretches defenses. The concern, of course, is defensive. Neither is known for elite perimeter defense, and smaller backcourts are increasingly rare in today's switching-heavy NBA scheme. Still, what Scoot gains in proximity to greatness cannot be overstated. To learn the nuances of late-game poise, media handling, and on-court leadership from Lillard could be the defining mentorship of his career. For Scoot, this is no longer about replacing Dame. It's about growing beside him. By bringing back Lillard, Portland sends a clear message. Culture matters. This is not a championship or bust team, nor are they aiming for a bottom-out tank job. Instead, the Blazers are carving a hybrid identity, developing youth while honoring the past. Anthony Simons, Shaedon Sharpe, Chris Murray, and DeAndre Ayton now form a roster with balance between potential and experience. But the intangibles, professionalism, composure, locker room accountability, are where Dame's value explodes. He isn't returning to be a 30-point scorer every night. He's returning to be an anchor in transition, a symbol that even amid a rebuild, standards can remain high. From a business standpoint, this move also reinvigorates Portland's fan base. Ticket sales will rise, media buzz return, and in a small market, those factors matter. Relevance, even without rings, is a currency that sustains franchises. Few NBA players have as tight a bond with a single franchise as Damian Lillard, Tim Duncan with the Spurs, Dirk Nowitzki with the Mavericks, and now, potentially, Dame with the Trailblazers, despite the Milwaukee interlude. This return offers Lillard the chance to control the final pages of his career. Rather than retiring as a journeyman or a forgotten contract casualty, he's returning to write the epilogue in the jersey that made him iconic. And for a player who's consistently spoken about loyalty, integrity, and community, this matters deeply. Statistically, Dame will likely cross the 25,000-point threshold if he plays 2 more semi-healthy seasons. But even without added accolades, his myth in Portland is secure. What he's now doing is transcending numbers and etching his name into the city's identity permanently. This is what franchise legends do. Not just play, but belong. Let's be clear. This move is not without risk. Cap space. Lillard's deal, while affordable by superstar standards, still eats into Portland's flexibility. Where injury risk Dame's timeline is optimistic, but setbacks are common for older guards with lower body injuries. Developmental trade-offs. Balancing minutes and usage between Lillard and the young core could lead to identity confusion. Or fan expectations. Nostalgia can be a double-edged sword. If Dame isn't him anymore, fans may be forced to reconcile memory with reality. But the Blazers are betting on something more intangible. The emotional intelligence and cultural equity that only a player like Lillard brings. And sometimes, especially for rebuilding teams, that's more valuable than cap space or draft picks. Damian Lillard's return to Portland is about basketball, but also about belonging. It's about a player reclaiming agency over his narrative. It's about a franchise anchoring itself in a past that can still inspire its future. It's about a city finding comfort in a familiar face during uncertain times. Will Portland win 50 games next season? Probably not. Will Dame make another all-star team? Maybe. But those questions are secondary. What matters is that the Trailblazers have a leader again. A face, a voice, a heartbeat. And sometimes, especially in a league chasing analytics and asset management, heart is the most undervalued asset of all. Ladies and gentlemen, UNC is in the building. And let me tell you all something. You don't just sign Von Miller and hope he brings some locker room juice. Nah. You bring in a future Hall of Famer like that, and the whole atmosphere change. The culture shift. the tempo pick up. And in Washington, under coach Dan Quinn, who ain't afraid to unleash dogs on defense, Von Miller just might be the spark that sets off a fire. Now you add in Frankie Louvu, this young bull, this emotional heartbeat of the defense. And what we got here, ladies and gentlemen, is a storm brewing in the NFC East. So sit back, buckle up, and let Unsi break it all down. How Von Miller's presence, even on limited reps, is transforming this commander's defense from pretty good to potentially elite. Let me paint the picture for you. Von Miller, 8 Pro Bowls, 2 Super Bowl rings, Super Bowl MVP, over 129 sacks. That boy don't just play football. He choreographs chaos. The moment he signed that one-year deal with Washington, people asked, what does a 35-year-old pass rusher have left in the tank? But, see, that's the thing. Y'all looking at numbers. You trying to count production. But Von? He's walking, talking, pass rush pedigree. He's the old lion that don't need to roar to demand respect. Just his presence, just the way he moves. Like Frankie Louvu said, he moves like water. That's poetry right there. Not just football speak. And let me tell y'all something else. When young defenders see a legend like that in the locker room, it don't just teach technique, it raised the standard. Now don't sleep on Frankie Louvu. Oh no, don't you dare. Last season, 99 tackles, 8 sacks, 14 QB hits. Dude was everywhere, sideline to sideline. And in that NFC Championship run, he wasn't just making plays. He was leading a movement. That Washington defense caught people off guard. And Louvu was the tip of the spear, and what does he do now that Von Miller's in town? He opens up his ear, shows humility, says, I studied him when I was with Kevin Green. That's respect. That's reverence. That's understanding that greatness leaves footprints, and you got to be willing to follow before you lead. Frankie got the fire, y'all, and now he's studying under Von's flame. This ain't just about pass rush drills. This ain't just about hand placement or swim moves. What Von Miller's bringing to this camp is cerebral. It's IQ. It's awareness. It's rhythm. See, UNC played with legends. I've seen what mentorship really looks like. It ain't loud. It's subtle. It's in how you watch film, how you walk into the building, how you warm up, what you say in the huddle when you're down 10 with 5 minutes left. Von ain't got to talk much. He led by example. But when he does speak, even the coaches listen. And Louvu, he's soaking it up like a sponge. Not because he ain't good, but because he want to be great. Y'all remember when Dan Quinn had that Legion of Boom in Seattle? Yeah, that defense had swagger, violence, and discipline. Fast forward to 2025, and now has got the pieces again. But this time, it ain't just about back end. It's about that front seven. Von Miller's a teacher now, and Dan Quinn is letting him be one. Washington got youth, they got speed, they got energy, but what they needed was wisdom, control, poise under pressure. Von brings all of that. He's the calm in this storm, while Louvu is the lightning ready to strike. And that combination, it's dangerous. You talk to the other guys in the locker room. Rookies, second-year players, even some of the vets. They all say the same thing. Von Miller just got a different aura. He'll pull a young D-lineman aside, show him a hip swivel trick, then walk off like it ain't nothing. But what's happening? These boys learning to hunt. Now Louvu, he's adding finesse to his ferocity. You already knew he could explode off the line. But now he's learning to bend, to fake, to wait for the offensive lineman to lean just a little too much. You got Von whispering secrets in your ear before the snap. You about to go from 8 sacks to 12, real quick. Here's something fans overlook. Defense is mental. Pass rushing is chess, not checkers. And Von Miller is Bobby Fischer with a mouthpiece. He knows when to bait, when to strike, when to conserve. That's why Louvu called him lucid. Because he don't rush the passer, he manipulates the moment. Frankie Louvu see that now. He's learning how to study film like Von, how to find a tackle's tendencies, How to turn a split-second hesitation into a sack. That's the next level, folks. That's what takes a guy from All-Pro to Defensive Player of the Year conversations. Let's keep it a buck. Von Miller don't have to prove nothing. He could have retired and walked straight into Canton. But see, that ain't how legends operate. He came to Washington to leave a mark. And if Frankie Louvu is the sponge, Von is the fountain. What we're watching in real time is the passing of knowledge. Old school to new school. The veteran giving his playbook to the young alpha. And that type of torch passing? It stick. Years from now, when Louvu's leading another squad or teaching the next wave, he gon' say, I learned this from Von. Let me tell you all something. Don't be surprised if this commander's defense finishes top 5 in sacks. Don't be surprised if Frankie Louvu ends up with double-digit sacks, 100 tackles, and a captain patch stitched on his chest. Don't be surprised if Von Miller, on limited reps, still makes the play that changes a playoff game. Because now it ain't about stats. It's about timing. It's about chemistry. It's about a veteran who knows the moment. And a rising star who's ready to own it. Coach Quinn got a war chest. And he got 2 generals now. Miller with the blueprint, Louvu with the execution. Now listen here. When other legends start shouting out what you doing in camp, that's a signal. Word around the league is spreading. From Denver to Buffalo to Dallas, folks is texting, calling, saying, yo, Von really got those young boys in Washington looking scary. Hall of Famers know Hall of Fame energy. Ray Lewis once said, the greatest defenders don't just chase quarterbacks, they shape cultures. That's what Von is doing. And trust me, players like Micah Parsons, TJ Watt, and Max Crosby, they watching too. Because the elite respect the elite. Von ain't just backing pads, he backing minds. And every offensive tackle on the 2025 Commanders schedule just circled week 1 with sweaty palms. Your fans love game day, but let me take you behind the curtain. Into the film room, because that's where Von is doing his best work. He sit there with Louvu and the young cats, pausing the tape, rewinding, fast-forwarding, breaking it down frame by frame, like a professor, showing him how to read stances. Watch the hit. Notice how a guard leans on 3rd down. He isn't saying go get him. He's saying here's how you know when to go. That's the difference between good and great. And let me tell you, Frankie Louvu is learning how to become special. Let's not ignore the vibes, y'all. Because when Unc talk culture, he mean everything. When Von Miller walks in that locker room, heads turn. Dudes sit up straighter. There's a professionalism now. You got 22-year-old rookies standing next to him, asking questions like they back in Pop Warner. Von, what's the first move you hit in the AFC title game against Tom Brady? Von, how do you time your get-off when they motion a tight end? This team got ears open now. They hungry, and Dan Quinn, he see it too. That's why he brought Von in, not just for pass rush, but for passion. And it's contagious. Let's call it what it is. The NFC East is a war zone. You got Philly with Hurts and that loaded O-line. Dallas with Dak and that quick strike offense. New York trying to find an identity. And now Washington riding on youth, fire, and legacy. And what does every one of those teams hate? Pressure, disruption. Hitting the QB before you even get the blink. Enter Von and Louvu, Washington's wrecking crew. You'll remember when Tampa had Shaq Barrett and JP smashing folks on both ends? That's the energy Dan Quinn is quietly building here, and nobody talking about it yet, which makes it even more dangerous. Let's talk about Louvu one more time, because this ain't just a side character in Von's comeback story. Nah, Frankie is writing his own legend. When you watch his 2024 tape, you see instinct, explosion, emotion. But in 2025, you don't see patience, leverage, discipline. Von's mentorship is teaching how to control chaos, not just unleash it. How to bait a QB. How to sniff out a screen before the linemen even move. That boy ain't just rushing now, he's predicting. That's the type of leap that gets your name in the Defensive Player of the Year conversation. And trust on, Louvu is coming for that seat. Let's stop acting like defense don't win championships anymore. You all saw the 49ers last year. Saw what Cleveland did when their front four took over. Washington is quietly building a defense that can carry a playoff run. Even if the offense need time to gel, this pass rush gonna be like a lifeline. Disrupting rhythm, changing fields, turning third and short into third and never. Von Miller won a Super Bowl with a dominant D. He know what it takes, and now he teaching it. One rep, one rookie, one room at a time. If this unit clicks, ain't nobody wants smoke with M come January. So to all my folks wondering if Von Miller still got it, let me say this. He got more than just it. He got wisdom. He got leadership. He got legacy. And all y'all not watching what Frankie Lou will be coming, you better turn the tape on, because that boy was already dangerous. And now he got a master teaching him the dark arts. So buckle up, NFC. The Commanders' defense ain't playing no more. They bend like water, but they hit like bricks. And that pass rush? Well, that just might be the league's best-kept secret. This is Shannon Sharp, a.k.a. UNC, signing off. But remember what I told y'all. When you mix fire with wisdom, you get something the league ain't ready for. Now let me tell you all something. I've been around this game a long time. Played it, covered it, lived it. And every now and then, you get a moment in the NFL where the torch don't just pass. It gets snatched. That's exactly what we just saw in Atlanta. Because Michael Penix Jr., the pride of UDU, the left-handed laser show, just walked into year 2 like he already owned the building. Raheem Morris knew what he was doing. The Falcons brass knew too. Kirk Cousins might have signed a big contract, but make no mistake, this franchise belongs to No. 9 now. And based on what I'm seeing and hearing, he ready. Oh, he more than ready. So sit back, buckle up, and pour yourself a tall glass of insight. 'Cause I'm bound to take you through why Michael Penix Jr. ain't just the new face of the Falcons. He's their future, their franchise, and their fire. Now let's start right here. You can't fake confidence in the NFL. Either you got it, or you don't. Michael Penix Jr. Baby, that young man got a whole reservoir of it. When he stepped on that field at the end of 2024, after Kirk Cousins got benched, that wasn't a deer-in-the-headlights rookie. That was a vet in a rookie's jersey. He got 3 starts. Just 3. But in those 3 games, he didn't flinch, didn't fold, and most importantly, he learned. And that's what separates the good from the great. The ability to absorb, adapt, and ascend. Penix said it himself, that those full-speed reps gave him a foundation. That week, one in 2025, won't feel like his first rodeo. That's gold, baby. That's growth. Let me break it down. Reps are currency in the NFL, and those 3 starts, that's like getting a sneak peek at the final exam before the test even starts. Now he's coming in with answers already in the back pocket. And that confidence? Oh, it's contagious. The whole offense feeling it. Drake London put it best. You got a cannon. Now, I know we use that term a lot, but in Penix's case, that ain't hyperbole. It's fact. That left arm of his, that's an absolute weapon. He'll launch his deep balls with touch and torque. Ain't too many guys in the league that can hit a 25-yard out across the field on a rope. Penix can. He's fearless, too. I stand in the pocket, take the hit, and let that thing rip. Now, Falcons fans, y'all been waiting a long time to see explosive plays. I ain't talking about dink and dunks or bubble screens. I'm talking chunk yardage. Penix brings that element back to Atlanta, and you pair that with Bijan Robinson in the backfield, you got balance. You got a run game that can keep defenses honest, and a QB who can stretch EM thin. That's deadly. Now look here, this Falcons offense. If you drafted it in Madden, folks would say, you cheated. You got weapons on weapons. Bijan Robinson, electric out the backfield. Can catch, can run, can juke you out your shoes. Drake London, big-bodied wide out who can win at the catch point. Kyle Pitts, I've been waiting on this man to get fed for years. He's a mismatch nightmare. Veteran offensive line. They got dogs up front. Experienced, tough, and built to protect. Now that Penix is QB own, you're going to see them boys cook. You already saw in camp. First thing he mentioned was getting KP the ball. That's the mindset. That's leadership. He knows who needs touches. That chemistry don't come easy, but when a QB makes it his business in the offseason, that's when magic happens. And Penix ain't just throwing routes. He's throwing with intention. He spent time with Pitts and London on his own time. That tells you everything. Now I got to talk about the elephant in the room. Kirk Cousins. Look, I respect Cousins. He's a professional, has had a solid career. But facts is facts. He threw 8 interceptions with no touchdowns down the stretch last year. Falcons started 6-3, ended 8-9. That ain't gonna cut it. And the Netflix documentary, woo. That comment about playing hurt just to avoid losing his job. Whoa. That's desperation talk. Penix ain't gotta lie, cheat, or hide behind pain. He earned it the right way. Now Cousins got $100 million guaranteed. That's real money. But the Falcons made it clear. Penix is the guy. Raheem Morris said it loud. We won't hold him back. Translation, if somebody wants Cousins, come get him. And here's the key. Having Cousins as a backup, that's insurance, not competition. The locker room knows who QB1 is now. Let me say this. I love Raheem Morris. That man got leadership in his bones. He ain't just a coach. He's a connector. He brings people together. He holds players accountable. And most of all, he believes in his guys. Morris taking the reins for year 2 means stability. It means the players know what's expected. And when you give a young quarterback like Penix consistency, oh baby, you unlock his full potential. Penix ain't walking into chaos. He walking into a culture, a system, a team that knows where it's going. That's huge. You heard Drake London say it. He's just that guy. Now let me translate that into UNSA speak. That means Penix got the it factor. He ain't just a thrower. He's a commander. He walk in the huddle, and dudes listen. He ain't got to yell. He don't need a hype speech. He lead by how he work. That's what makes a real franchise quarterback. The Falcons been searching since Matt Ryan left. Now they found their guy. This team got a young core. A brotherhood. And when your QB is out there, grinding with you in the summer heat, that builds trust. That's how you build teams that win in December. And now let's keep it real. The NFC South, that's anybody's division. Tampa Bay got Baker Mayfield, but they ain't unbeatable. New Orleans still figuring things out with Derek Carr. Carolina got a young QB in Bryce Young, but they're a few years away. This is Atlanta's window. The moment is right now. You got talent. You got a defense that can hold its own. You got a young coach. And now you got a QB with juice. And you'll know how this league works. When you catch the right momentum early, you can ride it all the way to January. You think Raheem Morris don't see that? You think Michael Penix Jr. don't feel that? They hungry. And they know the dinner table finally set. Now, I ain't just here to talk about stats. Sure, Penix might throw for 4,000 yards. He might hit 30 tides. But that ain't what I'm watching for. Success in 2025? That's winning games late. That's moving the chains on 3rd and 8. That's not turning the ball over. That's leading game-winning drives. And most importantly, it's about belief. Penix got this locker room believing. He got the front office believing. And if he come out the gate strong, the whole city gonna believe too. Atlanta's a football town. They've been waiting. Now they got something to root for again. Let me close it like this. Michael Penix Jr. ain't no flash in the pan. He's the real deal. He got the arm. He got the poise. He got the leadership. And most importantly, he got that dog in him. And the Falcons? They finally got something they ain't had in a long time. A quarterback that can take them where they trying to go. You mark my words. If Penix stays healthy and this team keeps buying in, the Falcons gon' shock a whole lot of people in 2025. And he's gonna be right here saying, I told y'all so. Tip, I don't know what's going on up in Pittsburgh, but let me tell you something right now. If you trade away a game changer like Minkah Fitzpatrick, you better have a dang plan. Cause them dogs don't grow on trees. Shannon Sharp, opening monologue on the Pump Fake Podcast crossover episode Darius Slay, opens his phone, and it ain't what he expected. Now let me paint the picture for y'all. It's late June. Pittsburgh's hotter than a $2 pistol in a July 4th cookout. And everybody thinking the Steelers just go and tinker with the roster. Maybe add a depth piece here or there. But what do? Boom! Pittsburgh makes a blockbuster trade. Jalen Ramsey and Jonnu Smith from the Dolphins. And in return, they send away Minkah Fitzpatrick. Yes, that Minkah. The all-pro safety. The heartbeat of the secondary. Gone. Just like that. And one of the first folks to react was none other than Darius Slay, the new Steelers cornerback, veteran dog out of Philly. He hops on the Richard Sherman podcast, and man, the surprise on his face could have told the whole story. I thought it would be me, Ramsey Minkah. All of us back there, Slay said. I'm like, this guy's gonna be crazy. Then I saw the final results like, this is a little different. See, that tells you all you need to know about how sudden and seismic this move was. Now look, you don't just trade a player like Minkah Fitzpatrick unless you're absolutely certain. We ain't talking about a guy who just fills a jersey. We're talking about a heat-seeking, play-reading, quarterback-haunting, sideline-to-sideline missile. Let's rewind for a moment. Since joining Pittsburgh in 2019, 4x Pro Bowl selection, 3x first-team All-Pro 17 interceptions, 5 total TDs, including pick sixes and fumble returns, countless game-saving tackles, Minkah wasn't just the best player in the Steelers' secondary. He was the secondary. You think about all them times. T.J. Watt bent the edge, made the QB panic, and Minkah just sitting back there like a hawk, reading the play 2 seconds before it happens. That's synergy, baby. Baby. Skip, let me tell you right now, you take Minkah off that field, and suddenly your defense got to play with their head on a swivel. Because you ain't got that roaming safety net no more. But hold up now. This ain't just subtraction. This is subtraction and addition. Because the Steelers ain't no dummies. They didn't just give away Minkah and walk off whistling. They brought in Jalen Ramsey, arguably the most dominant corner of his generation. They brought in Darius Slay, who at 34 still strapped up and held his own in a Super Bowl defense. They brought in Jonnu Smith, a reliable, versatile tight end with red zone upside. Let's talk Ramsey for a sec. Even coming off a knee injury, the man is still a top 10 corner on the planet. Physical, vocal, smart, and a dog. Pairing with a rejuvenated Slay and a young riser like Joey Porter Jr., man, that cornerback room just went from decent to downright dangerous. You know I love me some dogs. And now Pittsburgh got a whole kennel. Slay ain't just here to collect a check. Even at 34, that man's still playing high-level ball. In 2024 with the Eagles, posted a PFF coverage grade of 68.9, ranking 50th out of 222 CBS. That's top 25%, and what I really like, his leadership. I seen too many young corners with raw talent, but no mentor. Slay gon' fix that. I seen too many young corners with raw talent, but no mentor. You better believe Joey Porter Jr. about to get a masterclass in ball skills, press technique, and trash talk 101. Think about this. Darius Slay, Jalen Ramsey, Joey Porter Jr., Levi Wallace as your fourth corner. Fourth! And then a mix of young safeties fighting for a starting role? That's what you call depth and danger. Oh, okay, so we got all these cornerbacks, but who plays safety? That's the elephant in the room. With Fitzpatrick gone, the Steelers now got a glaring hole in center field. That rangy, high IQ presence doesn't grow on trees. Names being tossed around include Demontae Kazee, good instincts, but limited range Keanu Neal, big hitter, better in the box Miles Killebrew, special teams ace, not a true starting FSU ace. You don't just replace Minka with a warm body. You need a ball hawk. There was chatter about pursuing a veteran, maybe a trade, but by July camp, most of the top free safeties already signed elsewhere. Don't be surprised if Omar Khan has a plan for the 2025 draft or a mid-season pickup, because this defense ain't complete till that middle of the field is locked down. Let me say this straight. You can't just throw together a bunch of stars and expect magic. Ask the 2011 Eagles. Ask the 2022 Broncos. Talent don't guarantee chemistry. So when Darius Slay said he was surprised, Minka was gone? That wasn't just talk. That was a glimpse behind the curtain. It means the locker room's still processing. The big challenge for Mike Tomlin is making sure these dogs don't bark over each other. You got loud leaders in Slay, Ramsey, and Hayward. That's a lot of ego to manage. But if there's one coach who can balance that fire, it's Coach T. Skip. Coach Tomlin got that uncle energy. You might not agree with him, but you don't respect him. This isn't just a trade for 2025. This is about legacy. Steelers know they're at a crossroads. Cam Hayward is aging. TJ Watt is in his prime but needs a ring. George Pickens is ascending. Kenny Pickett, jury's still out. By making this bold move, Pittsburgh's saying, we ain't rebuilding. We reloading. Ain't no moral victories in Pittsburgh. You either got 6 rings or you're chasing number 7, and if this experiment works, if Ramsey returns to form, Slay mentors the young Bucks, and they find someone, anyone, to play that Minka role effectively, then baby, this could be the most dangerous Steelers defense since the Polamalu Harrison Farrier days. So what we really got here? A high-risk, high-reward roster gamble. Minka gone. Ramsey in. Slay surprised but motivated. Secondary deeper but maybe shakier down the spine. If everything clicks, we could be looking at a top 5 defense with the swagger to shut down Joe Burrow, Lamar Jackson, and whoever the Browns roll out this year. If it don't, Steelers might regret shipping out their best playmaker for flash and depth. But one thing's for sure. This team ain't scared of noise. Skip, let me close it like this. You don't get remembered for playing it safe. You get remembered for taking swings. And Pittsburgh, they just swung for the dang fences. Now we see if they knock it out the park or strike out looking. Shannon Sharp, closing take on the Richard Sherman podcast. Let me tell you something, Skip. This ain't just a contract. This right here, this a tectonic plate shift. What that young man Nicky Manworry just did with the Seattle Seahawks. He done kicked the door down for every second-round pick after him. That's generational business acumen right there. And you best believe it ain't just about the dollars. It's about the message. Now, Skip, I want you to picture this. It's late on a Thursday night. The NFL world's buzzing about camp openings, veteran drama, and rookie jitters. Then, boom, Adam Schefter drops a bombshell. Not a quarterback. Not a quarterback. Not a top 10 pick. Not even a first-rounder. Nope. It's the no 35 overall pick. Nick Emanwari, a safety out of South Carolina, signing a fully guaranteed rookie deal with the Seattle Seahawks. First time in NFL history a player picked at that slot done got every single dollar guaranteed. Let me say that again for the folks in the back. No. 35 got a fully guaranteed deal. This ain't just paperwork. This is history. This is revolution. And what it really signals, that the second round is no longer second class. Before we dive deep into money talk, let's give this young brother his flowers. Nick Emanwari, 6'4", 218 pounds, safety out of South Carolina. And Skip, I'ma be honest with you. I watched his tape. I watched him against Georgia. I watched him against Tennessee, and I saw a dog. He ain't no finesse player. This man lays the wood, reads the quarterback like a veteran, and got range like Ed Reed at his peak. You look at his stats, sure, tackles, picks, leadership, but that don't tell the whole story. You gotta see how he moves. He ain't guessing, he's diagnosing. Ain't just reacting, he's anticipating. And for Pete Carroll, one of the best defensive minds the NFL's seen, to make that kind of investment in him, that says volumes. Let's talk brass tacks now. When we say fully guaranteed, we mean every dollar of that 4-year rookie deal is locked in, no matter if he gets hurt, waived, benched, or if aliens land and start a new football league on Mars. Now, Skip, typically only first-round picks, especially the top 15, get that kind of ironclad security. Second-rounders, nah, they get partial guarantees. Year 1, maybe some of year 2. After that, it's hope and prayer. But Emanwari flipped that narrative. And he ain't alone. No, 33 Carson Schwarzenegger and no 34 Jaden Higgins both signed fully guaranteed deals too. You know what that means? 3 in a row. That's not a coincidence. That's a trend. That's a trend. That's a statement. Now I know y'all love the players, but let's not forget who behind the curtain. Nick's agent deserves a Hall of Fame bust in contract negotiation, because it ain't easy pushing fully guaranteed deals when the CBA doesn't require them. This is art. This is pressure. This is timing. They saw an opening, and they pounced. With camps about to start, and the Seahawks needing their second-round pick on the field, they used the leverage of time. They saw what Cleveland did for Schwarzenegger. They saw what Houston did for Higgins, and they knew Seattle couldn't be the odd one out. Result? Full guarantee. First time ever at no. 35. That's precedent set. Skip, you better believe every rookie agent in the country is printing out that Emanwari contract and marching into front offices saying, if he got it, why can't my client? It's a paradigm shift, because the CBA allows fully guaranteed deals, but doesn't mandate, and it's up to the teams. And for years, second-round picks were treated like premium talent with clearance bin treatment. Not anymore. If not, 33, 34, and 35 are fully guaranteed. What's the excuse for 36 through 64? There is none. Emanwari has raised the floor for contract negotiations league-wide. This gon' cost some front offices sleep. We talk a lot about empowerment in sports. LeBron made it cool to control your destiny. KD made it strategic. But the NFL, still a league where the teams hold the leash. Or they did, until Emanwari and his class started clipping those leashes. Because now, rookies are saying, nah, you don't get to use me for 4 years and then cut bait with zero consequence. They're asking for what's fair, what's earned. And what Emanwari's deal says is, if you got the talent, if you do the work, then you deserve the respect. Let me put it like this. Veteran players, they watching this real close. Because if teams are giving second-rounders guaranteed contracts, what does that mean for mid-tier veterans who usually get cut for cap space? It means pressure. It means negotiation leverage. It means the market's going to get tighter, sharper, and more player-focused. Front offices now got to plan differently. You can't just stash your cap flexibility in the second round. If those picks gonna be fully guaranteed, you better be sure you're picking future stars, not projects. Let's also look at this from a Seahawks lens. Pete Carroll is gone. Mike McDonald is in. And the first major headline of his tenure, signing a second-round safety to a revolutionary deal. That tells me something. This new regime, they ain't scared. They ain't doing business like it's 2010. They're bold. They're aggressive. And they believe in their evaluation. Emmanuel ain't just a player. He's a symbol of a franchise moving forward. Now, Skip, we got to talk about the fine print here. The NFL collective bargaining agreement sets minimum standards, not maximum, which means teams can offer better deals. They just don't wanna. But if more players and agents push the envelope like this, you gon' see guaranteed money become the norm, not the exception. And that's when the NFLPA gets real bold. Maybe in the next negotiation window, they demand guaranteed deals for all top 64 picks. Maybe for the top 100. Maybe they finally say, if baseball can do it, if basketball can do it, we can do it too. Emmanuel is the test case. And if it works out, and I believe it will, then the league has a new blueprint. Let me land this plane, Skip. Nicky Emmanuel ain't played a down yet in the NFL, but he's already changed the game. Already made history. Already set a bar so high. Agents gonna be referencing him in meetings for the next 10 years. This ain't about hype. This about impact. And if the Seahawks got themselves a star, which I believe they did, then this contract gonna look like a bargain in 3 years. The NFL better get ready.